MSFS2024, good play.
Hello. Shameless plug, I have a booth. Check out the booth. So we're here looking at the career mode, and I want to show you this bit, but well, just follow on screen, you'll see what the crack is. Just one thing to note here as well, so like there's all different hardware configurations, controls, right? You're talking anything from your Turtle Beach to, you know, Honeycomb to Thrustmaster, all the gear is here. So I think anyone that had a worry about, you know, will my hardware work, will it, won't work, it's pretty much the sim that we know now, only like better. They've added way more stuff to it. But in terms of what already worked, there shouldn't be any issue at all from what I can see. Let's go check this out, right? So we'll come over to here, turn the camera around. So as you can see, it's, you know, from the flesh with the controls and everything kind of set up here, right? I mean, this is all Turtle Beach hardware, all right? And it's not bad. The Velocity One stuff isn't bad. So the loading times, right? So if we would, you know, if we want to jump into like, you know, be it a free flight or if you want to go into like a career mode, even in career mode, I think I can delete this. Yeah, reset the career. Yeah, it's all terrible bad. And what we're going to do here, we're going to pick a new place for a career. So you get the splash screen loading up, just showing you the different ideas, because this is where you access all of these missions. I mean, you can still do stuff in free flight, but this is where the career mode really starts to kind of shine. So it's going to ask us, look, where do you want to choose your location? So not everywhere at the moment is fully unlocked. For example, I went over to Ireland and I said, right, give us casement. And it's kind of grayed out a little bit. So there's Weston, you can see Weston full on, but casement is there, but you can't select it. All right, let's go to Weston, right? So we're going to select Weston. And once we do this, then we're going to have the option. And I'm just going to show you how the thing loads in, look. That's how quick this happens. So it's loading in the background. You're getting this kind of like GTA 5 zooming it in towards the scenery. But here it is. It's giving you an overview of the area in which you want to call home. This is going to be your home airport. So we're going to select this. Go on, Weston. And then it goes into like this kind of a role play thing. You're going to see the pilot walk where it says Weston, welcome to, you know, reception at Weston. And there's still graphics loading in and all this jazz. I'm sure this isn't like fully optimized yet. Then maybe this guy, Scott. I'm Murphy 7659. It's he's not the Murph, but he's his cousin twice removed. But this is pretty cool, right? So we can go in and say, hey, how's it going? Welcome to Weston. He owns the club. We'll show you this in B-roll. So it looks like we're going to be starting off in a Cessna 172. So we'll skip all this. Yeah, great stuff. Next thing we go out to the aircraft itself, and like there's a walk around mode, and like you can just walk out of your aircraft. It's you land it, hop out the door, and go walking around. So some of the stuff we were saying, yeah, this is cutscene. Some of it is no, you can actually do the walk around stuff. So if we want to walk around, currently it's set up to, you know, your WASD buttons, but like we can approach the aircraft, you can hear the footsteps moving, and like check out some of this stuff, right? If this is a Cessna, we'll walk up this way and just have a look at this, right? So I can look at the oil cover. You can open the friggin' oil cover and check the condition of the oil, look. So you're doing a full walk around check. And like this is native. This is built in. Absolutely incredible stuff. So the more I'm supposed to be somewhere else. I'm up here on my own. Look, it's brilliant. The more we go to explore this, and this is just one element of the sim. This is the career mode and missions and all that kind of jazz. The more you're going to experience it and explore it, it's class. Like it's ridiculous. Definitely a lot of new stuff. The good news is a lot of the older stuff.
Hello? Hello, everybody. Happy Friday. Did you like me editing? trust you lot to say the older stuff, and he zoomed in on his... Thanks, lads. Yeah. Jesus, you're all very welcome aboard. Happy Friday. Welcome to the weekend. Tonight, well, it's a deep dive of Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. This Aegis right here had the chance to ramble over to the US and get to experience a global preview, which was hosted by Microsoft and Asobo. And some of the footage you saw there, that's just me trying to be, oh, look at me, I'm one of these lads. It doesn't work out terribly well. But the main thing is I did get some hands-on time with the simulator. And I've thrown a few videos up on YouTube, bored the bejesus out of you, and we'll play some of them this evening. This is all about trying to get a couple of more questions answered. Maybe you haven't seen the full kind of FAQs or any of the other videos going around, but Flight Sim 2024, MSFS 24, or you know, Microsoft Flight Sim, the Jack Bauer edition. This is going to be absolutely incredible, and it's going to change a lot of the things we do when it comes to flight simulation. Yes, we still have free flight. The sim as we know it now, in the next sim, right? It's better, there's more optimized, there's a ton of more features thrown in there. But there's also new elements. They're targeting 3 direct groups of people. The core simmers, which is us. Then you have the casual gamer or casual simmer, right? And then you have what are called virtual tourists who like to just explore this digital twin that Microsoft and Asobo have done. I mean, we saw this during when Flight Sim 2020 came out. We were like, holy crap, they've managed to, you know, digitalize the world on a 1-to-1 scale, and we were blown away by it. And it's kind of funny, right? In just 4 years, we look back now at some of the earlier renditions of, you know, default assets and how the sim is today. We're looking back thinking, Jesus, look how old and out of date it is. Right? Do you know, so now we have the chance to check out a brand new sim, and it is a brand new sim. It's a standalone product. We got a lot of questions about compatibility. We have an awful lot of questions when it comes to Army add-ons going to work. If I bought the premium edition for 2020, do I need to get the premium edition for 2024? We've all this stuff to get through tonight. Plus, there's an absolute ton of questions. Owl Gibbo put me under savage pressure. Murph, I have a few questions for you. I says, brilliant. So we're going to be answering all those as well tonight. And again, if you guys have any questions, we'll put them into the chat and we'll just try and go through this step by step. As I said, there's been a ton of content released out there already. And you have the event itself. What did that entail? How did I manage to keep that shut for so long, knowing what was going to happen? Bloody hell, right? It was great crack. And also some of the other content creators and media personnel who were there, and the frothy pints of beer and stuff. You know me, right? So we'll talk about the whole event and what it's all about. But also, because this is a live environment, the advantages, if you like, of a live stream, well, we can kind of, you know...
That's a big 10-4, good buddy.
We can dig a little bit deeper. You know, not everything was all rosy and bells and whistles at certain times, and I want to kind of chat about those and let you know about, you know, what my thoughts are and all that sort of jazz. And I'm wearing a look, and it fits. They gave me a hoodie, brilliant, and all the swag. They had a little swag bag, as it was. You lot said it was me man purse, but it was swag, right? We got a bit of swag, and it's pure excitement, right? This was said. I'm going to quote. I think Cat Strader, it was the first person I heard who said this, and he said it was like the golden age of flight simulation.
Yeah, baby.
And, Jesus. Yeah. And this was, behave yourselves. This was like 4 years ago when he said that. He says, like, when you think about it, look at all the push into flight simulation. I mean, you had the massive update that X-Plane managed to pull off when they moved from X-Plane 10 into X-Plane 11, and yes, now they're on X-Plane 12 doing their things. But we kind of went from the world of FSX and P3D, and it just like launched into Microsoft Flight Simulator, the newest edition that we have, which is 2020. Of course, we've seen other updates in our other flight sims. DCS has been coming on leaps and bounds. There's a lot of stuff happening in the world of aviation, but also simulated aviation. And it's very, very exciting because we've brought so many new people, so many more people who all have incredible ideas and different tastes and all these things we can tap into. And it's absolutely elevating our experience when it comes to flight simming. We get this from developers, we get this from, you know, communities. It's really pushing this simulator on. And it's incredible. It's absolutely bananas. Do you know what I mean? So, right, well, listen, we'll start off at the beginning. Get yourself a cup of tea there now, or something nice. A tasty beverage, perhaps. And, we'll go down through the chat. This is Guy of Telly. You can call me a Muppet and mean it. There's no deleting the comments here, do you know? Don't call me a Muppet, though. But anyway, who's here? Look, Jesus is busy. Black Ice Gabe, you're very welcome back, my dude. He says, 5 weeks until I'm a man of leisure again. Jesus, 5 weeks. Retriever Neil is here. Welcome in. Lee Dixon, happy Friday. Joe is in the house. Super Typhon. He says, since the new sim can actually... hang on. Since the new sim can render actual AI planes, I wonder if your glorious Skoda is properly rendered also. So, funny you should mention cars. So, we all know one of the pet hates in Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020. Well, the cars look, let's be honest, lads, they're rubbish. They're designed to be, because they're low poly, don't use up any resources that you have. They have completely updated the car models. I can't show you any pictures. I didn't get them in the press kit, and I can't. There were certain elements that we can't publicize, but I saw them. And I'm telling you, it literally goes from like the car you have now to what some of the third-party developers think FS Reborn, think Pyrrhic, think that level of detail on a car. They're now driving around the world in the sim. It's quite impressive. No Skodas that I can see, but listen, we'll partition the bejesus out of it, Spitfire RAF 100, you're very welcome aboard. Great to see you. Commander Balosh is here. Oh, can do has rumbled in. My dude, good to see you, man. 27 months. Kandu did an exceptional job yesterday. I was here rendering videos. I've B-roll of 3.5 hours. We won't go through it all, or maybe we will. And I had Kando on in the background, and it was brilliant. He did a full overview, and I have the privilege now and the advantage of being able to see what came before me and said, right, that worked. Let's do it again. Only with me. I'm only messing, but really I'm not. But it's great to see you, man. Soaring AJH, you're very welcome in. Vacuum is here. Chalk's good to see you. Mr. Skoo is here. Tarnish Mossman, happy Friday. Let me see. David Bay is here. Very good evening to you. Trits4, you're welcome in. Lee Dixon subscribing for 27 months. Thank you very, very much indeed. You just subscribed for 6 months in advance. That's optimism. Do you know? Yeah, I reckon Murphy will be grand for the next 6 months. After that, forget it. Yeah, brilliant. Thank you very much indeed. Hope you're well, man. Onboard Simulations, welcome. Assidious is here. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, the man, myth and legend himself, Jeppesen 2001 has arrived. And friends, exciting news. Tomorrow, Jeppesen has created some custom scenery for our flight on Sunday. This coming Sunday, we're going to be flying Operation Market Garden in Microsoft Flight Simulator, and Jeppesen has created some freeware scenery. I'll put an announcement on our Discord tomorrow. If you've never been here, !Discord, and keep an eye on it for tomorrow. I'll pop the link when the scenery is ready to go. Effectively, we're going to be flying the historical routes of Operation Market Gardens. It's 80th anniversary this year. And we're taking C-47s and whatever you like, really. And we'll be flying from England to Holland and then back again. But Jeppesen has us sorted with some nice scenery. So we're going to be checking that out this Sunday. I think kick off 1400 Zulu or something like that. Keep an eye on Discord. We'll be live. But anyway, who else is here? Jesus, Stick Figure, welcome in. Captain Sickbag, how are you? P.S. Mirandai, hello there. Is it November yet? Right? Do you know what I mean? Just shut your eyes and we're there. Tiger Shark, welcome in. Martel, good evening. 98 Vulcan, you're very welcome aboard. Olsen is here. Willow, how much? Happy Friday, man. Crazer Core has subscribed for 29 months. Thank you very, very much indeed. Great to see you, man. PH Roy is here. Good evening. Hope you're well, man. Sean Dale, I wonder how the Draco will fly in 24. What was it like? I got time in the Draco, and there's no nicer way to say this. It's nuts. The thing has more power than, like, it reminded me of driving my Skoda. No, it didn't. It's incredible power. Ridiculous. And there's features going on in that aircraft. I don't know if I'm allowed to tell you about them yet, but you'll probably see it on the bit of B-roll that I have, right? But yeah, incredible stuff, man. But yes, where are we at? Sunjammer, good to see you. Let me see now. Got Friends is here. It's 2-1. Oh, jeez. So there's a couple of content creators who absolutely butcher my name. And I think that's kind of sweet justice, considering how often I get everyone's name completely wrong. But I'm known as 2-1 Murphy. I'm known as Toot Own Murphy. Just call me Murph, or your man, you know, that fella. 2-1 Murphy, right? Obsidian called me 2-1. And here we have a flight stream from 2-1. And his voice is brilliant. I said, oh, Jesus, if he says me name, it's going to be like me alarm clock or something. 2-1 Murphy. Balls! Right? Jesus! But anyway, it's fine. It's fine. Oh, Christ. Where are we at? We're over here, look. Gibbo's here. He says, hey all, happy Friday. Pint in hand. Let's do this. Good to see you, my guy. Hope all is well. Are you here for the devil's refreshments? Pints of Guinness, Gibbo, is it? I don't know. Will I go with it? We'll see. We'll have a beer in a bit. Right, over here. Jan Drays, you're very welcome aboard. It's all the beans, or spill the beans for 24. Everything I know, well, you're going to know after the end of this stream. Proby Pete, welcome aboard. Good day from Arizona. I see what you did with the place. I like it. It looks fantastic. I got to visit Arizona. That was all part of the global preview. They flew us out. They flew us out of Dublin to Dallas. Can't leave the airport. Scott's like, what? You were in Dallas? Who did that? He looks nothing like me. I don't know why that's even there. Like, it's fake news. Jesus. But yeah, out to Dallas, and Scott would be like, you went to Dallas and you didn't ring me. I couldn't leave the airport. I did go to the American Airlines Admiral's Lounge. Pardon me, have you any grade poupon? That was brilliant, right? But anyway, Black Ice Gabe is here again. Good man himself, he's still there. See ya, Eamon 1973. Hello, good to see you, man. Vince C, welcome aboard. Sir Campsalot, good evening. Tritz 4, he's talking to Gibbo, but he has a rum and coke, so let's go. It's a rum and coke, even nicer. Brilliant. Zard, you're very welcome aboard. Who else is here? The lovely Kaharia. Happy Friday to you, Kaharia. Let me see now. D-Drave, or is it D-D Rave? You need to tell me what it is. 6 knots, Kieran. Very happy Friday to you, my guy. Saw you out rambling earlier. Muse Fan is here. He says, how he is his mad jokes.
I put the car in swinger, baby.
Jesus, there's things being pressed here at an alarming rate. Got friends. Jesus. Did you see what they did? Got friends gifting 10 tier 1 subs like mad men, people. Thank you very, very much indeed. We'll get through all the subs now in a moment. Let me see. Shuffle Shoes shuffles in. AJH John. Jan Moorkamp is here. Hey, Jan. Chalk says, I want a booth, right? Night Zep, very good evening. Mountain Man is here. Good to see you as well. Rookie Pilot, happy Friday. Noel K is here. Night Zep again. Good man yourself. Wizards Castle, welcome aboard. Scorpio 49. Happy Friday. You're looking well, Scorpio. Crotchety Crowder, welcome in. Jesus, it's isn't it? 'Tis busy, lads. 'Tis busy. We'll get through it now. Don't worry. Is he still talking, you say? DeBlaze, welcome in. B. Carlo, Mr. Dan. Great to see everybody coming on in. Happy Friday, lads.
I put the car in swinger, baby.
Sweet lamb Jesus, my screen is gone. I can't see anything anymore. FS Reborn is gift. Jesus, that's an odd number.
Oh, Jesus.
31 subs. Jesus.
Hello there.
Who does that? Come on. Jesus. We'll get to these now in a second. I shouldn't be wearing a fleece. It's friggin' roasting. Fierce Wolf, welcome in. Zybok Doc calling from Denmark. Hello from Tipperary. Very happy Friday to you. The older stuff recenters camera on his face. Yeah, thanks, Jonks. Yeah. What do you mean the older stuff? I'm terribly young. Flight Sergeant, welcome in. Malton Aviation, hello. Epic Fool. Don't start with the H225 in the screen. That thing, though. Oh. Need to get that in my life. Nutty Slack, welcome in. Adam Controls. He hasn't taken the hoodie off since recording those videos earlier in the week. I go to bed in it. No, I don't. It's very warm. Adam, how are you, dude? Good to see you. Let me see.
10-4, good buddy.
Flying tonight. Lads, it's happening all over the shop. What's going on? Jesus. Right, now, let's go. And you only gain 2 days of weight with American food. Another win-win. Right? The food. Would you like... Why is it? You get a steak. You can get steak, fries, and potatoes. And then they say, would you like a side? A side what? That is the side. They give you like mac and cheese with all that. Like, what? Crazy stuff. But yeah, there was... and it was at altitude as well. So, right. Right, now we're over here. Let's see. Saw the 3 videos on YouTube. Awesome. Ollie is here. Welcome in, man. Is there multiple jetway support? It's all we want. Multiple jetway support, I believe, is an option for third-party developers, but we'll get into that. Let's see what the crack is now. Right, the deep dive, right? The deep dive. I can't see me screen. It's all broken. Jesus, lads. Where is this now? Bloody hell. Where is my screen? I'll get some pizza and Pepsi. Pepsi Lime.
I put the car in swinger, baby.
I can't see my screen. You're after breaking things. Jesus. God, friends. You've got many friends now. Holy Jesus. Did you just see what he did? Holy crap. Who's in charge of this production? You broke the chat. Well done. The whole feckin' thing is gone. We can't see anything. Jesus. Did you just see what happened there? Where was my chat? The screen does. If I missed anyone now, lads, blame everyone else, right? Let me see. Fortnite is here. Good to see you. Airwolf, welcome aboard. Naughty Gnome is here. Good to see you, man. Mr. Dan, good to see you. Right, where's this now? Raoul is here. Good to see you.
I'm in a glass case of emotion.
You're laughing at me background. And I wouldn't mind. I had all fancy foot. Don't look at the back of my head. I had all fancy footage here, look. Why isn't the mouse working? Hang on, lads. This all has to be terribly, you know what I'm saying? There we go. Look at that. Yeah, look. Right.
Dreamy, sleepy, nighty, snoozy, snooze.
Who turned off the lights? It's all about. Jesus, that's bright. It's all about the production value, isn't it? Production. See, this is a live environment. When I'm making a video, I can be very serious. This is how things will transpire as we continue to talk, because I usually read off a script. Sometimes I read off that camera over there. This is my room, by the way. I sure welcome in. Don't look at me head. But now that it's live, right? All that's to right. But anyway, Sticky Rice, good to see you. Cyrus T is here. Welcome aboard. The man of teal. Jesus, lads, it's Briggsy. Welcome in. Bloody hell, Kozaki. Very happy Friday to you. Got friends, the absolute mad lads, gifting 10 tier 1 subs, immediately followed by Raoul.
Yeah, baby.
Jesus. Immediately followed by Raoul from FS Reborn, gifting 31 subs. Is he mad? The man is mad. And there was other stuff there as well, but sure, listen.
Jesus.
My words exactly. Let me see. Pride Chaser, welcome in. Scotty Bob is here. Bloody hell. Let me see now. Sim Tom, good to see you. The devs are having a sub off, right? I'll raise you. Bloody hell. Then look, got friends. Holy crap. They gifted. Hang on. Gifting 2 tier 1 subs. Then Raoul gifted 2 tier 1 subs. Then got friends gifted 100 subs. Bloody hell. Did you fall over on the button? Did you just like, do you know what you put in an extra 0 and when you pressed it you just said, oh balls. 100 subs. Thank you very, very much indeed. Lads, if you've all received a sub, it unlocks some modes. It gives you access to some private channels on our Discord where we do giveaways and all the jazz. And, well, it helps the channel. So if you have got a sub, do be sure to say thank you very, very much indeed. That's insane support. That's absolutely mind-boggling and nuts. And got frenzies are nuts. Thank you very, very much indeed. Right, we're over here.
Hello there.
Old Veteran is here from a sunny California. Murph Skoda is now following. Sweet lamb of Jesus, Murph Skoda. Scott, welcome in. Hope you're keeping very well. Let me see here now.
Good buddy.
It's all bananas, isn't it? It's I don't know who's in charge now. Right, let me see. Trixillian, you're very welcome in. Jave Hugh. Love that name. Good to see you, man.
Hey, good buddy.
It's just happening. 777. Good to see you. Let me see now. Hang on. Mad Dog X, welcome in. Mugga T. Jesus, that's a great name. Mugga T. Very happy Friday. Hope you're keeping very well. Who else is here? Lord Freet is here. Excellent developing of the stuff. Lord Freet, I need to try your new, your newly updated shuttle carrier.
Welcome to my secret underground.
Hey,
come on. You're going a bit mad there.
Now the chat is having great fun with all the alerts that we've programmed into the live performance. Any minute now, there'll be fellas coming out swimming, wearing nipple tassels and jumping into water in a hot tub. Wearing sunglasses and a Viking helmet. Right, it's all part of it, lads. So keep watching. Now, let me see. Sat Brian, welcome in. Josh is here. Good to see you, Josh. Hans Gruber, he's subscribing with Prime for 32 months. Thank you very much indeed, Hans Gruber. You're looking well. You're looking very well. The forgetful Larry. Welcome, man, Larry.
Good buddy.
Well, you see, Larry had the lorry, like. Right. Larry, you're very...
This big E just...
Jesus.
Can't get a word in. Larry, you're looking well. Jesus. Right, we're over here. David Bay, thank you very much. 21 months. Mr.
Who's in charge? You haven't a clue what you're doing.
Mr. Mix T has jumped in. Defiant Braun is here. Dibby G subscribing for 6 months.
That's a big 10.
Thank you for the 6 months, my guy. David Bay, thank you for the 21 months.
Oh, jeez.
I can't keep up now. Smiley Beaches That's a great name when you think about it. 8 months. Thank you very, very much indeed. Right, I think we're... Gibbo, stop turning on that shagging thing. Silence him with channel points. No, don't do that. Hattrick, that's a great name. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. We'll be here till next Tuesday.
They've done studies,
trying to get through all this.
60% of the time, it works.
Every time.
Every time.
So I got invited to an event, right? I got an email a couple of months back, and when I saw it, I said, yeah, right. You know, and I didn't think, I was like, this is spam. You know the way you get those. Do you know the way we all get that email from your man from Nigeria who's either the king or the brother of the king? He's a multi-billionaire, right? But he lost his credit card and he's stuck at an airport and he needs you just $20 to get him on his flight and he will reward you with $1 million. It was one of those. And I was like, that can't be real. It was real. So I wrote back. Janie then, at top of the morning, and, you know, well, I try not to be too Irish, but, like, I am Irish, I can't help it. Murphy, you're very diddly idle. Of course I am, I'm Irish, we all have it. Right now, I'm Irish, dancing under me desk. You can't see it, though, me legs, just a blur. But anyway, I wrote back to them and I said, Christ, I said, geez, that's mad. And where's this now? Hang on now, did he invite you to the event, Muse? Kippo and Muse. They're going to be pissed. But it's grand, right? I brought this back. No, I didn't really. I ate it. I was hungry, though, and it got rid of the hunger. You know, Snickers, brilliant. American Snickers are better than Irish Snickers. I'm just telling you, the portions are bigger. But anyway, so there was a little bit back and forth, and they explained, right, look, we're doing a global premiere, and it's all under NDA. So fair enough. That's, you know, you got to be responsible and behaved. And that was kind of it. So I gave them my details. They provided me with details. And before I knew it, I was getting up in the morning at 4 o'clock. 4 o'clock in the morning to leave Tipperary to drive up to Dublin Airport. Now, my mate who lives up that neck of the woods says, Jesus, and Kerry man, Jesus, he says, don't be driving up to the airport and parking. Sure, that'll cost you a fortune. Call in to me. I said, oh, are you sure now? I'll be up there early. Not at all. Drop the car. I'll drop you to the airport. It'll be sound. I said, are you serious? Jesus, no. Right, okay. So Saturday morning, I'm now driving and I make a phone call at the Ball at Nace and there's no answer. Oh, balls. I ring him again at Kill. Still no answer. And I'm thinking, sure, maybe he's in the shower or, you know, he's up. And then I'm getting closer and there's still no answer. So I get to the house and it's all in darkness. And no answer on the doorbell. There was a window open. I tried to fire a stone in. That didn't work. And eventually managed to get into the house. And he's fast asleep because he had a couple of pints the night before. So I had to fire a pint of water on him. I had to drive his van into the airport. And it stank of horse shit. It like stank of... So I'm there sitting on, Jesus, what a start to me day.
Hello there.
Do you ever try and pick up a fried egg with a knife? Think about this now. A fried egg with a knife. You know, or a cocktail stick, you're going to have issues. That was what it was like. But anyway, we got in. And,
oh, Jesus.
Renoir, thank you very much indeed. Kid was like, here. He was even in me city and he didn't say hi. It was 4 o'clock in the morning. But anyway, I got to the airport, right? You need coffee. Off I went into the lads. Hello, it's me. I'm here for America. And did all the gadgets with the pre-border clearance. Dublin and Shannon are savage handy if you're going to the United States because they do pre-border clearance. So there's no TSA or any of that jazz when you get over there. I mean, they treat you pretty much once you're in as a domestic passenger. So it's super handy. So I had a bit of time to kill. So I went down to the departure lounge, the 51 something restaurant in Dublin Airport. Wait till you hear. They had turkey sausages and vegan sausages. It was the equivalent of eating a cardboard box on a dry Tuesday. It was rank. But anyway, it's all included as part of your, you know, here's me details and away you go. 51st and Green, that's the one. And it was too early. Way too early for, like, you know, the devil's refreshments. It was coffee and, you know, a couple of cans of cola or whatever. You put them in the bag. God, this is brilliant, you know. And I flew with American Airlines. Great bunch of lads. And sat into me seat. Got all sorts of fancy stuff. Do I have any of it? There's stuff here. I got headphones. Jesus, they give you very fancy headphones now in the not peasant areas of the aircraft, the non-peasant areas. I usually travel in the peasant areas, in coach, right? No, Jesus, no. And it's sweet talker, hello, how are you? And don't worry, lads, I did you proud. I wore my shorts, but they gave you proper headphones and a proper knife and fork. Now, I couldn't understand the food I was eating. I mean, I didn't know. I mean, do you drink it? Do you chew it? I didn't know what, but yeah, it was very nice, And flew across. And I do you know what I was watching? I was watching working on my Birmingham. He was working on his Birmingham accent. I was watching your man with the thing. What's it called? With the hat. Peaky Blinders. I got a season of Peaky Blinders. It was brilliant. Anyway, I then get to Dallas, and mother of God, the scale. The scale is just ridiculous in America. Like, why does it have to, like, everything is bigger. Your flags are bigger, your roads are bigger, your people, everything is bigger. I love it. I love it, right? So walking around Dallas and I have to get from one terminal to the next terminal. And if you've ever been to Dallas, it's not as simple as it sounds, because you have to,
I'm in a glass case of emotion.
you have to get a train, lads. There's a train. Now, Ireland has a train in Dublin called the Dublin Area Rapid Transit, and it takes you about 45 minutes to get from one area to the next area. That is the equivalent of going from one gate to another gate in Dallas. Onto the train, and it took me from the next one terminal down to the next terminal, and that was grand. Fort Worth Airport is bigger than Manhattan. It's nuts, Gibbo. It's huge. So we were there last year. It's massive. Or the year before. Last year. Massive. So that was grand. Had a bit of time to kill in Dallas, so I went in. It was like a scene out of Home Alone, right? Do you know when Kevin goes in and he's like trying to book with his father's credit card, and your man, the concierge, what's his name? Great actor. And I'm there as well, right? I'm like, hello, yes, I believe I would like to go into the Admiral's Lounge, please. Right? And here I am, not wearing this regalia. I'm just wearing a t-shirt and shorts. And they were kind of looking at me. Tim Curry, that's the one, Crunch. Yeah. Tim Curry, right? So I had to speak very well dressed. As if I belonged in places like this. Hello, good day. I'm here on my travels. Very good, sir. And they got me name and details and all the jazz. And I said, right, that 70 quid or something. Yeah, get in there. Grand, says I. And, well, first off, they didn't have any vegan or turkey sausages. No. They had barbecued pulled pork. Amazing. And they had mac and cheese, amongst other things, and a couple of tasty beverages, for which I had a few, right? And I'm up there talking to the barman, and he's like, what are you over here for? And I was doing the whole James Bond thing. I can't tell you. Go on and tell me. I really can't tell you. Do you know? But anyway, it was nuts. Man, the name's Murph. 2-1 Murph. 2-1. 2-1. What? Anyway, flew from Dallas, landed in Flagstaff, Arizona. One of the nicest airports I've ever been in, because it's teeny tiny, lads. And wait to hear this. On the plane, I flew a 777 from Dublin to Dallas. Then, friends, it was a CRJ 700 to Flagstaff. So I say what happened. American Airlines or Eagle or whatever they're called, who do the regional flights, they said, right, who are the two biggest tours we have on the flight? Well, there's one, which was me, and there's the other, which was another bigger than me, right? And him and his buddies were going golfing. And I was like saying, you're going golf? Jesus, are you the caddy? He was huge, massive, muscular and all the jazz. So they put the two of us sitting right beside each other. How are you? Bloody hell, you're big. Right, and we're on the CRJ flying across into Flagstaff, and it became nighttime, so I couldn't see much. Couple of lights, and we landed. That's not all. On the plane, now lads, I couldn't tell you the team. But there was a women's volleyball team on the flight. Right, count your lucky stars. And do you know what was fascinating about the women's or the ladies' volleyball team? All of them were taller than me. All of them. It was like, Jesus, there were giants of women. Volleyball. Shut your eyes when you're there. And so I'm now stuck beside, Shrek. And you've all this, right? Anyway, we get to place. And you literally walk off the plane into the airport. There's no one else there, only ourselves. And I'm met by a gentleman neatly dressed, shirt and tie, and he's holding up a sign that says, Murph. That was me. So I walked over, and he was kind of cagey. I said, good evening. Hey, how's it going? I said, are you here with the event? And he's looking at me now like it was the first time he ever saw fire. Event. Are you here for the Microsoft event? And he did no word of a lie. This is what he did. Yes. He looked me up and down. Now, granted, I've had several pints at this stage. I was probably reeking of mac and cheese, and I was wearing shorts. And half my face was still smudged from sitting beside your man, right? But it was grand. And next thing, into the car, chauffeur driven into the car, and I was there. There was another chap with me. He was from Finland, a media dude, and we were chatting away in the back. I spoke in fluent Finnish, and he spoke in fluent Irish. We got on very well. But anyway, we got to the place, and bloody hell, it was a hotel. And I was when I met up with people, they were all they were telling me, "Oh, did you see the views? And we got to see this, and we went to that." I saw myself. I'm in the back of the vehicle, tinted windows, and it's nighttime. The only reflection I can see is that of this weird guy looking, going, "I can't see it." It was me, so I couldn't see anything. And I'm not a very good traveller, but I was all right. There was air conditioning on full blast. God love your man, the driver. He was freezing. And I was like, no, it's good air. It's ram air. Turn on the ram air. Bloody hell, right? Anyway, get to the hotel, and I'm met there by a familiar and friendly face. Good old Jonks. And he's standing there. He's like, "Hey, good to see you, man." I was like, "Oh, Jesus." In fact, I'd say he was sitting down probably looking at me going, "Murphy can't see me yet." And I'm looking around, where am I? Anyway, check into the hotel. You give them their name, or you give your name. Went into the room, threw in all the gear, but on the bed there is a like a welcome bag, a swag bag, and it has Microsoft Flight Sim on the side of it, and they have like a cup, and I have this gadget here, a notepad where I wrote down my deepest thoughts. I'll read some lines for you here now, just to Dear Diary, Day 1. The flight over was okay. The big lad smelled dreamy. Well, let's not get into any of that for the moment, right? But anyway, got into the hotel and met up with Jongs, and we went for a beer, and we had Callum from FS Elite. I've met Callum a couple of times, super nice guy. And so we just had a bevy. It was late enough in the evening. So you're looking through your program.
Oh, Jesus.
What's going to happen? Now, I got in there on Saturday, right? Sunday was like a day off. That was to acclimatise, because you're quite high up. The altitude is about 6,000 feet. So like now it's me, right? I did this in Ireland. If I climb a flight of stairs, right, over there at 6,000 feet, you hear this noise. It's like a goat caught in a fence. It's you, right? It's grand. I'll walk it off. But anyway, Sunday was a day spent acclimatising and getting to see, where are we? And it was the first time I could actually see the place in daylight. It was a great opportunity to meet up with some people. Went out for a walk and bumped into all sorts, and went for a coffee, and then we went gallivanting. And then we had Monday and then Tuesday. So we're going to pause the story there now, friends. We're going to pause the story right there. Because I footage and all this jazz to show you. But in a moment, we'll get into what we got up to on the Sunday. And it involved a physical exercise and, the outdoors. Right, but it was right. But that's what it was. But anyway, all that kind of, you're up to speed now. We're getting there. Let's jump back to the present day and let's talk Microsoft Flight Sim 2024. As I said, I have videos up there, and we're going to pop one on because it is an overview. Now, you may have already watched this on YouTube, but we're going to show it because it'll add as a refresher memory of what this sim is actually all about. Because the reason all of this is happening, the event, us, our community, the history of our community, our developers, friends of developers, and basically everyone involved in flight simulation, it's all possible because this carrying on of a franchise that started back in the 80s. The 80s. We had posts on Discord saying, what was your first flight sim? I remember seeing the wireframe flight sim. My uncle had it, and I was like, that looks pretty cool. My voice hadn't broken by then. Right? I was only a child. And the first time I tried a flight simulator, we had a gateway.
Oh, Jesus.
We had a gateway system. Do you remember Gateway in Dublin? Gateway, right? And I figured out computers at a very young age. Well, I figured out how not to break them. And I still break them. One day, at the age of 9 or something. I said to myself, yes, this Windows 95, it's quite big. I will remove some files that I don't need. So I deleted Windows. And there was no internet back then to figure it out, lads. You couldn't just go onto YouTube and say, I made a shag of this, how do I fix it? So I had to learn how to fix it because my dad was like, you broke it, you fix it. Right? Anyway, managed to fix it. And Microsoft Flight Simulator 1995 was the first simulator I properly got interested in. It was a world, it was different aircraft, there was procedures, there was weather, there was visual reference points. This thing is more than just flying. This is more than just a mode of transport. This is a way of the world. You need it. Aviation is so important. And I grew up in Baldonnel, the Irish Air Corps base. My dad drove a desk. I grew up there, so I've always been familiar and comfortable around aircraft. Not like they're wild animals, but you know what I mean? I knew what aircraft were and the utilization and what they do in that. And the sound and smells, all that jazz. But to be able to experience kind of that thing, to experience aviation at that age, well, it set off Jesus, it lit the fuse, do you know? So when you think of Flight Sim 1995, all the way up to Flight Sim X or Flight Sim 10 or 11 with the expansion pack, all the users from that date, all the way back to the very first date, right? I think it's like 40 million people have been involved in some which way over 4 decades, about 45 million. With Microsoft Flight Sim 2020, you now have an influx 15 million pilots in just 4 years. That's how friggin' big Flight Sim is today. And it's still big on other platforms. You still have your P3D, you still have your X-Plane, your DCS, your Infinite Flight. You still have all of these progressing, but nothing has come close to what Microsoft have achieved here. Nothing. And we talk about, what's the more realistic simulator? It's a hard question to answer, but on the face of it, Microsoft Flight Simulator are simulating a digital twin, the entire planet. Yes, there's room to improve when it comes to specific systems, certain aircraft, weather systems, light, of course there is. But overall, the entire planet simulated on a one-to-one scale using satellite imagery that you can identify your house. It's unbelievable. And it's so accessible because it's on PC and it's also on the console. The thing, and it's on cloud. So if you don't have the equipment strong enough, it works. And then you have everything that happened after the release of the sim. Bearing in mind, we had COVID, the world, you couldn't travel in the world. You could not get around friggin' anywhere. And here's a product released by Microsoft that enabled us to travel, to explore, and to make friends at a time in which you couldn't. It was just unbelievable. And that's where our community came from. That's where so many other communities came from. And this is like the next chapter. This is the next chapter. Flight Sim 2024. Like, the question is it an evolution or is it a revolution? Well, that's up for you to decide. I mean, there's features in this new sim. To some people, they're like, eh. To other people, they're like, just, I need to sit down and be alone for a moment. Do you know what I mean? There's a lot of stuff there. So, were some places still melted, you say? Jesus, melted. We'll get into all of this. We'll get into how the sim performed, what issues we had, stuff that has not been made. Well, has everything been made public now? I think it is. There's other features. When I spoke to Jorg and said, they were like, I said, what are you most excited about? Right? And the feedback I got from both of them was the stuff we didn't tell you. I was like, what? Why didn't you tell us? You need to tell us stuff. So there's other stuff hopefully we're going to learn tonight for the first time. But anyway, let us all jump into it and go over to this other screen and just catch yourselves up with what Microsoft Flight Sim 2024 is going to be all about. Now, as I said, you may have already seen this. It's grand. Have a coffee and just maybe you'll see something in the video you didn't notice before. It could be a freckle, it could be an eyelash gone astray, or it could be something on the sim itself. So we're going to go over to a different screen. My transition doesn't work because the microphone doesn't make a weird noise, but we'll do one of these. Turn off that light and come over here. And as we look at this screen, friends, look at the state of this. This is one of the upcoming aircraft, and we will be checking out new aircraft coming into the sim. We're going to discuss it, and I'm going to talk to you about some of them because, well, I got to experience them. I got to use them. I got to friggin' fly them. And I have B-roll footage of some of them that you'll hear the sounds, you'll see how they react. and just my raw feedback of, yeah, it was either brilliant or, yeah, to be fair, it was shite. And I'm going to tell you, right? I'm going to tell you. So what we're going to do first, as I say, we're going to jump on and do a video. So I need to do something here, which is important. 1 second now. I need to bring this up on the screen. Yeah, that's the one there. Just this is very important. And right, and there's plenty more where that came from. No one's even heard of him. Brilliant. But we're going to go over and do one of these. Meanwhile, Gibbo has fired the point at the television. Brilliant, right? So we'll do one of these. Here's an Aegis. We'll turn up the volume, and I invite you just to sit back, relax, and enjoy the presentation.
Oh, Jesus.
Hello. Hey everybody, Murph here, and welcome back to another video. Today we have exciting news. I got the chance to experience Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 firsthand. This sim has been created for 3 direct audiences: the core simmer, which is us, the casual gamer, and even some virtual tourists. During this video, we're going to have a look at each of those sections to see what the new features are coming very, very soon in November. So let's jump right in. First up, this is the most ambitious sim ever created. But why create it? The 2020 engine currently handles about 2 terabytes of data locally on your machine. That's not including any of the third-party add-ons that you can purchase.
We made a product with a huge amount of data. The only way to forward is to go to the cloud. That is just the truth of the product.
The new architecture, designed to be backwards compatible, is to be faster with less space needed, and it'll work with existing hardware. So we're going to check out now part 1. This is going to be based on the core simmers. What are we getting in the sim? We have new physics and aerodynamics, which include turbulence, updrafts, wind shear, wake turbulence, all multi-threaded with no impact on performance. And the wake turbulence, it's realistic up to 6 minutes on all aircraft. We also have soft body simulation, things like balloons, banners, parachutes, even pedo flags. We have the ability now to read the wind speed and direction from the ramp. Microsoft and Asobo have built a new interactive world. There's 3D ground collisions with displacement, rocks, grass, bumps. It impacts on friction, takeoff distance, landing strategy is now a requirement. If you try and put your aircraft down on the ground and there happens to be a whole load of rocks there, you're going to cause some damage to your aircraft. We also have 3D water waves. There's collision on all aircraft, takeoff distance, landing distance, well, it's all there. We have interactive physics, things like cargo balancing, the movement and swaying of the cargo you're going to be carrying, and that includes banners as well. When you tow a banner, the weight is felt on the aircraft, so you really have to think about your speed before you go ahead and grab it. We have new particle effects, dirt, smoke, water, and they react to the aircraft. Check out the chopper here with the rotor wash creating particle effects that we can see, bits of grass and leaves flying all over the shop. We have materials and biomes, including data-driven generated forests. There are glider airports. Microsoft had to call up every single glider airport in the world to get the data. They even asked them what type of equipment that they used. We have new launch vehicles and tractors. Oil rigs, they're now fully mapped and modelled. There's some 940 of them. They actually got the data from an insurance company, the only source available. We also have helipads. Again, no resources available. They use satellite technology. They found some 80,000 helipads. They've all been handcrafted, and that includes those on buildings. We have a full map of obstacles, including telegraph poles, chimneys, towers. All that jazz is now fully mapped into the sim. We now have seasons, brand new vegetation and tree species. There's hundreds of them. With the living world, we also have the ability to create our own character. An avatar. There's also regional peoples. If you go and do a mission in Alaska, for example, you look at your passengers, well, they're all wearing jumpers and warmer weather clothing. And if you go to the Bahamas, you'll see them wearing more appropriate clothing. We also have new animals. We have now tons of species that are data driven. That gives us the location of the habitats and their migration. We also have livestock. Asobo and Microsoft used machine learning to be able to identify the locations in which the livestock are and where they move to. Things like farms, sheep herding, all of that is now possible. We also have some new vehicle models. Cars have been updated. There's brand new ship models, even new AI aircraft models, which is definitely going to help with model matching. Next up, we have aircraft systems. They include electrical, pneumatic, fuel, hydraulic, seatbelt systems, wear and tear systems, payload, and passenger systems. The core sim focus here was to create the most realistic piloting experience, and this was held by part with working title. We have real-world aviation operations. We have access to advanced flight planning, with route planning, charts, there's an EFB available in all aircraft, and we can access this EFB from the main menu and from inside the sim itself. We have avionics updates, including that to the Garmin GNS systems. They're simulating the satellite location. The Collins ProLine 21 unit has been updated, and a brand new Honeywell Primus Epic 2 that's used mainly on some regional jets, including the Pilatus PC-24. That's not all. The introduction of a universal UNS-1 avionics unit to help us out with some of the older and vintage aircraft. When we talk about scene complexability, for example, one frame in 2020, well, Microsoft Flight Sim 2024 uses 4,000 times more data. We have new elevation maps, tin cities, new countryside aerials. We also have aircraft tessellation. We can leave marks on the ground, things like tracks, tyre marks. We can even push down grass. The clouds have also seen a dramatic update with the introduction finally of cirrus clouds, storm cells, new atmospheric lighting and cloud layers. We now have photometric lighting, reflections of light and materials, making this truly a photorealistic environment. Asobo have also included ray tracing. This is going to give us much better defined shadows. And if that wasn't all, the glass has been updated on all aircraft. It's been enhanced, there's scratches, it's reflective, and it moves based on the time of day. Let's talk about loading times. Is this a faster sim? Well, the new sim is using data-driven technology. That means the sim is only downloading what you can see, basically what it needs. It keeps that on your local cache, which means much faster loading times from start to in-flight. If you have slow internet connections, you still have the ability to pre-cache. What about hardware and compatibility? Well, all existing hardware works as is. Controller profiles have been created for each and every aircraft, and when it comes to the minimum spec, Microsoft state DX12 capable graphics cards are the minimum requirement. So let's talk about the marketplace. Well, it's been overhauled. We have a new review and score system, which will even show you the current and latest score. We now have the ability to rent an aircraft. This will start out as being a Microsoft-only feature, but third-party developers can opt in. Here's the thing. You can rent an aircraft for $1 or $2 for a 24-hour period, and if you choose to buy it, the rental price is removed from the final purchase. Finally, we have the ability to purchase a gift to a friend in the marketplace. Not only that, when you do manage to buy or rent an add-on from the marketplace, it's rendered directly to you, which means you don't need to install it or even restart the sim. When it comes to what simulator editions we're going to get for Microsoft Flight Sim 2024, there's 4 of them. We have the standard version, 70 aircraft and 150 airports. Deluxe will hold 80 aircraft, 155 airports. The Premium Deluxe will be 95 aircraft and 160 airports, and a brand new Aviator Edition, which features 125 aircraft and 160 airports. There's also going to be a Microsoft Flight Sim 2024 Limited Collector's Edition. This is a physical product and it'll go on sale soon. For anyone who would like to pre-order Microsoft Flight Sim 2024, well, there's a bonus. Microsoft will gift you a CL415 that you can use today in the sim. So let's look at part 2, the casual simmer or gamer. We have aviation activities. We have a career mode that's multi-layered with a progression system. You can start a career at a local airport. I didn't find any international or military ones, but this airport will become your local FBO. Local names of characters are based on real-world locations, and you progress through certification. Different types of flying requires different types of certificates. Think PPL, then commercial, high performance, turboprop, scoop operations for fire and choppers, and you need to pass an exam or check ride which costs credits that are generated when you fly. And let's talk about the missions. Asobo created over 3 million of them, meaning that every single day you'll have access to different missions. They include firefighting, search and rescue, commercial, VIP, and missions take into account seasons. For example, if you have a rescue mission for a ski station during the summer, well, it won't exist. Each mission shows a briefing and a flight path. You can even explore the flight path using a drone camera to see the actual route or pattern. Aircraft have pre-flight mode, walk-around checks, and if you forget something, there's consequences. If you forget a pitot cover, you're not going to see any airspeed on your airspeed indicator. This also gives a much better appreciation of the scale of the aircraft when you're in this walk-around mode.
Welcome to the apron. This is where all our flying adventures begin. Why don't you walk around a bit while I am finishing the pre-flight preparations? Today we will fly a Cessna 172 Skyhawk. It is the main trainer airplane in our flight school. Our Cessna's got a glass cockpit and a 180 horsepower engine, climbs well and is easy to fly. It's one sweet ride. Hey, I'm ready if you are, so hop on and buckle up. Let the good times roll.
Now, what happens if you crash your beloved aircraft? Well, it's gone. However, you can take out insurance. For every mission you complete, you pay a premium to your insurance company, knowing that if you happen to hit the ground terribly hard, your insurance policy will pay out. Then we have a challenge league. There are 3 challenges each week with a different game mode. For example, we can have rally races, low altitude, and precision landings. All the scores are ranked. We have leaderboards. And at the end of a challenge series, you'll be awarded medals based on where you came on the leaderboard. The last section, we look at virtual tourists. These are the folks who just want to explore the world in a digital format. Now, there's a requirement to some of these missions. They want you to take photographs of a certain location or a point of interest. For example, your objective could be, we want 3 photographs of this particular bridge. We want it at daytime, we want it at nighttime, and we want you with the aircraft flying over or under it. So there we have it, our overview video for Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. I do hope you've learned something and you're looking forward to it. Again, if you have any questions, do leave them down in the comment section below, and do be sure to hit that notification bell and subscribe to the channel. Our next video, I get the chance to have a chat with Jorg and Seb to get your questions answered. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you soon. So I thought I'd end the video with some B-roll footage. The first one showing Mike Paddy's Draco in development by Got Friends. This is out doing some bush flying. Next up we have a CL415. This is a water bomber. Next up, it's the Boeing 737 MAX. This is taken off from Dublin Airport. In this shot we can see the H125. This was flying around the Grand Canyon. The old reliable Cessna 172 flying over Ireland. With the 415, I flew it up in Edinburgh just to test out some of the water physics. You can see the spray, the visual effects, it even created some waves. Back in the 737, look at the cloud formations behind us, all the new layers. And for the last scene, this is me loading from the main menu directly into a flight at Dublin Airport. I'm scheduled to take the 737 for an IFR flight from Dublin down to Shannon. I also sample some of the InSim ATC.
Dublin Tower Echo India. Whiskey Yankee Delta ready for departure runway. 28 left IFR to Shannon.
Now, so our first video, and as I said, that's over on YouTube. I put it out there the other day just so you can see what the crack is. But there's a couple of questions, right? I mean, I think one of the biggest questions is, I think folks are a little bit concerned thinking, you know, have they ruined the sim? Why can't we just have what we have now and just leave it alone? put all these other features as kind of extra products. Well, this is where it's at, lads. The sim in Microsoft 2020 is the simulator in Microsoft Flight Sim 2024. What we have now, what we have over there, there's a couple of differences, right? Your free flight is not disrupted. You still have free flight. They've changed the mechanics so far as how things load in. They've affected the lighting mode, and they've affected some of the models. But questions coming in, do we still have the weird, melted candle wax scenery? At times, yes. It's the same sim as what we have now. What Microsoft have done, they've taken everything that we enjoy, and they've gone a little bit deeper. They've added in a couple of new features. They've widened what the avionics can do, a couple of new systems, all that jazz, and they've tried to enhance it. And they have enhanced it. There's no two ways about this. So, when I see folks saying, oh, this is going to be crap, but it's not. It's the same sim we have now. If your bag is, free flight, all you want to do is free flight. You're not interested in events or activities or challenges, right? Or you've no interest in a career mode. Well, that's absolutely fine. You still carry on as you do right now with your free flight options. And backwards compatibility is everything that Microsoft are pushing here. So your aircraft will work. Your Phoenix, all the jazz that you have now, it'll work in Microsoft Flight Sim 2024 under a legacy flight model. In the sim right now, you go into the options and you can see flight model. You can put it on modern or legacy. That same system exists in Flight Sim 2024. However, when we go into the options now, it'll either say legacy or Flight Sim 2020 or 2024 or modern. It's the same idea, yeah? So if you jump in with your Phoenix, for example, right? And it's updated to 2020 and you've told the sim, hey, run this in the 2020 flight model, it'll work exactly as it does now today. You have the advantages of slightly better lighting. There's new assets at default aircraft, trees, vegetation, all that jazz is definitely enhanced. I mentioned earlier about new car models, tons of models when it comes to other vehicles, animals, all that jazz is there as well. So, try not to worry thinking, Jesus, everything's shagged and I can't use it. You absolutely can. And I have an interview there. It's on another video where I asked Jorg this exact question. And he said, it works. We've all bought add-ons. We don't have to buy them again. Jorg has bought add-ons. Now, if we want to use these add-ons for Flight Sim 2024, that's where there is a difference. Because Flight Sim 24 has a new flight model. Meaning, aircraft developers who want their aircraft to work inside the new Flight Sim 2024 model, they have to update it. Otherwise, we continue to use them in Flight Sim 2024, just as we did in Flight Sim 2020. Hope that makes sense, right? Hope it makes sense. The next question we have there is about internet. What do we do if you lose your connection? Flight Sim 2024, it is a internet required simulator. You need to have an active internet connection. Now, there are options there to help us out. Basically, and we're going to go in now, this is the Bob Ross channel. We're going to go into Paint, and I'm going to just give you an idea here, right? Let's say, for example, let's say, for example, this is your plane, right? And you're flying in the world. Well, what happens here is, how do we do one of these? At the moment in Microsoft Flight Sim 2020, you have this pre-caching that effectively draws a circle around your aircraft, meaning it's pre-caching all of this technology. In Flight Sim 2024, we can adjust that because by increasing our local cache, that's where we keep the data on our own hard drives. That now reduces the limit. If you're flying in the same area, let's say you'll always fly the same route or the same area most of the time. When you're in there, it's downloading everything that you need. It's rendering it directly to you. And depending on the size of the cache that you have in your computer, that could be 30 gigs. It could be 100 gigs. It's up to you. However big you want the cache to be. I'm not sure is there a top level limit. The bigger your cache, there's all stuff happening. Lads, thanks so much for all the follows. Keen Lafford is here as well. Good to see you. The bigger the cache, well, the less stuff you need to be constantly pulling down from Microsoft and Azure, right? Does that mean, you flew in the UK today and tomorrow you want to fly in the United States? and you've no internet connection, does that mean you're kind of shagged? Yeah, that means you're kind of shagged. It's a internet required add-on. Now, when they talk about required speeds or the recommended stuff, you know, we're talking about 10 megabytes or megabits a second. That's the minimum requirement. So a 10 meg connection. The recommended is 50, and the ideal scenario is 100. Now, not everyone has access to a 100 meg connection. They just don't, right? I think a lot of people might have up to 50, and I think a lot of people have up to 10. If you have less than 10, well, they've told you what the minimum requirements are. So you could be in trouble if you have less than a 10 meg connection. There's not much you can do about that. Outside of, you know, Starlink or looking at other providers, you're going to be in trouble if you don't have that kind of speed, right? And there was also questions there in relation to, you know, graphic settings and all this sort of stuff. Depending on what graphic settings you have, and I didn't get a full look of all the graphical settings available in terms of all the sliders and all that jazz, didn't get to see much of that. However, the higher fidelity that you want from the simulator, as in, you know, I want it in 4K, I want the LOD to be 1000 or whatever it's going to be. Well, that's going to then say, hey, start pulling me down all this data quicker, right? However, if you don't have the internet to bring it back, to bring that down, well, they'll calm it down a bit. You won't get the sharpest of textures depending on how fast you're flying in an area. You just won't get it. They won't load in as quick. Now, how that's going to look, how they're going to manage to transition that, the biggest worry is going to be stutters. Are we going to start getting stutters again because we're trying to rotate a camera that hasn't actually grabbed the data that it needs? The saving grace of this, however, it's only loading what's actually in your LOD. Currently, if you're in the simulator, in Flight Sim 2020, it's loaded in a massive area. You can zoom out for miles and miles and miles, and you're getting the mesh, you're getting all the data. For this, it's going to be different. So the level of zoom, I imagine, or the LOD, well, it's going to be fairly parked. So you can't really go beyond that, unless, of course, well, you have the capabilities. Bigger cache and faster internet. So I think the balance will be right. I think folks are worried like, oh, I'm not going to be... You will. If you meet the minimum requirements, you're in. If you hit the recommended requirements, well, you're laughing. And the ideal ones, well, you can push it. That's just where it's at, do you know? So that's kind of how it's going to be working. Just think of it. There's going to be a bubble around your aircraft. There's always going to be a bubble. And the size of that bubble will be impacted either by your internet speed or your local cache or both. The faster and bigger your connection speed is and storage, that bubble gets bigger. The slower or smaller size you have available, the bubble gets smaller. That's how we kind of interpret this. The good news, if you fly in the same areas quite a bit, well, it's already done the hard work and it's already going to keep that data on your local cache. So it doesn't have to load that stuff anymore. Now it's just focusing on weather or animal movements or whatever. That's what it's doing, right? So I hope that kind of makes sense to you know, so much way. Another question we have there is about virtual reality. So VR, how is VR going to work in the sim? Well, this is kind of interesting, right? So when it comes to VR, I have notes over here, lads. When it comes to VR, I'll read you out something here now, right? VR users are also bound to have a better experience. While the topic was barely touched, now I did get to try out the VR. They had a Pimax unit out there, right? One of the biggest things that VR folks will enjoy is the automatic adjustment of detail. You know the way that we have, what's it called? You know this auto FPS program? You know this the freeware gadget you can get that you can limit FPS and all this sort of jazz? Well, Asobo have built their own version of that into the sim. And their plan is, well, they're going to use that. So if your hardware and internet connection can't cope with what you want out of the sim, well, their own version of this auto FPS is going to take over. It's going to reduce the draw distance. It's going to reduce some of the graphics. And in the case of VR, it's going to try and balance the thing, right? This is huge. And again, it wasn't really covered in any of the exposures that I've seen, but that's what they focused on. The whole idea of Asobo having their own version of auto FPS. Seb said this weeks ago during a dev update. He says, we have our own. We've seen the freeware one. We have our own. That's what they're aiming at here. So if you're worried that, you know, Jesus, everything's working great. I put on my VR and now suddenly things are like crap. Well, they have tools to try and kind of work with that problem, work with the issue. Having no internet, I think, is going to put you dead in the water. It just is. You're going to be shagged with no internet. This needs internet. When we talk about graphics, then, it needs a DX12 capable graphics card. DirectX 12. Now you might say, oh Jesus, they're terribly new, and they're not. You're talking 14 years since DirectX 12 capable cards. I think it's anything above the NVIDIA 1070 series. Anything above that, it'll run, right? And then there's also stuff there on AMD. So you have these options. The sim only runs in DX12. And we know at the moment we can have DX11 or we can have DX12. And DX12 is like this beta. This platform is built with DX12. So any of the issues that we currently have, I'm expecting not to see them in Flight Sim 2024, right? Another question I saw there was the aircraft looked a little bit shaky. And any of the B-roll footage that I'm going to show you here now, right? And I have quite a bit of it. Bearing in mind, in the current sim, I can use my Xbox controller and I can pan the camera and zoom in and make it look all terribly nice. Terribly nice. On the day that I got to try the sim, I had a keyboard and I had a mouse. So things will be jaggedy looking. They will be, you know what I mean? And that's only because, well, I didn't have the utensils to be able to get that smooth, nice featured kind of movements. I will say, yes, there were a couple of stutters here and there, but they're primarily down to loading into a brand new region, and the internet speed at the facility that we were at wasn't the fastest. It wasn't the fastest. I don't know what the exact numbers were, but I think it was like 10 to 12. So the secret around that is, well, you can either pre-cache it, or when everything loads in, and this is an old trick from FSX and even X-Plane, if any of you guys have used those other platforms, when you start off in an aircraft and the FPS are a little bit jaggedy, it's a little bit bumpy, well, if you traverse around the aircraft, especially in an external view, and do a full, nice and slow, but not, too slow, you do a full 360, it gives your RAM and memory, it gives you all this jazz to start pulling in the data that it needs. It's like the pre-cache feature. It's doing it kind of live. That helps, do you know? DX12 is only 9 years old. Okay, is it? Jesus. Right. I thought it was older than that. And again, like when I was asking, why are you going with DX12? Lads, Flight Sim is all about pushing the boundaries of what's out there in terms of technology. And there was a great question there about trains. It's a Flight Sim, but we all want trains, right? I thought this was brilliant. However, let's talk about trains in the sim, right? Jorg spoke about this in an interview he did with Callum over at FS Elite. He asked the question, hey, are we getting trains or what? It's not as simple as that. And here we go. Hear me out. Trains are not an internationally standardized thing. You have different size tracks, speeds, you've all this jazz to consider, right? And Microsoft Flight Sim There's stuff happening. Hold Nebo with the 10 subs. Jesus, thank you very much indeed, man. Insane support tonight. Really do appreciate it, man. Bloody hell. Lads, if you just got a tier 1 sub off Cold Nebo, do be sure to say thank you. But when it comes to trains, Microsoft Flight Sim don't build trains. They just don't. Asobo don't build them either, right? There's certain things they can do, and there's certain things, we can't do this. And that's why we're seeing so many third-party developers, especially, the guys who are partnered. Look at Got Friends, for example. Got Friends make bush aircraft. They make gliders, and they make other stuff. We have a couple of Warbirds already. That's their forte. That's what they do. Builds. They make airliners. They do all that jazz. Some of the other partners that we're aware of. Working Title, for example, they specialize in avionics and systems. That's what it's all about. It's about including those who are able to do the thing, better. So Jorg said he actually knows the people who make Train Sim World. He knows them. He knows the developer. Seemingly they go way back, right? He's open to the idea. Why don't they come along and build trains? Sure, why not? And that's the thing. Like, I don't know how well. I've an itchy head. I don't know how well that's kind of understood, or getting the chance to talk to Jorg and to Seb. And honestly, anyone on the team of Flight Sim, they are so passionate about this. Like, it's nuts. You're thinking, it's Microsoft, they're not going to be, they just see this as, the dollar signs. They're a company, they have to. But the people who they've put in charge and the people who they have developing this, they are so passionate about flight sim. Think of your passion. They're of the same. They're of the same ilk. They want all of these things in there. Like, simple thing, animals, for example. Why is there a big change on animals? And we'll have a look at some of the changes. And you might say, Jesus, animals really? Think about it. They wanted to have animals. They wanted to be able to say, hey, look, if you're flying, wouldn't it be cool if you can see animals? In flights in 2020, the animals were crap. They were crap. Where are they? There's only one. There's supposed to be millions. And we all remember the trailers. I mean, you have that plane flying low and you see the giraffes and you see the other lad. We didn't see that in the sim. Third-party developers had to come along and say, hey, we'll do this a little bit better. Jorg, again, knows the guy from Frontier Developments. Seemingly, they go way back. So, Planet Zoo? The game Planet Zoo? Well, Jorg was like, hey, can we use your animals in the sim? And he was like, yeah. So the animals you now see in the sim are developed by a company who have developed that for their own platform and they're ported into Microsoft Flight Sim. And the results are, well, they look incredible. And they have migration data. They know where they live because they're able to link that with Azure and all this sort of jazz. It's quite staggering what they've managed to do here. So when it comes to trains, yes, it is possible, but they're just not there yet. We could say the same about ship traffic. You look at all the, the boats, and we had this, what was this now? What was it? Global AI traffic or global shipping AI traffic, right? That's a third-party add-on. These guys specialize in ship building and routes and all this sort of stuff. And they created their own freeware, and then I think there's a payware version of it. But what Microsoft have done, they've taken those guys on board to say, right, you guys, ships are what you do. Right, come on in here, we'll have a chat with you. And they got Gaia to build up the models of them. Now the ships, which is nuts. Now this is nuts. They're able to track the real movements of ship traffic, global ship traffic. Because, like Flight Radar, you log on to Flight Radar, you can see all the aircraft, you can get on the premium level, you can see what they're squawking and all this jazz. Well, they've done the very same for ships. They're actually reading the transponder, which updates real time every 30 seconds. And they're able to pull that data, ping, and then place the object in the sim on the map. It's incredible. That's mind-boggling stuff. And when we're talking about Flight Radar, our AI traffic system in the sim, which was always kind of hit and miss. When I was over at this global premiere, I typed in Dublin Airport and I was able to look at all the arrivals and the departures inside the sim. It showed me the flight number, who the carrier was, what time they're departing at, or what time they're arriving at. I got out my Flight Radar 24 and I compared like with like. It was 100%. It was accurate. It was, holy crap, they've managed to get this. So now the sim has that data. How they're going to visually represent those aircraft in the sim, the models, well, you should have all the models. The buzzword is 91% of aircraft models based on, FS Radar or, what's it called? Flight Tracker, whatever they're called, right? Whatever the program is called. They have it down to like 91%. So the model will be correct. If you guys got the chance to look at Air Force Proud's video, funniest video about flights in 2024, he just wins the internet, right? He has it that, the weird A330 767 hybrid machine thingy, the mad, we don't know what it is. It's just a generic model and it looks crap. Well, that's gone now. Or it shouldn't be used because the catalogue of AI models that they have in the background, it's huge, massive. And we'll get into that now. We'll show you pictures of what they're going to look like. And they've managed to get a couple, not all, but they've managed to get a couple of real world operators who've, they've jumped on and said, yeah, no worries at all. You can use our liveries. So there are some real world liveries going to be displayed on AI traffic based on the real routes of those airlines. They're not all there yet. It's a slow process. I can only imagine the red tape, but it's all there. So we're going to start seeing this stuff. You know what I mean? So fingers crossed how that goes. When it comes to Xbox, and we're saying about, how are we going to manage on Xbox? Do you have a Series X or do you have a Series S? I think there's more of a requirement on internet connection and access to the cloud for the console pilots because there's a limit to what Xbox users can do. I think the pre-cache is like 10 to 12 gigs, I think. I'm unsure if you have a way to increase or decrease that. I'm sure you can, right? So we were talking about the bubble around the plane, and you can increase the sliders based on, you know, what you can do. The Xbox Series X is a more capable bit of kit. We know that. It's more expensive. It's a tower. The X is just better than the S. However, because things are now beamed to us, especially from the marketplace, anything that's in the Flight Sim catalog, well, it's beamed to us, right? So we don't need to worry about having a community folder if we're just using what's on the marketplace, because it's beamed to us when we need it, right? I think the back end is going to do more of the heavy lifting. Scenery, aircraft, systems, that's what's going to be pushed in from the cloud. And when we talk about rendering and everything else, if you look again at the system specs, and you can see the ideal specs are like a 4070 series. Xbox isn't running on 4070, nowhere near it. So you get the idea. So I don't know, are they going to try and divide where the resources have to be pushed to? If you're on Xbox, do they get like the fast lane to, data, and those on the PC not as fast because we can, mess around with our local cache and our own graphics machines can do it? Or do they identify it by how we set our settings in Sim? That'll then give information to Azure, and they'll say, okay, this guy, he wants all the graphics available. Okay, well, he has a beefy machine. That's all he needs. This guy wants all the graphics available, but he doesn't have all the hardware. Okay, prioritize the bandwidth to him. How that's going to work, I don't know, but how else are they going to make it work, right? How else? Like, I'm guessing, but how else can they actually make that work? You know what I mean? So yeah, I think it's exciting for Xbox users because it's built to work on Xbox. Are they going to pull away features? Couldn't tell you. I doubt it. Why would they? They want this to work everywhere. And then there were some questions about, what about other platforms? What about putting Microsoft Flight Simulator on other platforms? And we saw this with the game development kit, the GDK, that actually delayed the latest Sim update. The last time I saw a game development kit being deployed on a Microsoft game, it was to get, I think it was Crysis, it was one of those. It was to push them onto an entirely different ecosystem belonged to Sony. It was to get an Xbox game onto PlayStation. Now, Jorg was asked a question. Hey, are you looking at different kind of... Jorg's response to this wasn't about, yeah, we think it'd be great. To Jorg, he doesn't necessarily care too much about what hardware is running it. He just wants exposure. He wants the simulator all over the world. He actually said China, for example, that's a targeted area for them because there's a shortage of several 100,000 pilots. And Microsoft Flight Sim in China, I don't think it's even available. Do you know what I mean? So will it end up on other platforms? If you look at what Xbox have been doing over the last few years, they're all about making their software more accessible throughout the entire gaming network. Will we see it? I don't know. But maybe, maybe. So I think it'd be very interesting. We'll jump on then to the voices. Yeah, you heard the voices in the video I showed you. They're a little bit clunky and, let the good times roll, right? There's no point saying otherwise. The AI voices that are currently in the Sim, from what I've heard, well, they're shite. But there is another feature that wasn't announced during the mainline announcements, right? And this is something, again, that Callum was able to hit up York to say, hey, what are you doing about this? There's a feature that you can record your own voice. Don't forget, Azure is using the whole Microsoft, what's it, congenitive, whatever it's called. They're using that to be able to machine learning, right? That's the one. Is it cognitive? I can't pronounce it, but that's the idea. So you can record your voice. You record it for a couple of seconds. Next thing, the Sim is using your voice. So you can hear cognitive. Thank you, Mr. Dan. You can hear your voice communicating to ATC. And the reason why they're doing this is and think of the crack we can have at this. Yes, Miss Moneypenny, we want to go fly. You'd have the absolute crack with this. But Microsoft's thinking behind this is, well, it's very hard to identify your voice because, well, if someone else is talking in the Sim, hey, was that my voice? Was that his?
Hello
If
there.
it's your voice, hey, oh crap, I said that. That's what they're doing. Now, whether or not they can actually push that out so we can use voices to power what the Sim is using. For example, in career mode, you see that you have the owner of the airport, right? Or of the FBO or whatever, and you start working there. is there going to be a chance that you can now use your voice or other people's voices, similar to what the likes of Say Intentions or Beyond ATC are doing? Can you push your voice into other things? I don't know. But this is definitely a step in that direction. I mean, they're going to have your voice, right? And just think of the crack you can have. Put on an accent, right? Jesus, listen to your man. Or you get AI to do it. There's websites. Make me sound like Morgan Freeman. Do you know? We're here to go flying. It'd be brilliant. Absolutely brilliant, right? So, yeah, the AI voices, they sound a little bit robotic now, sure, but maybe, just maybe, they're going to have some changes there as well, do you know? What else? So the career mode, right? You know, questions there about, holy crap, we can actually walk around. We can walk in the sim. You can run in the sim. There's a way to run around in the sim. Now, can you do this in free flight, or is this only a feature of, what should we call it? It's only a feature of the career mode. The open world walking is available on free flight. I've done it. I'll show you the B-roll footage. I'll show you. I was there flying along, right? Now, don't mind this Egypt here for a minute. I was there flying along, and David came over to me. Now, David is a Sobo's COO, right? I'm going to show you this footage here now. He came over to me. He goes, Murphy, get out of the aircraft. I was like, what are you talking about? And you'll see it here now, right? So have a listen to the sounds as well. And again, a grain of salt on this, lads. What we got to see is still a work in progress build. The sim hasn't been released yet. So you might see there's stuff happening all over the place. Jesus. What was that? I can't even read it. The screen has gone terribly small. Something happened. Levine, thank you very much indeed for the $20. God almighty. Thank you very much indeed. Extreme generosity. Very kind of you. Thank you very, very much. Jesus. But have a listen to the sounds, right? Again, if there's anything weird and wonderful happening, it's not finished yet. So just bear that in mind. You know, did you see the state of that? I mean, look at this scene I have here. There's a line in the scenery. There's a lot. You can see the line. What's that doing there? It's not finished yet. You may have saw in one or two videos already, they had these weird red guys. Red guy. These are like placeholders, so developers know, well, these are like the extrusion points of the aircraft. And they had this weird, mad-looking red guy fella. What the hell is this? When I sat down to record me footage, I was like, lads, I can't use any of this. I can't have this red dude holding a sign with his thumb up going, error, right? I said, I can't use this. I'll show you what it looked like. You won't believe me. Where is it now? I'll show you. This is hilarious. I was like, lads, I can't use this footage because I can't go back and say, you know, this sim looks incredible. It's going to be so much fun. And next thing they're going to say, well, what the hell is the red guy? Right? What the hell is the red guy? So we had this guy in aircraft, like coming out through the roof and everything. We were like, what in the name of Jesus? But it's part of a development code. They're working on it. So they were placeholders they put in because when developers are building their aircraft, they're going to say, hey, this is where the human fits visually, right, or virtually. So you know, so red guy. Within minutes, go out and grab a coffee. Come back to us in 5 minutes. Okay, we went outside, grabbed a coffee, came back in 5 minutes, sorted, fixed, done. So that's kind of so what you see here in any of the B-roll footage. Like, a lot of the stuff looks complete. A lot of the stuff is not complete. But bearing in mind, they're still building it, right? Let's have a look at this, look. Like, look at the details. And yeah, you have the mad, weird-looking hood. Listen to the sounds. So you're getting the idea, right? This is me flying around the Grand Canyon. This is me flying it. And I don't have my normal views set up. I'm using hardware I'm not familiar with. So if you do see anything kind of abrupt or janky or just not as smooth as what, you know, you're used to in flights in 2020, don't worry, lads. It's going to be grand, right? And even if you look at these images, when you compare this to what we currently have in the sim for the Grand Canyon, and this is what's staggering. This is absolutely staggering. So just bear with me now for a second. I need to show you something. Where is it now? Is it tech? So the Grand Canyon, as we currently have it in the sim, right? That's the Grand Canyon in the sim. Right now, that's what it looks. Jesus. Jesus, Murphy. That's what it looks like now. If I can go back to that picture before I went off it a million miles ago. There. That's what we currently have in the sim. It's not bad. It's not bad. When we first saw this, we were like, holy crap. I remember Jeppesen actually made scenery close to Sedona on in and around the Grand Canyon, back up this way, and he put in rock formations and all this jazz, right? That's what we're used to currently. However, look at the suffering state of this, right? Like, look at the detail, look at the shadowing, look at the insane amount of depth to the scenery. And yes, it's pocketing in, it's loading in, because again, you know, it depends on internet connection. I don't know how big the cache that they had using. So as we fly along here, now bearing in mind, this is me trying to land, you know, and I'm saying, yeah, I'll just put it down here. But like, look at the details, lads. Look at the lighting. It's staggering. It's like, and like, we got to fly up here ourselves. It was like, holy crap, do you know? Hey, In a Box Man is here. Good to see you, mate. On this screen now, you're looking at visual effects. We've got particle effects. We have the dust being thrown up. And it's not just being thrown up. It's actually modeled and simulating rotor wash, vortices, spins, turns. And how they did this, they showed us. They had like a little smoke emitter. It's all 3D generated. They have a smoke emitter and it's just like putting smoke up. Think of like a smoke bomb. Yeah, it's smoke, right? And then they put a chopper on top of it. And as the rotors are turning through it, well, the smoke is getting thrown up either side. Physics, but it looked exactly as it would in the real world. This is doing the exact same. This isn't just like a bit of dust kicking up on your screen. It's moving. And it's moving in relation to the helicopter. So it was at this point, I'm now sitting on the ground. David comes over to me, taps me on the shoulder and says, would you like to get out? I was like, sure. This is in free flight. So, all right, get out of the chopper. Open the door. I'm now outside. Now, bearing in mind, I'm using a keyboard and mouse, so the movement, it's not very fluid, do you know? Now, if you look closely, see all these little points? See all these like little icons on the side of the aircraft? These visual cues? And I imagine we can turn those off, just like what we did in...
Can I get a refund?
There's no refunds. Shag off! Do you know, in flights in 2020, you know the way you can have like, you know, tooltips or, you know, show me what this button does? I imagine we can turn these off. But for this, right? Can you see the bits of debris getting thrown around the place? Can you see that we have way more rotor wash, not directly under the rotors, but actually off to one side? And it's based on the direction that the rotors are spinning. Nuts, right? But these points, right? I ramble over here. Now I think I just get this to do a photo. I enter photo mode. And this is what they're talking about, how we explain or how we explore the world. I've literally just landed, I've gotten outside me chopper, I bring up me camera, and I can do a very fancy screenshot. And I have a ton of tools. It's a camera. I can mess around with depth of field, exposure, all that jazz. I can angle it. I can do whatever I want with it. You have that overlay. You have the sounds for zooming in, zooming out. Have a listen to the zoom in, zoom out, right? Right? And this is the idea. You can pretty much put this thing, your aircraft down anywhere. Go exploring. Take pictures. And this is in the Grand Canyon. So there's a Photoshop, or there's a photo taken. Oh yeah, that works. Right, let's ramble back to me chopper. Now, do I mess around with the back door? I do. See the way I can now open stuff? Open the friggin' cargo door. I can open up doors on aircraft. Now, granted, this is going to depend on the aircraft developer. It's going to depend on what kind of features they put into their aircraft. Are they going to include this sort of stuff? I don't know. I imagine someone like Raoul from FS Reborn is looking at this going, oh, Jesus. Well, put your gloves in there. You know, put the bottle of wine in there. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, this is what's going to give you, this is what's going to give third-party developers massive scope, huge scope. It's like, imagine what we can do with this. Do you know what I mean? So I jump back into the aircraft and you see the transition. Poof. Okay, back into this saved camera location. And I'll potter on now and I'll do a wee bit more flying. And again, you have all the rotor wash. You have all the the grass is moving and hopping around the place from the rotors. No, they're not individual strands of grass. It's moving, you know, a model on the ground, but visually you're like, holy crap, look at that. Do you know what I mean? It's very, very good. And even, look, things like the trees, the lighting, look at the shadows. And this is where ray tracing really comes into it. Look at how it's depicting soft shadows versus kind of, you know, much more stronger, sharper shadows. It just changes the scene. It absolutely changes the scene. So, you know, when you're talking about, you know, is the sim going to look better in terms of like default airports? Well, they will look better, and they have new assets in there. Are they going to be as beautiful as, you know, some of our third parties? Some handcrafted airports, of course they are. But when it comes to like default AI airports, well, they're going to have newer assets, so they will look prettier. Like, look, I was sitting there going, holy crap. Now, I will draw your attention over here. Don't know how well you can see it. We've seen this already in some places. I think with the latest world update, some of the ground is a little bit on the right. If you look at it, it's like it's trying to load in. See this kind of stuff over here? You can see it. It's like a new level of detail. As you get closer, it sharpens up. So I did notice that a little bit. It's not dramatic as in, whoa, there's massive pop in, but it is there. Now, is that down to, as I said, the internet speed, the pre-cache? I imagine that's where it's at, you know? But you can see how smooth this is moving. This is smooth, right?
Appreciate the comeback, good buddy.
Did you just see that? Did you just see what we did? Just stuff happening. Jesus! Bloody hell, we're getting stuff all over the shop here, lads. This is nuts. Kieran Niall, $23.99. Thank you very, very much indeed for the YouTube sub. You absolute legend.
Big switch, good buddy.
Jesus, lads. Arch NDA, welcome in, Raiders. It's a very busy night. Arch, you're very welcome in. Hope you guys had a great stream, and you're very welcome. Happy Friday. Lot changes right in front of you isn't a good experience, but we have that today, to be fair. Yeah. And again, Gibbo, I think it's going to be down to what settings you have, your internet speed, all that jazz. I experienced it here, some LOD loading. It's not like dramatic pop in, but it is there. Is that kind of a limit with the sim? Who knows? Who knows? But this scene here, as I'm showing you, right, just briefly, like, I want to, like, this is the smoothness. So I hit the out escape key and I want to go back to the main menu. And it's instant. It's not like, do you want to exit the flight? Okay, well, here's a loading screen and off you go. No. It's showing it all the information. So I put it in. Yeah, I was taken off from Clonakilty in a Cessna because I haven't updated. This is all powered by the EFB, right? Because it's saying, hey, look, you're 4,000 miles away from where you want to be. Do you know what I mean? 24 from Kieran Niall on YouTube. Thank you very, very much indeed, my guy. Resume, restart, end flight settings, main menu. So look at the transition though, and I say, right, bring me back to the main menu. Do you want to go back to the main menu? Yeah. Boom. That's it. There's no sitting there with anxiety thinking, is the thing going to load me back to the main menu, or do I have to, you know, turn off the sim and start again? Did you see that transition? I'm flying, go to the menu, exit the flight, get me back into, you know, I want to choose something else. Boom. Lads, that in itself is class. It's just class. Absolutely class. Do you know? Gibbo, you're playing a Stormer, mate. He's multitasking. This one here, what are we doing here? This is just a walk around in Clonakilty. And this is going to show you some of the default assets. So it's kind of giving you an idea. So you can see these weird buildings. Again, it's, what is it called? Black Square AI. It's drawing in buildings. They've updated those assets, right? And it'll do various things okay. There's nothing here like that's brain game-changingly incredible. As in, wow, that's the building. It's using machine learning to say, well, there are buildings there. And we saw this with Microsoft Flight Sim 2020. However, look at the friggin' scene we have. The trees, the lighting, fields, crops. The thing can map and follow crops. Huh? It knows what crops are, right? It'll show you, like, I've yet to fully test this, but like, I remember flying into one location in springtime and like there was no crops in the field. I went back in the autumn and like I went into a cornfield. I said, Jesus, that wasn't there a second ago. So I don't know, is it reading that? I need to fully figure it out. Black Shark AI, that's the one. But you can see it here. Like, look at the detail on the grass, the trees, the lighting. Yes, there's buildings. Yes, there's aircraft models there. And this is all part of like a walk around mode. And this is inside career mode. This is doing a pre-flight. And see the name there, Scott Lowe? Well, the name's changed. They're location based. You get to France, well, you'll probably get Pierre. You know what I mean? You go to Australia, you'll probably get Ozflight. Do you know what I mean? That sort of stuff, right? This is me just doing a quick walk around. It's a little bit clunky. Again, I'm using the keyboard on a mouse. I'm trying to click the thing. It doesn't really know where I'm trying to click. I found it a little bit kind of, it's I see what they're trying to do. It's not as polished as something like what we've seen from A2A or Just Flight in terms of, or FS Reborn for that matter. Just click this and then it moves you and transitions you. But again, that comes down to what controller profiles you're using. If you're using a keyboard, you know, to move forward, it's going to be a little bit clunky, and I'm using the mouse to kind of, you know, throw the screen across. That's why it looks clunky, but it's not clunky in terms of, you know, it's not clunky in terms of how it's being rendered, you know, what the FPS are like, right? So when we walk around, I didn't see it in third person. The walking around was a first person thing. I didn't see it in third person. But again, look how quick it is to transition from menus. Go back there briefly because you're going to see this when I pull back the screen a bit, right? So I think I hit escape here now. Look at the detail on the scenery. It has changed. These are fields, that's grass. You can see the trees, and you can see there's a lot of detail in this scene. The river doesn't look wonderfully great, but they never did. And I think when it comes to, this is like default area. There's none of this new fancy photogrammetry or, you know, thin stuff. That's not there at all, right? The 415 should now be available in your content manager. Happy days. Can we see the crops, or do we have to get our farmer certificate, right? So we'll just move on here briefly. And guys, keep the questions coming. You know, this is the main menu, and, you know, I'll go back out here. This is free flight. I can put in various airports. You see a button down here for your EFB. You can use it or you don't need to use it. It's not like an intrusive thing. You have the option. It's there if you want it to be there. Do you know what I mean? But walking mode, I asked Seb the question in relation to walking, and he said originally they had a limit on it, you know, 200 or 300 meters around an aircraft. And then he said, we might get rid of that limit. And he said, well, it's not as if we're going to be walking all over the world. And I said, yeah, we will. We will absolutely want to walk across the world. So I'm almost certain they're going to remove the restriction of how much distance you can actually move away from your aircraft. He actually told us when him and David were testing it, they flew in New York, they landed on top of a building on a helipad, and they got out the aircraft and they walked around the streets. Now, they didn't have things like elevators or any of that jazz. They got out of the airplane, poof, onto ground level, and then they went walking around. How good that experience will be in something that has photogrammetry, think about it, lads. It's not going to be, wow, I'm actually there. Photogrammetry, usually 2,000 to 3,000 feet away from it, that is its sweet spot. It just is. Anyway, closer, Microsoft can only provide or only show us the data it's being provided. Do you know what I mean? However, this is where the whole thing opens up again to your third-party developers. Think of Samsung Design. Think of Samsung, right? They've done incredible stuff with buildings. 3D modeled, high textured, great resolution. Orbex do the same. Jazveki do the same. Do you know what I mean? So could you actually walk around? Think of friggin' Fly Tampa with Vegas, right? You can get super close up to buildings. That's the experience you're going to look for. The photogrammetry, maybe not so much. Perfectly acceptable at 2,000 to 3,000 feet. You know what I mean? So yeah. So some questions as well coming in relation to the missions. We'll get into these now in a second. So this is all part of, I think this is free flight, right? So I'm trying to say, yeah, this is free flight. So I'm looking in a Casement Aerodrome. Let's have a look. And you can see, and this is just to explain, see the delay of the data being loaded in? To me, that's just because the internet connection is not fast. It's not crap, but it's not fast. It's probably 20, 30 megs maybe, right? But you can see, yeah, look, it's showing you, it's VF4 conditions, a casement, that's the wind. The clouds are at that altitude, and that's your visibility. It's giving you that now by clicking on the airport. We can select your aircraft, where you're taking off from, where you're flying to. It's giving you information on the airport. If it was an international airport, you can click on it. Live airport traffic is there. See that? Right? Runways, what frequencies. It's all there. Here's the EFB, your electronic flight bag. And there's a ton of stuff with this. This is all built, I think, Work and Title are doing this. And what they want to do, they wanted to make this thing realistic, whereby it's showing you real world operations inside your sim. It's there if you want it. If you don't want any of this, This replaces your initial flight plan stuff. You know what I mean? Sippage. It is time for is sláinte now, and we're on the beer, and brilliant. I'm drinking this one tonight. It's a new one from Wicklow Wolf. It's the Sugarloaf Juicy IPA. And it's going down lovely. So let's have a look at this one. You can see here, okay, well, what's your route? Your departure airport. Your en route stuff. Add approach, add arrival, add waypoint. Send route to your avionics directly into the simulator, or you can request the route that you've already put in your avionics system. And this will include chart access. And you can select and visually see an overlay of the route, including the SID stars approaches. You'll see it as you've seen it on other platforms. They didn't have all the chart access stuff open for us. We saw screens of it. So I put in, right, departing from Baldonnel. And you can see we've information. We can look at its own procedures. And we want to fly down to Clonakilty. Well, I think I changed this. I said, we'll put in something else. Down to Shannon, right? So we're going to say, okay, that's the runway. I can select it based on the wind. I don't know how good the AirAct data is, because will it show you only a recommended runway, or will it show you all of them? We can fly en route, add in other stuff. We'll skip ahead here because I think I'm on this for quite some time. The flight details, the flight rules, is it IFR or VFR? Enter your registration. What's your airline call sign? Because the ATC is going to call you by that call sign. Flight number, the date of your flight, off your block time. What equipment do you have on board for navigation and communication? What's your transponder type? What's the type of flight you're doing? Is it scheduled? Is it VIP? Is it, whatever? Your PIC name, pilot in command, and any remarks. And then you can see, right, can we adjust the payload for the aircraft? So this is like your loading manager. Passengers, cargo, empty weight, block fuel, estimated takeoff weight. These are all very familiar to us. We've seen this before in the likes of SimBrief. Yeah? So this is the map settings. You can have default, VFR, IFR low, IFR high, or satellite. You can also get to show missions on the map. So when it comes to, is there missions in free play? I'm unsure. I think so. I think there is. I could be wrong. Don't take that, don't take that to the bank. But I do know on your maps here, you can display missions that are currently there. Whether or not you can go in and do a firefighting flight without having to go through career mode, I think you can. But I'm not sure, lads. I didn't have the chance to try it, right? We can go into the aircraft. We can see all information. We can see our performance. We can go through our checklists. I mean, this is an EFB. What you see on this EFB here, you can use inside the sim. Meaning, when you land, you can plan your next flight and check out all your charts and all that jazz from inside the sim, with inside your own flying experience. Which is kind of nuts, right? I thought free flight mode had the live weather option. It does. So you can use, I'll get into those now shortly. Look, this is looking at Baldonnel. Look at my performance stuff. Isn't that incredible? This is all built into it, right? What's this now? Tablet size, units of measure, favorites bar, all your customization options. All right. So in your flight conditions, this is familiar to us. Live, preset, or custom. AI traffic or air traffic. Live, AI, or off. And then we have multiplayer. Live players if available. If you don't change the time of day, when selected, you only see live players whilst flying. All right. Read that again. Live players if available. If you don't change the time of day. So live players is available. So when you have it on live, you'll see them provided you don't change the time of day. That makes sense. Your time, you'll notice here the slider is a little bit bigger. Everything that I've seen so far, from the UI and the in-sim options with like the friggin' top-down menu drop bar thing, that's still there. So Parallel 42 Flow, we will probably need that updated, because anyone who uses Flow, it's just so much easier. It's just and it's better, right? But they have made enhancements. The bar in which you can adjust your time, it's a lot bigger, right? An awful lot bigger. So we'll drive it on here now for a second. You can see all the settings, your precip, snow, lightning, all that jazz is there. Humidity and all the jazz, right? Map layers. So we can look at the maps to say, hey, just give me like satellite view or a map view, or show me weather on the map. And these are all your different map stuff, right? This is loading in. So watch this. Just watch the loading screen as I load in. Now you might say, Murph, it's waiting for a while. It is. Again, it's now doing the thing. It's pre-caching all this area. It's somewhere new. So even if you go to a brand new area, it's nothing in comparison to what we currently have to do. We could be sitting on this screen for minutes with flights in 2020. In 2024, it's seconds, right? So we're now loaded in. It's loading in all the assets, and it gives me, I'm now ready to fly, right? Now, again, let's have a look at some of the buildings. They don't look great because, well, these are default. However, they have been updated. And if you look very closely, have a look at the pedo covers there, removed before flight. They're leaping around the place because they actually react now to the conditions on the ground. They're following the conditions on the ground. And if you look at things like night lighting has been enhanced. In particular, when it comes to like faraway buildings, there's way more stuff going on there, you know? The baggage door. And like this is, I can do these checks. This is a free flight. I've just started a free flight. Well, I got to do my walk around checks, or I can skip them. It's up to me. They're giving us the same option. This is something that's going to be native to 2024 aircraft. So if I jumped in, let's say in the Phoenix, as it is now, well, I won't go to that screen outside. I won't have this first person mode. I'll just load in the cockpit just as I do right now. Does that make sense? If Phoenix want to say, hey, we want this feature, well, they got to go back and recode the aircraft and make it work. Do you know what I mean? Question coming in here quick and fast, so I'll try and get through them, lads. What do I know is coming post-release? Okay, so we're looking now at all the features that we're expecting to have in the sim. What's going to be on the roadmap post-release? Some of the questions I asked Jorg, I asked about enhancements to multiplayer, and he said he was unsure if certain things will be in there. So let's talk about multiplayer. Currently we have an issue. The sim will show 22 aircraft, but sometimes they disappear. Model matching isn't great, and it's not a great experience at times. We can say it's getting better. It is getting better, but it's never been 100%. Now, we know that they've added in a ton of more aircraft models. That'll just help with model matching. You won't see the glorious Mooney Typhoon, right? The Bonanza, every time, a generic aircraft is loaded in. The sim is now trying way harder to identify the closest possible aircraft to that. When it comes to displaying multiplayer, well, Seb said in an interview, which is a video I have that I put out yesterday, he was testing a scene that showed 93 other aircraft. So he says, we have the data. We just need to make sure that everything is visually shown inside the sim. And I think when we, go back to flights in 2020, prior to Sim Update 5, Sim Update 5 saw the release of Microsoft Flight Sim on Xbox, and there was a change. We saw a little degradation of the graphics, and the multiplayer system failed. It failed, lads, right? It's grand if you're in pockets of 2, 3, 4 planes maximum, but they were still disappearing. In larger group flights, and I get we're a niche, right? People who do these massive group flights, well, not everyone is into that, right? What was the biggest challenge we had? What's the biggest challenge we still have? Performance. And most of us are on fairly decent rigs. PC pilots especially are on very capable bits of equipment, and yet we still have stuttering, aircraft disappear, the frame rate drops. So the engine, the core Asobo engine, was just getting rid of that stuff. Why? Because if the PCs are under pressure and can't render it, there's not a hope Xbox can do it. Not a hope. Whatever chances the Xbox X has, S not going to work, right? So that's why I think there was issues. Looking at flights in 2024, I think it should be just better. I'm crossing everything. I hope it's going to be better. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, that's kind of where we're at when it comes to multiplayer. Also, the replay mode. There was a question there to say, hey, is the replay mode going to be working? I didn't see it. They didn't tell us, right? I'm pretty sure it should, because they have a third-party developer. Is it Flight Control Replay? They announced him at FS Expo. Fabio, he's looking after it, right? When I spoke to Seb about, multiplayer stuff, he drew the conclusion that a lot of the multiplayer stuff is actually very similar to when we're talking about replay. It's kind of this dependence on Sim Connect. Sim Connect will do the heavy lifting. And that's where things like shared cockpit or multi-role aircraft, it's on their map I'm almost certain we won't see shared cockpit on the initial release, but they're working towards it. They know they want it. They definitely want it. Do you know what I mean? So I don't think we're going to have shared cockpit on release. I'd be very surprised if we do, right? At the moment, we do have options there. I mean, we can use your controls, and FS or Join FS does a thing, right? Do we still need Navigraph, asks Lenny. Here's the thing, right? I mean, Navigraph is giving you the latest and greatest in terms of charts because it's powered by Jeppesen. That's their agreement. They work with Jeppesen and they provide all the charts. And the flight planning is very good. And you have things like weather overlays. And we know there's other stuff coming to Navigraph, you know, showing online network traffic, VATSIM traffic. We know that's all coming. But it is a subscription service. What we're getting in the sim and its own AirAct database and its own chart provider, I need to spend more time in it to be able to say it's really competitive. I think it's going to be more capable of, you know, an entry point. This is a chart. This is the chart for this airport. This is how you read it. This is how it's going to work. Is it going to be as fully fledged as Navigraph? Don't forget, lads, Navigraph, well, they are the experts in the industry for charts and all this jazz. So I don't know. I don't think I'm going to be getting rid of Navigraph anytime soon. And it's cross-compatible. It works on other sims, right? Which is great. So, yeah. Like, some of the features that we're talking about, is it a case that it's not ready yet? And let's just hurry up and get the sim out there. I already saw some questions saying, Microsoft Flight Sim 2024, sure, Jesus, it's nearly 25. Why don't they just call it 25? They got to release the sim. They have to. And like every sim, with every stage of Microsoft Flight Simulator, as soon as they released it, well, you saw the massive bugs to fix, features that want added, and then everything else. And features are great. And I've always said this. It's great seeing so many features. But what we have seen with any simulator, the more features that are added, the less stable the platform becomes. We get crashes, CTDs are all over the shop, we get rendering issues, loss of FPS. So for me, my personal preference is release the sim in a stable condition and then move on from there by adding in, you know, the game-changing mechanics and physics and systems like shared cockpit, like all these other things, gradually. That'd be my preference, but I still think what we're getting in 24, looking at what we have here, I mean, look, even the slider, look, like, it's just, if I go back, I just look at this frame here as well, right? And this is talking about the lighting, because there's a huge update on the lighting. Look at the difference with lighting here now, because they talk about this new photometric lighting. And photometric lighting, this gives the thing a photoreal environment. Cloud colors will change depending on the direction that the sun hits them. Before, we just light up the clouds. And there's a bit of smartness to it. It'll keep some of the shadow and some not. But like, look up here. There's different altitudes, obviously, of the clouds, depending on what cloud is closer to the sun. And you can see that being rendered up here. It's friggin' nuts. So we skip on here. I think I go into, you know, flight performance. I can go into my checklists. See all the checklists? Like, look at this is a default aircraft. Look at the friggin' checklists we have, right? Open the door. You can get out. You can walk around. And back outside the plane and start removing all the stuff, right? So from this scene here, this is just the main menu loading up. And I can't remember what I dive into here. Ah, yeah. Let's look at the UI, the menus, right? So this is the main menu. So go ahead and have a look at the aircraft. I will pause it here. You'll notice there's aircraft that are grayed out. They didn't have every aircraft available to us yet. Most of the aircraft that are here, well, they're from other aircraft developers, right? So they're still working on them. But we can see, for example, you know, airplane, helicopter, glider, lighter than air. What's lighter than air? Lighter than air are like your, you know, balloons, hot air balloons and all this. Marketplace, that's in there as well, right? So we skip it on there now. You see, now things are transitioning weird because I'm using the roller ball on the mouse, right? So it's kind of weird. VL3 simulations. Welcome aboard. So that's just by selecting all aircraft, right? And someone just gorgeous, right? So just bear with me as I'm kind of just messing around here in the menu. I'm just trying to get used to it. I'm like, hey, this looks a little bit different. It loads way faster, like insanely faster. You know, 747, a 73 Max, F-18 is like, there's a ton of aircraft there. And you can sort them by the range of the aircraft. How far will this one fly me? Do you know what I mean? Hot air balloon. So there's two different types of hot air balloons. You have your standard basket and balloon, and then they have this other yoke, the dojo, I think it's called, where they put a big propeller on the side of your balloon on the basket, so the thing will actually propel you. It's class. Absolutely class. So I'm just firing through some of the mission or the options here. I'm going off looking at, you know, different areas, different airports, how everything loads in. Is there anything new? You know, says we've seen all this before. There's nothing new there, right? We can change the time of day. Look at this scene rendering. See the way it's like Minecraft, but now it gets sharper, and now you're in. Isn't that awesome? Isn't that awesome? And then we're loaded in, and we're just waiting for the ready to fly because it's getting the systems ready. Yeah. So once we're in, this will only take a second. Once we get in, ready to fly. Now we're in the aircraft. I need to brighten up all my avionics. Now look at that scene. There's me setting me flaps. Look at that scene though. Look at the trees. Look at the grass. Look at the detail. It's friggin' nuts. Jesus, there's people in me plane, look. And then we get into like the clothing and AI models. They're using this new idea of showcasing, you know, people of Earth, right? The clothing, depending on the temperature, is going to change. If you're in Alaska, well, they're all in the warm gear. If you're in the Bahamas, well, they're in the colder, or they're in the, you know, t-shirts and flip-flops. You know what I mean? It's pretty mad. And again, you'll see it there. The tablet is in the aircraft. It's not intrusive. And I'm 99% certain there's a click spot to disappear it. So you don't need to use it. 99%. If someone has seen it on someone else's content, I didn't click the gadget. I wish I did. Right? But look at the look what's around us. Fields, trees, the lighting, buildings. Sounds are good. And something that kind of threw me for six here, it was the handling of the aircraft. I'm used to flying the Cessna in the sim. I fly them all the time. This thing required a whole load of input to get it off the ground. The aircraft feels heavier. It's more realistic. It feels heavier. And even rolling and moving. I mean, you can take off in a Cessna right now in a hard bank, and it'll hard bank. This, not so much. And I'm trying to get the trim right, so you might see it. It's a little bit unstable, and you can see kind of scenery popping in places. But for the most part, this thing is on the ball. It's on the ball. And this is Ireland, lads. You know what I mean? You know, it looks phenomenal. Look at the detail down here. It's behind me, Mallet Head. This is not photogrammetry. See all these rocks? Can you guys see that? Lean into the screen, but not too much. This is generating coastline data with rocks. And this is the new machine learning stuff. It says, oh, hang on, there should be rocks down here. Okay, I'm going to draw in some rocks. And this is where it truly gets absolutely friggin' mind-boggling. If I try and land down there, I'll hit that rock. The aircraft will react to it, and I can damage the thing. If I'm in career mode, it will absolutely damage the aircraft. If I've damage turned on, black screen, game over, ball burst. So now there's consequence to where you're going to try and land. But you can turn off all those features if you wish. You can turn off all that stuff. We still have the options. They're not really necessarily forcing this stuff on you. It's just there if you want it. You know, there's vehicles there on the ground. You might be able to see them, but the models are... you can't compare the models, lads. That's how good they are. They look correct. I mean, look at that scene. This is Ireland. This is not photogrammetry. This is default. Look at what we have. Look at all the enhancements. The vegetation, fields, the roads look better. Like even the junction down here, I don't know how well you can see that. There's a junction here that's lined with a stop sign. What? On the road. Crazy stuff. And then you have all the rocks here on the coastline. Look at this. So this is just me flying in the Cessna. I think I changed it to like late in the day. You know, like this isn't photogrammetry. You can see it. Look, they're default AI buildings, if you like. But that scene is so much more compelling to what we have now. And what we have now is actually all right. It's actually all right. Now, there's something weird here. That's like a road trying to be drawn, or maybe it's a track. That is weird. I don't know what that is. But look at the road. Like, look at that scene, lads. Now the ATs or the AI avionics are giving out to me. Don't think. Looking out onto the water, the lighting is better. Atmospheric lighting is better. There's no filters in use here. There's no NVIDIA. There's nothing. And even the roads, that's a good shot there. That's looking at the road, kind of, you know, the trees, and you have the coastline. It looks very good. And that's 500 feet off the ground. This isn't 2,000 feet looking down on photogrammetry. 500 feet. Doug says, do airports transfer over? Yep. And they'll display just as they do in 2020. If they want to enhance them with the new assets and, you know, all the new kind of fandangle sexy things, well, they're going to need to update them. I don't know, do they update PBR or do they update UV stuff? I'm not quite sure, you know? Now, I didn't have the option to turn off any of the, you know, labels and all this. They were just, these are your labels, they're on. Excuse me. The option to turn them off was grayed out. So that's just showing you, well, this build, that feature, it's not active on this build of the sim. So they're not stuck there, right? Avionics work just the same way. You can click on the little, it's working title. So you can click on the little keyboard icon, physically type in with your hands, and off it goes, right? So we'll skip on a little bit here. This is me, look at the, messing with the weather now, right? So look at this. Clear skies, live weather, you know, scattered, high-level clouds, overcast rain, snow, light thunderstorm. Just look at this very briefly, because this actually, like, I did this in the canyon and I was like, holy shit, this really worked. I was flying along and next thing the weather changed and my right wing bumped turbulence. It's the same thing that happens when you in the real world, you put your wing into a cloud. It's like going over a rumble strip in your car. That's the feeling of it, right? It shakes the crap out of you. The very same thing happened in the sim. It was nuts. Turbulence is real. Look what happens when I change the weather here, right? Instantly turbulence kicks in. You'll see the whole plane go, what the hell was that? See that? Also check out on the avionics, it's using this new visual box mode. You know the way you've seen those in some of the on newer avionics? Because I've put in a direct 2, it's showing me on my avionics a visual flight path. How cool is that, right? Any enhancements? Yeah, that's a huge enhancement on the G1000. 100%. So when it comes to improvements on the non-handcrafted airports, there are some improvements, yeah, there are. And again, like some of the buildings, there are new, there's new assets. So there's new buildings. They've taken, you know, pictures of buildings and they're built a little bit different. They're not going to be what you'll get from a third-party developer or, you know, a handcrafted airport. But they're better than what we have in 2020. Is there fire? North Pole and Antarctic missions, do you know? Yes, yes, and yes. The fire, right? In the missions, if you want to do firefighting, it's tracking fire data from NASA. Real world stuff is there. So God forbid there's a terrible forest fire in, you know, California. It'll be in your sim and you go up and start doing the stuff there. Nuts. When it comes to multiplayer and communication, can we now speak to each other in the sim? That I don't know. There was nothing showcased here for multiplayer. I do know third-party companies, say Intentions are one of them. They're working on stuff. Hey, can I talk to Mac? He's over there. Hey, Mac. I don't know, lads. I didn't see it. Great question, though. Great question. Was it high-end gear that I was using, or was it mid-ranged? It was fairly high. I think there were 4070s. Right, so I'm messing around here with the clouds, and look at the lighting on the ground. This is where ray tracing comes in. This is shadows, and this new global photometric lighting. Look at the lighting on that scenery. Isn't that absolutely friggin' nuts? And lads, this is default. This isn't photogrammetry. This is, you know, AI drawn maps. It's satellite terrain default, right? And it's cool. It just looks better. Everything looks better. You have the familiarity of Flight Sim 2020 enhanced in 2024, especially when it comes to free flight. Everything is there that we're used to. It's just better. Broken clouds, settings, all the usual jazz. Put in a bit of rain. You see the rain. See the showers there? The drop of showers. I'm trying. I think I get a bit of rain on the.
Hello there.
On the windshield here. You know. A10, welcome in. Definitely less cartoony. My NVIDIA filters will need updating. 100% Gibbo. It just looks very different. So I'm here just messing around with the clouds. I'm going to say, hey, can I get rain in here? But like, look at the atmosphere. Look at that sky and all the lighting. It's just friggin' nuts, lads. So we're trying to get, ooh, look at that for scene. Golden hour, you know? Like, check it out. Isn't it class looking? And like, look at the colour of the clouds. See how they change based on the height of the sun? That's all new. And lads, that's custom weather I've put in myself. That's not reading live data. So I'm messing around now with a couple of different things in the plane, autopilot. And the whole point of this was I just wanted to capture some B-roll. And you'll see that they have these weird notification markers. I couldn't turn them off. They're showing you POIs. But you might get a good idea. And like, okay, the UI is there. It's still showing you, you know, your speed. We'll have the option to turn that stuff off again. But look at the scattering of lighting. I mean, look at the cut of it over here. It's really superb. Nighttime. Now, if you're out in the sticks in Ireland, it's dark. There's not much lighting. But you might notice they've changed the colour. They've got away from this orangey kind of colour. And if you look very closely, it's like the lights are kind of twinkling at you. It's road traffic. So I keep it close enough to this because this is showing you just how different the night lighting is. Right? But this is, it's near dawn. But you can see the colours over here in the distance. There's a bit of red and a bit of orange. It's like pale blue, almost white. And you can see the showers of rain in the distance. That coupled with a small bit of ground lighting. That's a very compelling scene. Just like, visually, look at the state of it. It looks gothic. It looks out there, man. But that's gradually changing as time goes on. And I'm flying towards, you know, weather cells and all this sort of jazz. Isn't that quite impressive? And you see how smooth it is? This is raw gameplay footage. It's smooth. Not a single stutter. Nothing. Butter smooth. 2,700 feet. You know, 110 knots. Butter smooth. Even the movement of clouds above me. Pretty cool, right? So we jump ahead. That's coming into the rain. Look at the water even. Like the water has been enhanced something unbelievably. Wave direction, wave height. And that actually affects you trying to land. If you try and land into waves hitting you side on, it hits your aircraft. Like there's consequence. You got to plan, and I mean you got to properly plan your landing outside of your normal traditional airport. You need to have a look what's on the ground. I can't just land here and say, it'll be grand. There could be a log, a friggin' rock, right? The same with water. If the waves are going, you know, the wrong way.
60% of the time, it works.
Every time.
Every time.
Right? We get the idea. So I'll jump on ahead. Look at the water details. Like, they're class, lads. Now, I've more stuff to show you the water here. So look at the lighting. Look. Beautiful. And they're just POI indicators. Them white lines in the distance. Go back to that scene. Again, this is where this new lighting comes in. See how dark the terrain is here because it's being blocked by clouds versus the brightness of this because the sun is in behind it. Look at, like, you can see the transition. You know what I mean? It's awesome. And the same crack over here. Right, so now I'm using the
Appreciate the comeback, good buddy.
Jesus, there's things happening. Thank you very much, Hudson. Cheers for the pint, my dude. I can edit all of this live in flight. I can change my flight plan. I can talk to, you know, an ATC. You know what I mean? Now, this is going through some of the airlines. Now, there was questions to say, you know, what airlines are going to be included. Ryanair is there. I don't have the full list. I don't know how complete this is, but I do know they're working on it. And I can change all this stuff. What equipment do I have on board? right? I can build all that myself to say, Jesus, I don't have any of it. Am I ILS capable? No. Am I VOR capable? Yeah. They also have TACAN in there. Flight type. This is interesting. So that's your transponder, yeah. You know, look at your flight type. Altitude reservation, air traffic flow management, humanitarian, firefighting, a flight check. Yeah, I'm doing a flight test. Hazardous material, head of state, hospital, military authority assumed, separation of aircraft, medical evacuation. Again, I don't know where all of these are going to get in there, but these are just some of the options that we can mess around with the type of flight we're going to be doing. It's just nuts. Looking down on the map, change the layers on the map, right? Airspaces, we can look at flight information, and it's giving you your ground speed, how long it's going to take you to get there. It's an EFB. Don't open the, you couldn't open, you're not on the ground. Don't open the door in the sky, you muppet. You know. And then from, you know, if I want to exit it, and even the models are pretty good, look. I like his glasses. Once I hit the exit button, or escape, that's it. Instantly out, and now we can go in. I didn't have much of the settings. Most of the stuff was turned off. There's nothing to see in there. There's nothing new in there. You know, back out onto the main menu, and then we continue on. Pretty cool, right? Again, I think this is checking other aircraft. I think I go for the 415. When you load in an aircraft, when you want to have a look at the aircraft, this is like the new menu system that you see. So you can preview it. So it tells you what the aircraft is. What is it? What engines does it have? What are the stats? Right? This is really nice, isn't it? This is like, oh, this is how I view my aircraft. All right. What about livery? See the way you have identification? I think that's just where your tail number goes. It's pretty cool, right? And looking at the animations, even at loading, look at the wing flex, because it's doing the thing on the ground. It's nuts, right? So I think this is just selecting an aircraft. Yeah, it's a 7-3. I did a bit of flight planning into Dublin, set the weather, you know, an IFR flight, Dublin to Shannon. This is the live airport activity. Check that out, lads. This was clicking on Dublin Airport. Look at the state of it. Look at it. It's like arrival, departure. Go back, you devil. The ID. So here's a Shamrock 87. The aircraft was an A321. It came in from Cleveland, departed at 2:49, due in at that time. And then you have all these here as well. And that's reading that from real world stuff. Live airport activity. And that's Dublin. That's pretty cool, isn't it? This is a feature in 2020, but I don't know how well it worked. Frequencies. You can go in and have a look at all the frequencies, ATC frequencies. On the right, Dublin Tower 118.6. Again, that's going through the EFB. Here's looking at some of the procedures. See this? RNAV arrival. This isn't fully implemented yet. I couldn't see the charts, but we know they're coming. The runways based on the wind. This is familiar to people. You know, it's showing you, hey, this is the best runway. And this is all accessible through your EFB. Jump on ahead here now. Runway 28. Putting in a flight plan. See that on the screen? I can add in an approach. These are all my procedures. And I think when this is finished, it'll show you, you can select it. I want that one. It'll actually show you on the map, yeah? This is loading into the sim. This is nighttime. Again, you see the update, if you like, to nighttime, well, the lighting, right? Now, this is a default Dublin, and look at that, right? You're probably looking in the background and says, yeah, Murph, it looks terrible. Because it's all kind of melted lava, candle wax stuff. But it's loading. This, you know, I'm not able to fly yet. Ready to fly. The default ATC.
Departure runway 28 left IFR to Shannon.
Right. And when I load in here, the screens are super bright. I need to dim them down. But you get the idea, look. So I'm like, Jesus, everything's too bright. So I get in and I mess around with them. I think I dimmed them down. There they are. They're dimmed down there now. So the 7.3 Max, some things I figured out quickly, other things I haven't a clue. Why the camera is jumping around like an absolute mad lad, I've no view set up, and I'm trying to move the mouse, and I'm just not used to the controls, that's all. Do you know if they collect real-time data for volcanic activities? I'm unsure if it has like volcanic stuff. I'm unsure actually, it's a great question. So that's the 7.3. Look at just some of the texture work here. The camera is jumpy as hell. I know it is, but that's just me moving it around. That's outside traversing. This is kind of giving the idea of the night lighting. You can see it there in the distance. It looks nicer. I think I changed the time of day. Live weather. It takes a little while to move in. It will load in though. So you see how sunny and whatever it is here. Give it a second or so. That's the model of the aircraft. The textures on the runway and taxiways have been updated and they're fantastic. Look at that. This is the default scenery. This isn't handcrafted or anything. So the weather, there's the weather after popping in there now. There's rain hitting the windshield. I never tested to turn on the friggin' wiper to see. The wind is giving it all sorts of socks. Here's us taking off. I get the thrust in there for you. Right? Are there working windshield wipers? I think so. I can't remember if I tested it or not on the B-roll, but I think they're included. I think. I could be wrong. But like, look at the weather and the look how different it is. That's live weather. Windsocks were working correctly, yes. Windsocks were definitely working correctly. But this is default scenery. This isn't handcrafted. And the trim of this aircraft tried to kill us because I think a setting I had wasn't agreeing with the friggin' with the hardware. So the second I went near the trim, the plane went, hup. But again, it's not finished. It's not, this isn't, you know, it's not out there.
Whiskey Yankee Delta contact Shannon Center on 132.15.
So there's me trying to fly the plane and, oh Jesus, we're in trouble. Again, EFB is there if I need it. Look at the clouds out the window.
507 exit runway when able.
So that's ATC talking to AI or live traffic, right? Like, look at the cloud detail. Look at the lighting. Look at the layers that we have. Isn't that beautiful? Isn't that gorgeous? Now, there is photogrammetry around Dublin. It's using the latest update. The HUD is interesting. You have a new fancy map, charts, all that.
Hello there.
You know? Kid on the block, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, man. So yeah, that's messing around with that. It's showing you there was another AI traffic there, I think. Aircraft systems, I'm just trying to mess around with it. I don't think the autopilot was properly working. Again, it's not finished, lads, so like I'm not going to, you know, I'm not going to get too excited. This is awesome. This is nuts. Right here, we're looking at Mike Patey's Draco X. This aircraft is a Godfriend's aircraft. And this is going to show you a bush flying element. So we've gone from general aviation to an airliner, and now we're into the bush.
Hey, good buddy.
Right? So this would be a bit of crack. Re-InSim ATC, is it any better compared to 2020? Can you talk back to it? You can't talk back to it. It's still a push menu system with the ATC. It's better so far as it's following procedures a little bit better, but it's still not great. I think if you're looking for, you know, some sort of private ATC experience, well, you're saying tensions. That's they're safe. You know, they're safe. Oh Jesus. But yeah, you're still using the default stuff. So again, this is going to load us in. And just have a look at the scenery, lads. Give it a second to load in, but look at the detail.
Hey, good buddy.
This is in the middle of nowhere. Dom, thank you for subscribing. See the way it's popping in? And now we're ready to fly. Look at the detail, lads. Now, can we just have a stop and a look at here, right? Medfing, thank you very much. Welcome in, man. Lads, look at the detail of rocks, stones, grass, trees. Look at the state of this, right? This is friggin' nuts. Now, the aircraft that Godfriends build friggin' nuts. The power. Listen to it warm up here. Look at the heat blur coming off it. Yeah, Lone Gamer, eagle eye. There is a couple of floating rocks, 100%. Look at this. There's like stuff in the avionics here for like what? Who? Camera? Nuts. Citizen 42, good to see you, man. You're very welcome in. Great to see you. Haven't seen you in ages. But like, look at the detail here. Look at the detail on the ground. And yes, there are stones and rocks. I noticed one or two floating a couple of inches off the ground as well. It's not finished, so let's see. If they're still floating on release, yeah, then we'll say, what the hell? You know. But like, look at that scene, lads. And the data it's using for like building forests. I think this is me trying to rev the plane so like it'll sit down on its suspension. I think I got it right. It took me ages because I had my mixture setting wrong. So I'm messing around with it. There's your EFB. I'll just skip this ahead. Johnny Aardvark, thank you very much indeed. 44 months. You're a legend, sir. Thank you very much.
Hey, good money.
Look at the suspension at work here. Look. Max, thank you very much. Welcome in. I think it's default for this aircraft, Jamie. Yes. Is it better than 2020? Oh, yeah. So I'm trying to hold the brakes. Again, I'm using hardware I'm not used to. Right? That's 1,000 horsepower. I'd like to see anyone else take off with full power. And I think Jonks was standing over my shoulder going, you're such an idiot. Like, go easy, will you? Huh? So it's very unstable because I've just given the thing full power, like. And I'm now trying to get used to it. That's me kicking the rudder pedals. That's not the aircraft jumping around. And turbulence is a thing. Wake turbulence is a thing. Yeah, I ran out of fuel straight away. There's wake turbulence. And this is what's fascinating. If you take off in an airliner, off it goes. It takes about 6 minutes for that turbulent air to dissipate off the runway. If you try and take off behind a heavy aircraft, let's say we're in the Draco or a Cessna 172, you know, and an A320 is taking off just ahead of you, you can get absolutely thrown around by that wake turbulence. And it works on every aircraft, including multiplayer. What? Can you imagine the flights we're going to have? Yeah, I'm just about to... Jesus. Right, brilliant. Kando is probably vomiting into his own mouth. Look, there he is. Here's Murphy trying to do some bush flying. But look at the terrain. Look at those trees. And it's using this machine learning for drawing things like forests, what species of tree to put in, right? Look at the rocks. Look, did you see the cut of it, right?
When this baby
I hope it don't crash here.
miles per hour, you're gonna see some serious shit.
Right? But like, look at that scene, lads. And you can see how fluid it is. There's no stutters, there's no lag, it's working fine. And again, this is an aircraft and a sim that isn't finished. Look at the detail of the river here. I saw a couple of comments, people were looking at, you know, they were looking at rivers and they were saying, Jays, they didn't look great. In this area, unbelievably good. And I think that's kind of going to be the story of Flight Sim 2024. Hey, Curl 4, good to see you. Is there an NVG filter? Didn't see one, but that could be up to the third-party developers. Do you know what I mean? But I think this is going to be the story of Flight Sim 2024. The default sim as we have now, when you compare it like with like, 2024 is going to be better. It'll either be better because there's better trees and better lighting, or it's going to be absolutely insanely better because it's using all the data that's available in the world to draw things like rocks, friggin' rivers, traffic, photogrammetry, all that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? This is version 1, right? So like, this is an early build of the aircraft and the sim, but you get an idea at least. And the fluidity of moving around. And looking at the detail on the ground. And this is where it gets nuts. And even the shadows at play here. Look at the shadows. That's all ray tracing. That's incredible. So I think I do a bit of jiggery pokery here, look. So we're doing a turn, and look at the detail on the water beneath me. Look at the cut of it, lads. So I'm going to drop a few flaps down and let's see what happens. See the detail in the water? Look at that scene. Like, I'd say Kando is sitting there going, I can't wait for this. I mean, like, Jays, look at it. And this is where we talk about consequence. Landing the aircraft on rough or unprepared terrain. It's insane. Look at the water. Insane looking. Rocks in the water. Nuts. And like even that lighting coming in over the valley here, look. And then we have all this detail coming in for the where the runway is. Grass strands. There's rocks, there's stones, there's all sorts of stuff. So I think I landed without exploding. Right, there's a touch. Now check this out outside. Look how the aircraft is interacting with the surface. We have dust. There's a line from my wheel in the grass. Look. There's debris and stones getting kicked up from the tires. You can't really see it because this is, I've rendered this down to 1080 because it's a 3-hour video. But you'll see bits of chippings of stones and stuff. Like, it's nuts. Look closely, look. And now we're into grass. All the wheels are actually pushing down the grass, look. Isn't that incredible? It's nuts. Can you imagine what third-party developers can now do with this? I had to refill the gas tanks. Yeah, Jesus, we're under savage pressure here. The aircraft immediately hunkers down because it's weight. I think I turned off the plane by accident. Again, Jonks came around and said, what the hell are you doing? Now, we make it look like snow. Wait and see this, look. And look at the snow build on the trees. Look at that. There's depth to the snow on the trees. Like, look at this scene now. And we have tessellation. We're creating tracks. We're creating tracks. It's nuts.
Hello there.
Bit of Yaki Boo on Betsy. Now, I've seen this on games before that have tracks and tire marks. It's kind of like it'll draw a maximum distance. I did see that. As in the lines kind of catch up with you. I don't know, is that the way they're going to leave it? There's a small bit of flickering and messing going on here. Again, is that because I've double layered it? I don't know. I'm showing you the video because that's what I saw. And like, that's the point, lads. I'm not hiding anything. You're seeing what I saw. Again, I'm trying to take off like an idiot. Isn't it cool looking? And you can kind of see here, see the way it's a little bit kind of, it's squared off. That's like a transition. I'm sure they'll fix that. That's like a transition whereby, because you're on a runway, there's like super detail as opposed to normal ground. You know what I mean? I'm sure they'll fix that. But even look at the change of the water, and even the stones and rocks in the water, they actually have snow on them as well. Expert flying, lads. Oh god, yeah. Amazing. Fire Creeper, welcome in. Yeah, there's a good chance I'll end up here in a terrible mess. But here's something else when it comes to flying in snow. There's depth. You can't see now what's on the runway because it's covered in snow. There could be rocks down there for all I know. So it means that you know, you got to really scope out where you're going to try and land the aircraft. Colonel Fork, I've planned for 1 week off work. Now, I'm going to try and do something stupid. It's me, right? And I had a small audience. What are you doing? Ah, it's grand. No, don't do that. Ah, no, it's grand. Look at the detail of the water at this level. This is Kando neck of the woods. This is what he does. Look at the detail. Like the snow filters out. Look at the rocks here with snow on the rocks. Isn't that gorgeous looking? Hey, Knobster, welcome in. Isn't that unbelievable? This is before I made contact with the water. Look at that. Individual rocks have snow. And now we're in. Ah, Jesus, we're in the wet. Luckily, it's not deep. And again, I don't know, is there proper depth in the water? I don't think so. Like, it's not an underwater simulator, right? So, I don't know, is this default for everywhere? But look at the wash and the spray and all of this stuff. Yeah, and then I break the plane. Oh, that's right. So, where are we at now? The 414. Back on track. I crashed. I did crash. So, the Canada Air de Havilland 415 water bomber. I think this is in development by Asobo. I think. I hadn't a clue how to get the scoop working. I think Jeff managed it or Squirrel managed it. They were messing around with it. But it's nuts. Question about what would I buy? Game Pass before buying. If you're not 100% convinced this is your next simulator right now, I would highly recommend Game Pass. Game Pass is a pay monthly subscription. You can cancel it after 1 month. And during that month, it gives you access not only to this, but also Microsoft's Game Pass catalog.
Hello there.
So I'd highly recommend if you're not fully sold on the idea of giving all this a try, just get the standard edition on Game Pass. And if it's what you want it to be, or if you're happy with what it is going to be, well, sure, you can go bananas and buy the sim outright. Do you know? Deadstick, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, man. So this is flying out of Edinburgh. Again, it's all default. This isn't custom scenery. This is default. And you'll notice the runway textures are way better. The buildings are like, they're AI buildings, right? There's photogrammetry there. Again, the question was, you know, is the photogrammetry still going to look like, you know, melted candle wax at low altitude? Yeah, of course it is. It is. That's the technology, right? If they have a way of adding masks into it, who knows? But at the moment, that's how it is. So this is me trying to figure out, and you'll notice the lack of in-op buttons. There's a lack of in-op buttons. Before, we would have tried to move some basic stuff, and it would have just said in-op. Well, we have a lack of that now. So there's plenty of stuff working on the aircraft, yeah? Look at the cut of this, look. And again, look at the lighting. And if you look on the top corner, there's like global ship traffic as well. Do you see the shadows on the ground? See how different they are? Now, I have a bit of crack with this as we fly along. I'm going to pop it. Is this the first or the fifth? I can't remember. But this is photogrammetry of Edinburgh. We've seen this already in the sim.
Oh, Jesus.
But I want you to have a look at now some of the ship models. These are new. So we'll jump on ahead here a little bit. And yeah, the water textures, depending on the time of day, there's like this weird kind of graphical shadow thingy under the bridges. I don't know, is that going to be there on release? I couldn't tell you. At times the shadows look excellent, other times, not so much. So I'm trying to figure out how to get the scoop working, and then I say, right, but I can't. But here's some of the ship traffic. That's photogrammetry there, that gadget. But these are the new ship models. Now lads, I want you just to check out the water physics here. Absolutely insane. Look at the reflection and shadow of the aircraft. That's a water line hitting before the airplane even makes contact. It's the wind physics of the aircraft, the wake turbulence, if you wish, kicking up some spray. See how fluid it is. I'm failing miserably trying to open the doors. Yeah, I failed miserably. I'm like, how does it work? I forgot how to fly a 415. Yeah, I failed miserably. But check out the water physics, right? Into beta. See the waves? Isn't it mad? Look at the spray effects, aren't they gorgeous? So again, just a bit of general messing around, and I think I put her down again. You see it here, I used this shot in my video. Like, look at the water reflections. Unbelievable. And again, you gotta treat water just like you would other areas to land. You gotta what's the direction of the waves? You know, how high are the waves? They'll all impact on what you're doing. And you see how rough that was? Water gets thrown up on the friggin' screen there. It's just nuts. And you'll see here, over my head, you'll see kind of a weird wave thingy being created, because I'm traveling forward, I'm creating a bit of a wake, and then I push it into beta. So here's beta. I'm now creating a wave in the front, and you see that thing shoot up there? Now I don't know, does this need further kind of development or polish? But you can see the physics at work. I'm now moving backwards, forward momentum to backwards, and water's getting pushed up. Really good. And then we blast off again, back out onto the menu. And then this one here is just showing a couple of different scenes of like clouds. That's on the 7.3 Max. This is loading in. This is how everything renders in. I've showed you these in videos already. But you get the idea. Walk around mode. And there is consequence for your walk around mode. All the different hatches you can use. Remove before flight is like it's class like. And it really does give you an appreciation for the size of the aircraft. Like, massive. Do you know? And there's great detail on it. That's the 7.3 Max. Pretty cool though, isn't it? Like, open stuff and mess around with things. So that's the walk around. Go ahead and skip ahead. The Aurora Borealis. The Northern Lights. So this is the model here. This is the Edgeley Optica flying along. Or the Edge something Optica. So that's the default Aurora Borealis. Kind of looks mad, doesn't it? Looks mad. Looks beautiful, but it looks mad. And again, you have all this sort of atmospheric scattering. You can kind of see the stars above it. Isn't it mad?
Hello there.
Hey, Seamus, good to see you. Why didn't they comment with or commit with PMDG for Boeing and Phoenix for the Airbus? I don't know. I mean, to get a PMDG aircraft into the sim as a default aircraft, it'd be expensive. It'd be expensive. So they're the Auroras, isn't it beautiful? And they're native now. That's native in the sim. That's built into the simulator. So these are some of the missions. There was questions about missions earlier on. And it's true kind of career mode, I think. And it just gives you an idea of some of the different missions that you can go for. And the gas thing about the missions are they understand seasons, right? So say, for example, you know, Jesus, I want to do a ski lift resort search and rescue mission. There's a skier gone missing up in the mountains during the snow. Well, if you load into that place using real time and it's the middle of the summer, well, that mission won't appear for you because that doesn't make sense. Why would you have, you know, skiing in the middle of summer? If it knows this sort of stuff. Like Asobo they've programmed, I think they've programmed 3 million missions. The idea being is that's their catalog, meaning that every day you try different missions, they're going to be new missions. Not one mission is going to be the same. Not a single one. Because you'll have different things, different types of weather, different locations, different characters perhaps. Do you know what I mean? So every mission you're going to try and do is going to be different. So this is like career mode stuff. Loads in your little office, little screens. It uses the certification system. This is inside the missions or the career mode, right? Giva says, do we know for sure that it's coming to cloud gaming? So available on phones. Maybe everything is being in the cloud. Might be interesting test for the architecture. That'd be mad. Imagine if you had this on your phone or a tablet. That'd be nuts. I can see a lot of firefighting in November. Yeah. Super Typhon says, Murph, interesting question. Would custom career mode be a thing for virtual airlines? I think so. I don't think the career mode is multiplayer. Not yet. Like, wouldn't it be cool? Wouldn't it be cool? Captain Canada said this and I was like, that's a great idea. Could you imagine if I flew a plane, you know, to Dublin to friggin' somewhere in Canada, and then I don't have time to bring it back, but Captain Canada can then say, hey Murph, I'll bring your plane back, and he could use it. That doesn't exist yet, but I know Captain Canada was talking to the devs and they were like, Jesus, that's a great idea. Do you know what I mean? Massive. So the certs, how it works out, your first step, you start off with a private pilot license, and this is a progressive career mode. This isn't the default sim. This is a mode. And when I say mode, I saw a question in relation to the Reno Air Races, all that kind of stuff. The Reno Air Races are there, but they're a game mode. They're under the activities now, right? So they're already in the thing. This is just a separate type of mode. This is like for the casual simmer, perhaps, or a gamer who want to kind of, let's learn how this stuff works. Because the entire mission of this, well, bring aviation to more people. That's what York said. I mean, people need access. And he was talking about, should we do loads of like tutorials or whatever? And then he said, no, we just want more tutorials. People will learn by doing. But there'll be enough going on here to say, okay, look, you're a private pilot. And let's say, for example, you want to become a jet airline transport pilot. All right, well, you start at your PPL, then you have to go the commercial route, just as you would in the real world. You can go kind of multi-engine, then airline, ATPL airline, or you can go commercial to high performance, jet engine, and then you get up to it. So you can see that there's ways in which how you progress. And when you progress to these, that's when they open up more missions. And a question was, what edition of the sim should you get? Based on all the SKUs that we have, Standard, Deluxe, Premium Deluxe, and Aviator, those aircraft are 2024 ready. A huge burning question. Hey, I have feckin' the Premium Deluxe in 2020. Do all my aircraft now work in the standard mode in Flight Sim 2024? No, they don't. If you have Premium Deluxe on Flight Sim 2020 and you only go for the standard version of 2024, my understanding is you only get the standard aircraft inside 2024. Unless Microsoft have a plan to say, well, yeah, we'll give you the aircraft, but you can only use them within the Flight Sim 2020 flight model. Maybe. But I don't actually know. I have seen the Premium Deluxe aircraft in 2020 going into 2024, but they're still in the Premium Deluxe aircraft. We'll have a look at the aircraft in a moment, but they're still in there. They're not, like your premium aircraft from 2020, they're not standard aircraft now. Do you get me? They're not standard aircraft. They're pushed back up into the premium deluxe. So my understanding is, and I could be wrong, my understanding is these aircraft that you have in premium deluxe, if you want them in 2024, well, you need premium deluxe in 2024. That's my understanding. We will learn more next week, and I hope tonight, with this deep dive, with this showcase, and of all the content you've seen on the internet already, from every content creator who had the chance to, you know, get access to this event, or the folks who didn't get access to the event, but you know these are the people you tune into to get your flight sim information from, be it how to fly, news, updates, whatever, right? The whole point of this is, this should hopefully give you enough of a backstory. So come the actual dev stream next Wednesday on Twitch, the Microsoft Flight Sim official dev session, well, you're going to have your questions ready to go because you've seen some stuff, you're aware of some stuff, and any burning questions that just haven't been addressed at all, now we can ask them that. Rather than people jumping in saying, hey, you know, I don't want to do career mode, can I just do free flight? We like, I don't want to hear those questions pop up with the dev stream. I'm mad to hear new questions. There's enough content out there already. Does that make sense? Otherwise you'd be like, you know, can I create an avatar? Yeah, you can. Do you know what I mean? So this is more kind of creating a career, FBOs. There's no international airports or military airports. That makes sense. Here's Weston. What's kind of cool here when you load in, and this works for any airport that becomes your FBO. I love this drone camera. But when you load in, it'll load in a custom FBO. It'll actually say the name of the airport. Look, Reception Weston. If you go to Clonakilty, Reception Clonakilty. You get the idea. So this is like a role-playing thing. Your man Scott owns the place, and as you progress, you've got to pay him. He owns the aircraft. You're just renting them off him. But when you progress, well, you can buy your own aircraft all the way up to commercial. You can buy your own FBO, so you don't need to deal with someone like this guy Scott. That's the progression. It's pretty cool, right? We go through the walk-around modes, all that jazz. You've seen all this already. We'll skip ahead. That's just me resetting a career, creating a new career. Same footage again. Here's a walk-around. Here's some of the activities or a mission. So this is, your mission is, we want you to fly, what are they called? A sign, yeah, behind you. And they're going to say, you need to hook the sign or the banner at this speed, at this altitude. And when you hook it, we want you to fly over that area for like 10 minutes or whatever. Now you're looking at this saying it's very gamey. It is. You can turn all that stuff off. I don't want to see pointers. I don't want to see an outside view. You can be inside the cockpit. Don't worry, like it's as I said, what already we have in free flight in 2020, same as there. So you got the banner, there it is, your name here. So now you head over to the towing area and it's showing you visually, well, this is where you need to fly. It's pretty cool, isn't it? And people are saying, no, that's too gamey for me. Sure, but it's using the same physics that's available in free flight. For example, when you go and try and pick up that friggin' banner, there's weight. The thing is alive. So when you kind of scoop in to pick it up and then fly off, the weight and drag of that banner now impacts on your aircraft. It's absolutely nuts. Hey, Fornax, 29 months, is it? 26 months. Thank you very much indeed. Brilliant. Let me see. Any stutters or CTDs? I had 3 CTDs at the start because they had a bug trying to create a character. But that was like, okay, Murph, grab a coffee, we'll see you in a minute. When I came back in, it was fixed. Any of the stutters I came across was pretty much on the initial load, right? As in, it was trying to load up everything at the same time. And it seemed to be either the area is now being cached for the first time, or it was down to kind of fast movement. There was a couple of stutters because it's trying to pull the data down from the cloud, and then it sits locally, and then it's smooth as butter once that happens. And we have the power to kind of determine how fast that will happen because we can increase our cache size depending on our internet speed, all that sort of stuff. You know, did I have the red guy sitting on the yokes? I did, Hoban. I did. And like I said, lads, I can't use this footage. I need to turn it all off and can we go again, please? And I did. So I deleted all the footage that I had and I made new footage. You know what I mean? Andy says, Murph, my compliments on these videos and your presentation. All respect and love to all the other content creators who went, but your presentation here and command of the info is top shelf. Andy, thank you very much indeed. I'm having a beer. I'm celebrating. Thanks a million. Al's out and about says, thanks for doing this live. I've learned a lot tonight. Thanks to admins for replying the messages. Murph needs some more beer after this. Best wishes. Thank you very much, Al. Is using cache mandatory? Yes. Yes, it needs cache. Because it's pulling the data down, it needs to go somewhere. It's not going to be able to live stream this, because the fact of the matter is, if you have like a 2 terabyte internet connection, you're laughing, because it's just going to render to you, right? But I think the trade-off is, I think it's like, you know, I think a terabyte connection, anything above a terabyte connection, well, that's going to be faster than what your local cache can do. I don't know what the exact speeds are on NVMe or SSDs. They all vary, right? They all vary. There's different speeds. But I think kind of the 1 terabyte, if you have like a 2 terabyte connection, you're going to need very little cache because you just pull the data down. That's the idea. Do you know what I mean? But you will need to have some sort of local cache. Here's a firefighting mission. Same sort of crack again. They're using an external camera, but they want to show you. And lads, that's not a cloud. That's smoke. Look at the detailing. It's smoke. Isn't that absolutely incredible? Look at the fire on the lower right-hand corner. Not only that, look how the aircraft is now reacting. There's hot thermals absolutely launching it. See the water getting thrown out to the side? It's nuts. Thus, thank you for the follow. Now, there's a mad turn here. Don't mind that. The airspeed goes off the chart because, well, he got too close. That's the thermals from the fire. Turbulent air getting rushed up. And then saying, no, you missed it. You were too far. Look at the smoke. Look at the fire. Go back to your scoop area and try it again. Isn't that awesome? And this is in the career mode. I'm unsure if this is available in free flight. I think it is. I won't have any of this stuff, but I think it is available in free flight. Isn't that mad? Here's another one. Look how fast it loads. This is going to load in an activity. I think it's in an A10 bursting over the place. Look. I said to Seb, I said it's very GTA. Yeah, that's how fast we want the thing to load. So here's an A10 coming in, and it's I think this is like a rally stage, they call it. It's a different activity. And there's music and it's all arcade, and it's like, you know, one man in a world, can he beat his mates at flying the thing? But here's the thing, it's using the same friggin' flight model in physics. Right? So you can say, that's arcade. Yeah, sure it is. But the aircraft is handling realistically. Yeah, it's probably a little bit more forgiving. But look at the colours of the trees there. All the different colours of the trees, and there's so many species. There's over 100 of them. There's over 100 of them. How, also wind behaviour, any news on vortex ring state? Yeah, it's there, Epic. Helicopters have seen a massive update in this. They have the dual rotor physics. They also have all these brand new fuselage shapes and styles that are now available. So the sim engine can actually interpret so many different wings, all the different, what are they called? NACA. Isn't it NACA or NAS? It's the nacelle, the shape of a nacelle, the shape of the, what's the flow called?
Hello there.
Airfoil, that's the one. The airfoil, they're all in there as well. It's absolutely nuts, do you know? Lodge Potato, great name, man. You're very welcome in. Thanks for the follow. So look at this. Look.
Hey, good buddy.
Do you see that stuttering or coughing or do? It's not. It's grand. Yeah, it's like the Top Gun Maverick challenge. It is. Very similar to it. But like this is like a relay race or a rally race, as they call it, like a time trial. And you got to beat your friends. You're on a leaderboard. See how good you can do it. Think of the landing challenges, that sort of stuff, right? Right, so skip ahead. He's having the crack there. This is fascinating. Oil rigs. There's 940 of them. Microsoft had to get the data by, like, okay, oil rigs, who have them? So they had to ring an insurance company, or they got the data from an insurance company. Helipads are also mapped and modelled. They use machine learning. They've identified 80,000 of them. Helipads are handcrafted. Now, there's like a default. Let's say, for example, they've made 20 handcrafted templates, and then they're pushed out all over the world. So they didn't sit down and do 80,000 helipads. Machine learning did that, but they developed enough kind of templates, if you like, and then machine learning says, okay, put you there, put that there, put this there, and that's how you have all the helipads. This scene here is from a challenge mode, and it's you have like a rally race. This one is a precision landing, and depending on, you know, the difficulties and all this, it'll throw in weather, wind. But like, look at the water details. Isn't that gorgeous? It's savage, you know. Kappa, good to see you. People have to remember this was all captured at some random building outside the Grand Canyon, 60 miles away from any decent data center. Correct. Yeah. Like it's the internet speed was only, you know. Holman says, I haven't seen any footage of ATC. I guess they aren't ready to show that yet. I would agree. Hey, Flights of Joel, good to see you. Like I anything I saw from ATC, they've enhanced it, but there's no massive changes from what I can see. They could change that. You know, so here's me loading in the F-18. I do very well here now, right? So you can, this is pretty cool. You can actually use the drone cam from the main menu to get down and investigate where you have to fly. And I want you to look at the scenery. Look how fast it loads in, look. And you'll see trees and vegetation start popping in. See that? And this is me just saying, hey, where have I to fly? And you can get right down to the ground, all the way down. And you can see now it's loading in, it's trying to... And again, this is pre-caching the area as well. Right, says I. Let's do it. Look how quick that was. What? Now it's trying to load in the ground. Again, this is where your internet comes in. 3, 2, 1, and off we go. I instantly die. Right, try it again, Murphy. Go on, you devil. There's me ghost. He won't last long. See, you can use, you know, cockpit view. It's way harder than it looks. Way harder. Ah, Jesus! No, oh God, no. No, Jesus then. Right, so I need to work on that. But like, it's a sort of challenge. What'll it take you, 10 or 15 minutes? But it's good because you want to beat the thing. You want to beat the thing, no? So this is going in again, some of the options. You had the, these are the options for creating an avatar. There's tons of options here. Change your jersey, your shirt, top, glasses, male, female, whatever you want. It's all there. It's pretty cool, right? What else do we have here? This is for the virtual tourists. So they have missions. These people just want to enjoy the sim as a digital twin, effectively. But they have little activities to do. Hey, we want you to take pictures of like bridges or the corals or whatever. There's just tons of them. You'll see them. There's tons of them, right? And then these are the rally race and, you know, the different mountain areas. You'll notice Rifle Lake is there from Top Gun. Not only that, do I go into these? The Mac Loop is there. The Mac Loop is there. A rally race in the Mac Loop. The Mac Loop is... They have it already done as a course. Brilliant. Murph, is the downloading of the sim going to be the same as 2020 where it takes a long time? I think it's going to be way faster because here's the thing. Let's talk about downloads, right? When we talk about downloads, the initial footprint of the sim is going to be 50 gigs. 50. Microsoft Flight Sim 2020 was 100 gigs. So they've halved the size of the install. When it comes to a world update or a sim update is different because, well, that's the brains, right? But let's say a world update. Rather than you having to download the entire world update, Microsoft update all that stuff away in the cloud. We can't see it. It's only when we fly in there, then they're pushing us out the new data, but they're only pushing us what we need to see. So when it comes to a new world update, there's no more, Jesus, I need to spend 20 hours because I'm only at 1 megabyte a second or megabit. Do you know what I mean? That's all gone now. They just stream that data to you. They've done the updating on their side. They're just now rendering the stuff to you. And the same comes from add-ons in the marketplace, in the official marketplace. If you rent, there's a free trial mode on some of their aircraft. Free trial. Free! You can trial the thing for free. Then they have rental options. You can rent it for a day, a week, a month, whatever. Or you can buy it outright. Again, it's being streamed to you. You don't physically have it. It's not sitting in your community folder. It's only accessible when you're connected to the sim. Know what I mean? So there's no, oh, I need to shut down the sim, install it, and then reinstall it, and then put it back in again. You don't need to do any of that. It's just there. You want, okay, here it is. That's brilliant. When it comes to your community folder, let's say, for example, you still have all your add-ons live in your community folder. This is where it gets a little bit different. The sim has to read everything that's in there. Hey, these are all the files that exist. Okay, that is going to prolong your loading time because you're getting the sim to do more work. It's now reading all your files. The difference now is the sim isn't loading all of those assets into its own cache, the simulator cache. It's not loading them all in. Your community folder will operate similarly to what they're using from the cloud, whereby the sim is only going to pull the information, the data, or the files that it needs. Will it be better or worse than using the cloud? That's where your internet speed will determine that. It's going to work faster on your, unless you have like 2 terabyte connection, it's going to work faster from your own hardware, putting that information into the sim's cache. Does that make sense? So like if you're sitting there and you have, 1,000 airports loaded in your community folder, the sim isn't loading the assets belonging to all of those. It just knows what it is. And when it needs it, instead of pulling it from the cloud, well, it lifts it off your hard drive and places it into the cache. The cache, I think, is the crucial element of how this works. Think of it as your dinner plate. And this is like the most weirdest way, but think of the cache as your dinner plate. You walk up to the kitchen and you start putting stuff on it, and then you eat it. Think of it that way. It's like this mobile memory thing, right? And that puts what you need where you need it. Do you know what I mean? So I think like a 32 megabit connection is still going to be good. The minimum they want is 10 megabits a second. 50 is recommended, 100 is ideal, which sits stored on your C drive, building up the longer you use the sim. Adam, to an extent, so you set your cache size. Let's say, for example, 30 gigs. All right, here's 30 gigs. That's all I want that's the only space I'm giving it. There's me 50 gig install, and here's 30 gigs for the cache. 80 gigs, that's the space I'm going to give Microsoft Flight Sim. And maybe 8 terabytes of community folder stuff. Do you know what I mean? If you have that set to like 10 gigs, your cache is set to 10 gigs, well, it means it's taking in and removing data a lot faster. A lot faster. If you give it 100 gigs, well, depending on where you fly and what you fly, well, that data will stay there for longer, meaning faster loading, faster rendering, faster everything. You know what I mean? Precision landing, look at this. Castlegar, right? Jesus. Sydney, these are like landing challenges. Choppers, fixed wing, they're all there. Courchevel is in there as well. Here's the Red Bull series. It's a game mode. The Reno Air Races are there.
Hello there.
Discovery flights, bus trips, the 40th anniversary stuff, and then, of course, your custom content. Super Tom, welcome in. The challenge leagues. Everything's done by leaderboards. So you complete your challenges, and look at that. It'll show you. You go into the challenge league here. It'll show you how long is left in the challenge week. And they run like a season. They'll run like here's the season. Season 1. And who's going to be in the leaderboards, for all of these events. And at the end of the event, end of that season, in the top 3 or whatever it is, you see it here. You unlock these badges. So it's another way of progression. Hey, did you ever get a gold in, the precision landing? And you're not just fighting the sim, you're fighting everyone else in the world who's doing this. So it's a live league sort of thing, which is pretty cool. I like that. Again, it gives you the idea of jumping in. Current group, haven't a clue what that was. Friends, nearby
Dude,
users.
have you been drinking? I have, Ted. I've been drinking like a mad idiot.
Is this the pre-order version? No, this is everything from what was shown at the global premiere or the global preview. So it's not fully finished. There's features here not fully activated. It might change before it's released, but this is me showing you what we got to see. Again, you can see the options are grayed out. Yeah, I go into the assistant stuff. There's nothing new here, right? There's nothing new. Controls, accessibility, VR. They're what we're used to. Right? So here's a bit of footage now. We'll go back to part 2, right? So I left you on Sunday, right? And Sunday morning we got up. Now this is Monday, but I want to show you Sunday morning, right? This is important now. We'll show you this here now. So on Sunday morning, friends, when we got up out of the bed, when we had activities to do for the day, here's another important picture I need to show you. He thinks you boy is a really nice guy. He's going to kill me for this stuff. There's me and Seb, look. Brilliant. But anyway, what we did on the Gibbo has fired the next point onto the screen. So let me see if I go into here. Did I bring these over? My iPhone stuff? I did. Right. So right, a couple of pictures here and I'll show you. Photos. Just once. So here's me meal on the plane, lads. Here's me meal on the plane. As I said, real knife and fork. Didn't know how to eat it or drink it or whatever, but it was grand, right? Give us a har. Brilliant. What else do we have here now? There was like the bag of swag that they gave us. And they had me name in it and everything. That was brilliant. You walk into your hotel room, boom, I was like, holy crap. Right? So after a hearty breakfast.
Hello there.
A hearty breakfast on Sunday morning. That was breakfast. I love America, right? Loads of pretend milk though, right? Cows are short in America. Well, Captain Canada had a great idea. I spent a good bit of time with Captain Canada. Guys, he is a super nice guy. I'm sure you watch his content. If you don't, check out Captain Canada over on YouTube. Just a super nice guy. And really knowledgeable. Like he knows his craft so well. And he's sound. He's just a nice guy, right? And he goes, hey man, we're going to go biking. And I was like, yeah, I can go biking, sure. No, they're e-bikes. Oh, Jesus, no, I can do an e-bike. So we came up with the plan. There was myself, Captain Canada, Alpha Originals, who's lovely. Such a nice guy. Couldn't get a nicer guy. Sound. And this is David, DK. He's a content creator based over in Korea. So the 4 lads decided to go for an owl bicycle, right? Up near the Grand Canyon. And Murphy's Law, we were only out, I'd say, 10 minutes, about 10 minutes. And I've never experienced anything like this ever in my life. When we left, it was blue skies, 28, 29 degrees Celsius. It was beautiful. We cycled for 10 minutes, and next thing, you could actually see clouds form circulars, like they were swirling directly over our path. And out of nowhere, the heavens opened. There was even thunder. Thunder, right? So we're now all huddled under a tree in the woods. Alpha thinks there's bears, right? It was hilarious crack. So the 4 of us are just like, Jesus, it's raining. Good old crack. But getting to spend time with other content creators, it's great. It was great. And really got on so well with the guys. They were so nice. I met so many people. Av Angel was there. Squirrel was there. Jeff Faviano was there. Like, they just sound really, really nice people. Blue Games was there. And a ton of other people who I was aware of them. So Nick Flight X, right? Nick is a super nice guy. I never met him before. And then I met, was it Sean, I think, from a pilot magazine. I met so many different people. And getting to have the chat with them. Air Force Proud was there. Couldn't meet a nicer fella. And like, he's massive. Like, he's like millions of people behind him. Do you know? Super nice, real informative, the whole lot. So they brought us out by Humvee. So Sunday was spent cycling, chatting, catching up with people. Callum was there as well from FS League. Callum's sound. Sergio Costa came in later on that evening. There was, I think, different groups throughout the week. So I know Forder, XP, and a few others, they were there on a different day. So this crack here, Monday morning we get up, Jesus, we have to get up at like 5 a.m. This is going to be a disaster. So you had to get up early. They had like registration, sign yourself in, go get breakfast. And then, we're going to take you out by Humvee to explore the Grand Canyon. And the reason why they did this, chatting to Jorg afterwards, Jorg wanted to kind of instill an experience, right? As in, Jesus, do you remember the time we did that? But he also wanted us to see, look, this is how things are in real life. Now, with that fresh in your mind, have a look at our new simulator. And that was just like, holy crap, there's that exact rock, the exact rock, right? So this is just kind of footage of me looking around. I told everyone, does anyone know the history of the Grand Canyon? And they were like, yeah, no. I was like, well, I said, you know, the Grand Canyon, invented by the Irish in 1777 because they needed electricity. Well, the Irish come in and, you know, we it's lovely. And Ireland would love its own Grand Canyon, but sure, we couldn't fit it anywhere. Do you know? Right? So the rocks change colour based on the sun, the height of the sun. It's a remarkable place. And what I was blown away by here, when you're actually there looking at it, you really, it's full depth. When you look at it currently in Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020, you don't have the depth. That's what it looks like in the sim right now. Right? That's what it looks like in the real world, right? And then if I go to another picture where you'll see it, this is what it looks like in Flight Sim 2024. And this was just like, holy crap, they've done it. That's Flight Sim 2024. Look at the lighting. Look at the lighting. Look at the terraforming. Look at the sheer detail. Look at the depth. Isn't that incredible? Like, that's mind-blowing. That's in the sim now. That's in Flight Sim 2024. Like, holy crap, right? And we do some chopper flying here in a bit. I'll show you again, just comparing like with like, right? Here's this. So I'll skip ahead here a little bit. There was a dude out painting, and we all came over and photobombed him because this is like a duck. I think it's called a duck's head or something. I don't know. I didn't name it, but he's there painting. He was out since like 5 o'clock that morning. And like that's what he got the sky done first, and then he was doing the scenery afterwards. Pretty cool, right? So this is all the crack, all the like. It's just holy mother of God. The size of it is quite the experience. The Grand Canyon, lads, is beautiful. And when I was at Expo in Vegas, I didn't manage to get out there. I was like, I'll do that the next time. So like Lady Luck was on my side because now I got to see it, which was just incredible, just incredible. Do you know? There's sideway camera. Like, look at that. Look at that. Real life in the sim. It's frightening. It really is. It's frightening the detail they can get this thing at. And see the way you'll notice every frame, the sun is coming up, it's changing colour. So you get all these different perspectives, you know, the red and oranges and all this. The Grand Canyon is, well, grand. Yeah. Lone Gamer was there as well. Just incredible. GNAC, yeah, beautiful painting, right? I was saying, what will you get for that? He goes, probably $1,000. What? But yeah, that's to do. So here's me trying to get creative and not try and fall in. Right? And there's all chatter going on behind us. Content creators, we're doing content, right? We're trying to record stuff. I got a couple of these on the way. This is an A321. I love airplanes. I am that total, complete avgeek nerd, but nothing beats a wing view takeoff. Is this the CRJ or the A3? This is leaving Dallas, so this is a CRJ. Let's just play this for a minute. Airspeed alive. Yeah. It's a CRJ. 80 knots. Now, don't tell me when you're in a real plane in the real world that you're not doing what I'm just doing now. Don't tell me you don't do it. I know you do it because you're flight simmers. You're sitting there going, airspeed alive. You just are. We all do it. And if you say you're not, you're lying. Get control of your life. V1, rotate. All flight simmers to violent. Oh, Jesus. Adam controls is worse. He's ATC. So that was taken off out of that's Dallas. Me footage is all over the place, but bear with me. This is on Sunday on our bicycle, and you'll see the clouds have like just appeared. We went down and had a look at some helicopters. Can you name the aircraft, lads? Can you name the aircraft? Gibbo, 10 points. His name is Bob. Does the livery look familiar? His name is Rusty. Come on, Joey Bolo. Yeah, Jesus. Lone Gamer, did you see that? The CRJ had the whole tail, like, ripped off? So that's an EC-130. An Airbus EC-130. And we're out on our little bicycles down at this airport. This is the Grand Canyon Airport. And off he goes. Check this out. So this, we got to go flying. This is flying, right? I don't know how I managed the camera on this now. Or maybe, no, I think I've better stuff when it comes to the B-roll. So this is iPhone footage of the Grand Canyon, but you get the idea, right? The pilot was super nice. Super nice. And yeah, we're getting thrown around, man. There's like wind, thermals, you name it, you're getting hit. But it was awesome. Playing music over the radios, you know? And he said, look at, like, that's the thing. Look at it. We were looking down on what I thought were little bushes. He goes, they're 90 feet tall. Get out of here. They're 90 feet tall. Do you know? I lost my chat there for a second. Are we still live, lads? We are. Are we still live? Yeah, I think we're still live. I lost my chat though. We need to fix that. Bear with me, lads. Kanzui, good to see you. Yeah, I lost my chat. Just give us a second there. I need to restart my little program. Look at the look. I never knew there were so many freaking trees in the Grand Canyon. Nuts, lads, nuts. Right, we're live again. So, like, there's all sorts of restrictions when it comes to flying inside the Grand Canyon. You know, there's minimum altitudes, all this sort of jazz. Like, that's how close we are to the stuff. Look. Hey, Mr. Tommy, good to see you. Thanks, lads. Still live. Good stuff. By the way, thank you all so very much for everyone for tuning in here, lads. I really do appreciate it. Thanks for taking the time out of your day. I hope you're learning something. I hope this is informative. If you're watching us on YouTube, a solid help will be hit the little like button. That recommends the stream to some other poor unfortunate. Right, you know. So do be sure to do that. Hey, Jeff Faviano is here. I just got the right one a little late. Jeff, good to see you. They sent me the wrong B-roll folder. What? Did they? Jesus. Jeff was there at this event as well. Jeff, you put out such an amazing vlog. So lads, if you haven't seen Jeff Faviano's vlog, incredible. Look, here's the head
yeah,
me.
Baby.
Jesus. Yeah. DGS, you mad lad. 5 gifted tier 1 subs. Thank you very, very much indeed. My dude. That's insane, DGS. Thank you very much. But lads, go to Jeff Faviano's channel. Check out his latest vlog. It's brilliant. He leaves the house, it's brilliant. You have to watch it. You have to watch it. I loved it. So this is on the Humvee on Monday morning, right? There's Jeff. There's Squirrel. There's Alpha. Just like a whole, like, it was not going to be a quiet drive, right? It wasn't going to be quiet. Lemoyne, CW Lemoyne, really interesting guy. Air Force Proud hops in, he's chatting as well. This was our guide. There's Captain Canada. Our guide was so good. Like, so good. Very interesting. He's Navajo, and it was just class, right? So this is going out exploring. Now, this is my crappy B-roll, so you'll have to forgive me, because it's me, right? Do you know? But it was incredible fun. So this is driving up to where they have like the gates getting you into the canyon. They close it at night time, or at least they close the main roads going in. Communities do live up here, but they kind of stop the general public from rambling in. You know, Space Tex, good to see you.
ANDFALLS, Arizona. See what pops up on your phone, guys.
He was telling us loads of stories. He was even telling us how to speak in Navajo. We couldn't converse. I tried a bit of Kupla Fuckle on him. He hadn't a clue what Irish was at all. So here's just a bit more footage up at the can. Like, look at the cut of it. And they're talking to us. You know, we're walking around. We're recording footage. We're having the chat. You know? Just incredible, incredible stuff. So I didn't edit any of this. This is B-roll. Let's threw it all together. But like, look at the depth. Look at the size of the place. Beautiful. Absolutely incredible. Like, what an experience. And what made this even more special, you get to see it at this level, and then we got to fly over it, and then we got to see it in the sim. Nuts. Like, just incredible, incredible stuff. Do you know? Yeah, shocking close to the edge. I even tried to do a bit of interview stuff with myself. I look terrible weird. Look at this fella on camera, look. This is terribly embarrassing. Give it a second now. I look.
So a very good morning from the real world.
Right.
Although in saying that, the view here, Jesus. The Grand Canyon.
Now, it's like 8 o'clock in the morning. It's 8 o'clock in the morning, right? I didn't have much to... I had breakfast. Oh, we did. We actually had bagels. I had no coffee, though. Right.
Built by the Irish back in 1912. No, I can't. By hand.
Right? Brilliant. They weren't too impressed.
Or at least that's the hope. Check it out.
I sound like such an idiot in the morning. Do you know what I sound like in the morning? I have a really deep voice. Surely you can't be serious. Right? Yeah, one tone Murphy is terrible, isn't it? Look. That's how close you are to the... Oh, no. Hang on. Is that a croc? Did someone lose a shoe? Look. No. Well, it does kind of look... No, it's not. CW Lemoyne, that's the one. Yeah, really nice guy.
And we got some other people doing some vlogs. Got Murphy.
Hey!
Off of there.
There's Jeff doing Jeff's thing. Brilliant!
And it's absolutely incredible.
Now I'm leaning over this thing like an absolute muppet. I'm like putting my arm out there. Oh yes, look at the steady hand footage. You see it on Jeff's vlog, the state of me. Do you ever see yourself?
What's up, everybody? That's really good. That was really good.
Right.
They didn't appreciate the Irish history story.
They didn't?
No. This is awesome. Okay. We'll catch you later.
Total muppet, right? But yeah, I'll do comparison stuff. There's the fella doing the painting. Isn't that amazing? And like there's other people there. Like there's normal like the general public are there. I mean it's the Grand Canyon, right? And they're looking going, who the hell are all these people? These weird people with all their cameras. Brilliant. So the A330, we didn't have access to it. There's Blue Games. Like it was just great crack. Just spinning around, chilling out, hanging around with folks. It was just good. It was incredible crack. His accent is brilliant.
Any English at all. My mommy does not understand any English at all. And then with my daddy, a little bit over 3 years ago, that's when he left us at 85 years of age. He was the same way. Not speaking.
Mad, isn't it? Just mad, right? So look, this is the train on ground level. And here's wildlife.
We're going to do a little bit of safari here, guys.
Right. Do you know what I mean? He was an inquisitive kind of devil. And this is another part of the canyon.
Yeah, baby.
DGS, behave yourself, will you? Jesus. Another 5 gifted tier 1 subs. Thanks to DGS. Thank you very, very much indeed, man. Insane generosity. Guys, if you've just received a tier 1 sub from DGS, we'll do be sure to say thank you. Amazing support. Thank you very much indeed. Hey, Boston Elf is here. Good to see you. So this is kind of the B-roll footage just on the ground. And it's incredible. It's just... Here's me getting very, you know, and here... Wait, now, we'll do the whole transition. And here in the Grand Canyon, we watch out. Wait for focus. Try it again. Macro mode. We look at the scenery. You know, or something like that, right? I'll do voiceover stuff at some other stage. But your man was telling us then what they do with, like, the seeds. Whatever the seeds were. Like, that's... They get oils from it, they cook from it, they, you know... Mad stuff. They give it to ants, and then ants like take whatever out of it. They're left with like a shell. Then that shell is used, and they make stuff called ghost beads. And it's all the transition from, you know, we took it from nature, we give it to nature and they give it back to us. That's the whatever the Navajo way is. It's fascinating stuff. Fascinating.
All the way around.
Here's more of me being a Muppet. Jesus, the camera's moving very fast there, isn't it?
Versus what you have in real life. There's always been kind of a gap, right? I mean, it's like a...
Listen to this fella now. He knows the stuff, lads. You know.
So thinking about the depth that you'd see in the sim versus what you have in real life, there's always been kind of a gap, right? I mean, it's like a... I won't say flat, but it's like a photo. And VR definitely helps with that. When you have the view here, absolutely insane.
Jose, thank you for the subscribe. You're very welcome in. So anyway, so after all of this, we're now brought into the event. Now I'm not going to show you the event because there's stuff there that, well, you know, it's. I won't say it's not ready for public, but this is just folks giving a presentation. But everything that came from the presentation, it's out there now. You've seen content of it. But we were brought into the room. This is the setup, and we get a full briefing. You know, we get the history of flight sim. We get why they were doing this, why bring out a new sim. And we got to listen to some very, very passionate people about the work that they're doing, about, you know, the core features, the additional features that they're bringing into the sim. It was a fascinating presentation, do you know? So this is out in the chopper, and this is class because this is a startup. This is brilliant. I'd like to say this is the sim, but like it's not far off it. We have spinach.
That's a big 10-4, good buddy.
Corey, thank you very much indeed. Welcome aboard. Welcome to the flight crew. Like, it's about 30 degrees Celsius here. Jesus!
That's a big 10-4, good buddy.
Corey has just gifted 10 subs over on YouTube. That's extreme generosity. Thank you very, very much indeed, Corey. Thank you so much, dude. Jesus. Welcome in. Thank you so much. Lads on YouTube, if you've just received a membership, but thanks to Corey, do be sure to say thank you. Incredible support, man. Thank you very, very much indeed. Let me see. Murph, can we now edit the logbook? I didn't see a logbook in it, Mark. I'm sure there's one there. I just didn't see it, you know. Insane generosity, guys. Thank you very much.
That's a big 10-4, good buddy.
It's a big 10-4, good buddy. Yeah, great going, Corey and DGS, and to everyone else tonight. Got friends were absolutely nuts earlier.
10-4, good buddy.
A freaking 100 gifted tier 1 subs. Raoul FS Reborn, 31 gifted tier 1 subs. Nuts. So thank you also very, very much. Check this. This is deadly. It nearly needs its own soundtrack. Do you know what I mean? Bit of tunage for the flyage. Are we ready?
That's a big 10-4, good buddy. That's a big 10-4, good buddy.
Jesus, it's gone sideways. DGS with another 5 gifted tier 1 subs. You mad, lad? You're going to start a hype train now in a minute. Go handy, will you? Crazy stuff. DGS, thank you very, very much indeed, man. Hey, 747 James is here. Dread Meta says, hey, been lurking here with a beer. I have a question. Any info on co-piloting or being passenger in a player plane? They've nothing there with shared cockpit just yet. They're working on stuff, but I don't think it'll make the release. But they are working of it. It's on some of the interviews I did with the lads as well. We'll check it out now in a minute.
Yeah, baby.
Look how real it looks, right? This URL not found. 404. Great to see you, my guy. Hope you're keeping very well. My exposure here is crap, but I'll fix all that later. Like, look at the speed of this thing. They started a hype train. Jesus! Well, how much? Thank you very much indeed for the bits. See, I told you they were going to start a hype train if you weren't be careful. Nuts. Thank you very much indeed. Hussein Khan says, any kind of ATC. There is pretty much what we're used to already. They have made some enhancements, but it's still kind of the select from a menu sort of option. You can record your own voice though, and your voice is used as the ATC voice, which is very interesting. It also does like live translations and all this as well. They'll probably feature a lot more of that on Wednesday, I suspect. They didn't tell us everything. Like the question I asked to Jorg and Seb, you know, what are you most excited about? And they were like, well, the stuff we didn't tell you yet. So we got, you can record your own voice from Jorg, and we got kind of like mini historical weather out of Seb. Historical weather for live weather, it is there for a 24-hour period, which is super handy because, I mean, if you're out in work and it's like mad weather and you get home, it's nighttime, the weather is gone. So they will give you a 24-hour window. Look at the head in that Egypt there. Who let him in an helicopter? Right? Mad. Forder said he'd definitely meet you next time, Murph. I can't imagine what the community would be without all you streamers. All the creative people bringing us so much fun and knowledge. Oh, absolutely. And thank you, Boston Elf. Yeah. Like, lads, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It just was, right? And it's me, for God's sake, like, of all the people, right? Such a humbling experience. So many highlights. Getting to experience this, getting to see the showcase, getting to chat to the developers, but also getting to chat to other content creators and media personnel. That's amazing. And it has to be said, whatever it is about the flight sim community, we're a very unique breed. We just are. We're very, very unique. It's just incredible. It really is. Do you know? Murph, you deserve to be there. Ah, thanks very much. I did. They put an orange in Callum's pint, and they put more beer in my pints because they ran down fairly quick. You know, it was warm, like, you know, you had to stay hydrated. You know, but yeah. So this is just wait till we get up towards the canyon, just to, you know, it's like a reveal over the canyon. Now I can adjust the old gadget here now. 1 second. Skip ahead. Right, we're getting close here now. So if I can, 1 second now, just bear with me there now, Nora. If I do one of these, right, and I do one of those and do one of these, can I, like, you know, yeah, that works a bit better.
That's a big 10-4, good buddy.
So you get the idea now when we fly over the canyon itself, right? Big Carlo, thank you very much for the gifted sub over to Boston Elf. Thank you very much, man. Did they assign you a translator, Murph? They didn't. I had to speak very slow. Even chatting to folks. I'm Irish. I have lots to say and so little time to say. Right? Look at that. Look, Jesus, look at that view. And if you look closely, you can see the reflection of me raw knees. Raw knees. Grand Admiral, thank you very much indeed for the follow. Yeah, it was gas because you have to speak slower. I'm not used to speaking slower. Because I'm very, you might have already, I'm very excitable, right? What? No, I am. And I speak very fast when I'm either nervous or I'm excited, right? So I had to slow things down because I would say stuff and I just know they were like, yeah. And I hadn't a clue what I was saying. You know what I mean? So it was nuts. Derek, thank you very much indeed for subscribing. Yeah, I'm not excited at all. But like, look at the views there. Aren't they absolutely insane? Look at that. The chopper ride was just awe-inspiring. And it was the closest thing we could bring back into the simulator to try it out for ourselves. Right? which was just, it was amazing. Because when I got to fly in the sim, I was like, holy crap, I just saw this earlier. You know, I got to see this, you know, that rock is exactly as I saw. Like, you talk about a photorealistic world. It's a photorealistic world, especially for the Grand Canyon.
Oh, behave.
Do you know? DeBlaze, thank you very much indeed for the bits. Very kind of you, lads. Thank you very much indeed. So yeah, so the B-roll kind of continues. This is heading back then. I mean, look at that. Isn't it incredible?
Hello there.
Absolutely mad stuff. And like the pilot's chatting to us the whole way. Katie J, thank you for the follow. The pilot, he was a lovely guy. He's just chatting to us about all the different things. This is us coming in then to land. And, well, you see, like, just the skills here, like. Helicopter pilots are a law unto themselves. Like, they're just gifted freaks. And I love them, right? I love flying this stuff on, I love flying choppers now in the sim, you know? Will you keep this stream up as a VOD on YouTube? I will, of course. Yes, I will, of course. Thank you, Katie J. So, yeah. I mean, look at the skills from here, look. Nuts. So, they sent kind of different groups up. They also had a Vision Jet. They had a Vision Jet there. To be honest, I was actually happier I got to go in the helicopter. I was looking forward to going in the helicopter. Ian McLav, good to see you. So yeah, I was just delighted. Like, look at the touchdown here, like. Beautiful.
Hey, good buddy.
Throttle off, collective down, and then it goes to shutdown. Now, these are the interviews I have with Jorg and Seb. So I want to show you these here now, briefly, because you probably have a load of questions. Again, this is a YouTube video I put out, but I'm going to show you this one briefly, just to give you some of the questions that were answered, right? Now, before I do that, because I want to show you kind of new stuff, let's go in and have a look at some of the other features coming into the sim, right? So this is pretty much the technology driving the sim. So we'll start off here at the beginning. And there's comparison photos here, if I did this right. Maybe I didn't. This is default flights in 2020, right? Default flights in, and that's beautiful looking, right? Beautiful looking. This is default flights in 2024. What? It's the same scene. 2020, 24. Trees, grass, the water, the reflections, the definition of the mountains, the clouds, the lighting. What? The dirt in the aircraft as well. Like, isn't that spectacular? It's just, how the hell did they manage to do that? Do you know? Here we have Yosemite. This is one of the best pictures I've seen, because this is like, oh my, how did they do this? So anyone name me the mountain here, the cliff? So this is Yosemite in flights in 2020, and that's it in 2024. Just like, unbelievable. El Capitan, yes. Well done, lads. Isn't that like, hello, who's in charge? Look at that. And like, when we saw this, we were like, whoa. And then we see this, we're just like, I need to have quiet time alone. Right? It's unbelievable. And comparing the likes of the Grand Canyon. Well, this is the Grand Canyon in flights in 2020 versus this is the Grand Canyon in 2024. It's off the friggin', like, it's just nuts, lads. It's just nuts. Where is it now? There's another picture here I want to show you. Where are you now? You're down here somewhere, you divil. I'll find you. Mount Fuji. Yeah. Do I have a before and after of Mount Fuji? I should have. So here's Mount Fuji in flights in 2020. And we know it's gorgeous. We've flown there. That was part of our volcano series, right? And you can see things, you know, the tree lines, the clouds, the mountain. Yeah, it's not bad looking. Bit of default scenery. Well, this is Mount Fuji in flights in 2024. Ah, we get there. Like, and see them clouds? They're real. Isn't that just mind-blowing? And this isn't like, you know, pay-where scenery. This is out of the friggin' box. Default 2020, default 2024. You have stones, 3D stones. The trees are different. The atmospheric scattering is different. Isn't it nuts, lads? It's absolutely insane. It's beautiful. You know, the aurora borealis. Look at the snow, the friggin' glaciers, the tessellation gone into the snow here, and that mad Orion chopper thingy majig. The Amazon, I think it is the Amazon. The Amazon, right? That's the Amazon in 2020. Yeah, that looks pretty nice. Wait, what? Like, isn't it just holy mother of? They've just done incredible things. Incredible things. Some of these pictures are just like, there's no way. Default flights in 20... I'll back you up it. Default flights in 2020. This is default. That's 2024. Need I say any more, lads? It's just stunning. And that's only some of the scenery, right? When we talk about some of the tech, how the ground... Now, this isn't applicable to all areas. So, like, you're not going to see this level of detail in all areas. Why? Well, Microsoft need the data. It's only what data is available. But at the moment, this is like a single wire frame in flights in 2020 and how they draw scenery. When you do the comparison, right? Well, Microsoft Flights in 2024, it's using 4,000 times the amount of data to draw the scenery. You see the levels of detail? Everything's 3D now. Like, it's just incredible. It's beautiful. You look at default airports, and this was a huge change. Like, even see like this white kind of a blurry mess, right? And you can see the taxiway lines, even the cat's eyes, the reflections. You compare that in flights in 2020 to 2024. See those cracks? They're 3D. They're 3D. Tar markings on the runway. Like, it's just incredible how much they've managed to do this. This is looking inside the cockpit of an Airbus, and you can see this is the kind of shadows we currently have in the sim, right? Gibbo loves a good crack. Yeah, you're great, old crack. This is with ray tracing off. In 2024, this is ray tracing on. And how we know this is ray tracing, we can see that we have, you know, very better defined heavy shadows or darker shadows versus the soft shadows. And that's all depending on where the light is and the distance from the light source and where it casts its own shadow. And that's not just an interior effect, that works outside of the aircraft as well, which is nuts. This one here is showing you a storm cell. And storms weren't ever really depicted properly. They looked amazing, but like, this is way better. Way, way better. Cirrus clouds are in there, new cloud layers, new lighting effects. They have this photometric lighting. So when you do now look at a scene, and this is where I want to show you this picture in particular, see all the different type of lighting hitting the aircraft, the different shadows, the different colors are responding and reacting to the sunlight. This is nuts. Like, this is photoreal as it was supposed to be. You know what I mean? My suspicions have been confirmed. Brilliant. But isn't that amazing? That's photoreal. It looks real. And even like the glass scratches and the textures, they're way better. You don't just have the weird handprints on them now. It's incredible. Absolutely incredible. When it comes to the helipads, as I said, they've identified 80,000 of these, and they've made a number of different templates, which are handcrafted, and then they're pushed out using, you know, machine learning and all this. So these are some of the different templates we have now. And if you look closely, you'll see the weird photogrammetry kind of melted candle wax scenery, but at least now you have proper 3D helipads. Isn't that pretty cool? And helipads are definitely a thing. They're everywhere. There's 80,000 of them, lads. So what? How did you manage that, lads? You know what I mean? Same with oil rigs. So the oil rigs is like there's 930 or 40 of them. Oil rigs. And look at the detail on them. Blowing fire and everything. Fire! Isn't that amazing? And who's to say what sort of creativity we're going to find now from third-party developers if you were to land on said oil rig, right? And look at that, lads. It's absolutely staggering. Absolutely staggering. When it comes to like city scenes, it's still using photogrammetry. There's been no update to photogrammetry. That's the data that we have. Photogrammetry, I think, will only get better based on the cameras that are shooting it, right? And the satellite algorithm that generates the 3D box, if you like. So they didn't showcase gleaming new cities with all 3D buildings and stuff. They have updated the lighting. The night lighting is definitely more prominent in the cities because they've changed a lot of stuff, you know. There was questions here in relation to some of the handcrafted airports and the new assets and even some of the default airports. So this is Innsbruck, and you can see the level of detail they've gone into Innsbruck. So Innsbruck is going to be a very like, look at the, like, it's just like, holy Jesus, do you know, incredible details here. All the scattering, all the trees. This is Aspen, I think. Like, they've done beautiful things, look. Now, this is probably a good indication, right? So you have all your trees here, but you can see the mountains way off outside of your LOD range. Well, they soften fairly quickly. So I need to see what the crack is, you know? But pictures are never a great way to showcase the scenery. We know this. Telluride. Like, look at the detail even inside the building. It's a default airport, right? If we want to have a look at kind of some standard scenery, well, here's standard texturing at a default airport. This is a default airport. You can see the jetways, the aircraft, and even the taxiway lines, right? The textures, all the jazz. This is Microsoft Flight Sim 2020. This is 2024. There's new assets, new jetways, new aircraft, new runway textures, new taxi lines. There's wear and tear, tire marks. Like, that's a like for like picture. 2020, 2024 on a default location. Default. So you can see the enhancements, right? You can see the enhancements. Duca says, I remember the first pics of 2020 we saw years ago. Many of us believed it was CGI. Now we know way better, right? Nuts. How about contrails? Great by default. Didn't see contrails on my footage. Did I see someone with contrails? I think contrails were good, yeah, I think. Default JFK Tower. Default. Flight Sim 2020. The same in Flight Sim 2024. Way more detail. Jetways are enhanced. Taxiway, runways, ground clutter. There's a lot more going on. 2020, 2024. Pretty cool. And then our beloved Donegal, which was a handcrafted airport in Flight Sim 2020. This is what it looks like in Flight Sim 2020. Donegal, one of the most scenic approaches in the world. This is how it's looking now in Flight Sim 2024. Or as Jeff would say, boom. Boom, because it is boom. Look at the difference. Holy crap, look at the difference. Look at the texturing on the ramp, the markings, reflections on the hangar doors, ladders, way better clutter going on here. Like, it's just insane. It's like, well, it's a handcrafted airport, so yeah, it's kind of up there. What else do we have? Well, the characters are kind of weird and wonderful looking. I mean, they wear face masks, which is interesting. These people are like my people. We don't have dress sense at all. But the point they're trying to show you here is they're showing you different races, different clothing, different styles, different everything, cultures, right? There's a dude, I think it's a dude. If not, it's a dudette with very hairy legs. I don't know. Right, but you know what I mean. And then you have your options, all the different faces, all the different models. They've hundreds of these. So it's all about trying to bring people and characters in, peoples of the world. And depending on the aircraft, there are also passengers in the aircraft as well. You know what I mean? B West, good to see you, man. Thanks for the follow. When we get into animals, and this is where I was saying earlier on, Jorg and the developer or the owner of Project Zoo, Frontier Developments, seemingly they go way back, right? And Jorg was like, hey man, can we get your animals in the sim? And he's like, yeah, sure. So if you ever play, like, you know, is it Project Zoo or is it something Zoo? That's what they live there, you know? And they look incredible. And we've more, right? Look at some of the detail on this stuff. Like your Planet Zoo, that's the one. Jorg was saying things like, you know, can you imagine, like, okay, we can monitor their habitats, we can see their, you know, we can see them when they migrate and all this sort of jazz. But he said, imagine sheep herding, you know, in Scotland with aircraft. He goes, that's now a possibility. I don't see it as a feature yet, but it's now possible because they're tracking all these animals. And the detail of these animals is nuts. Now, you could be saying to yourself, bloody hell, it's a flight sim. Why do we want this level of detail on animals and we don't have things like, you know, weather radars? It's a very valid question to ask. But I think this goes back into the more generalized simulation of the world, this digital twin. And that's what they're doing here. And there's no doubt that animals, fauna, all this jazz plays a very important role, not only in the tourism element of the sim, explore the world, but I also imagine the career mode with missions. Maybe you got to fly a vet into like the friggin', you know, Serengeti plains or something. I don't know. But certainly some of the details here, like, they're just brilliant, aren't they? They are brilliant. They're cool looking. Look at that mad looking devil. Do you know what I mean? Kando's going to have an absolute ball. Oh, he is. Look at how much. Thank you for the bits. Very kind of you, sir. Yeah, Kando's going to have a ball with this. Look at that mad looking devil. Pumba. Was it Pumba? I don't know. Cows. Cows go moo. In France, they're called le cow or le moose. And then tigers and all the jazz. Warthog. That's the one. But you get the idea. Imagine hopping out of your chopper. Jesus, quick, go over there. You know, there's your camera stuff. Let's have a look at some of the vehicle updates. So the boats, I don't have any cars to show you, which I'm raging. I wish they put a car in because the difference of the cars is night and day in the difference. Night and day. Irish Gav is here. Good to see you. Andy Brown, welcome in. Mrs. Brown told him to take my money. The arm twisting hurt so much. Great success. So the ship models. So the ships are being tracked using global ship AI traffic. And they're using the transponders of the vessels in real world or real life data. It's updated every 30 seconds. And that then moves that into the sim.
That's a big 10-4, good buddy.
MDA, 21 months at a tier 3, you absolute madman. Thank you very, very much indeed. The ship models are then built by Gaia Simulations. And yeah, the water looks way better. The ships look way better. Look at the detail. Look at the that's a boat. Yes, Murph, it's a boat. But it looks incredible, doesn't it? And like, look at that scene. Look at the suffering state of that. Look at the cloud formations. Look how the mountains are pronounced. Look at the reflections. Absolutely incredible. Like, it's just stunning. That's giving you a great taste of all the different, you know, the color tones of all the trees depending on the season. Isn't it amazing? Absolutely amazing. Look at that. It's postcard stuff. And like, lads, this is before. And this is where you had, like, if you had everything vanilla in Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020 today, well, it's all right. It's all right. But we all now know that we adore our favorite third-party aircraft or third-party scenery or third-party air. You know, we have our favorites from the third-party developers. Can you imagine what we will see from third-party developers now? Can you imagine it? It's insane. This is default. Can you imagine what it's going to look like? Absolutely staggering stuff. Staggering. So some of the gliders that are put into this, the glider airports, another fascinating story. They had to get off and like contact all the glider airports to say, hey, what sort of equipment do you use? What do you mean? Well, how do you launch your gliders? Is it a tow? Is it a tractor? Is it like a winch? And they figured that out and they've modeled in tons of freaking stuff. Like tons of stuff. Like the launch vehicles are there. They have these like tractor thingies, cable pulls. Like, they've added all of this in. It's just incredible. Absolutely incredible. Where is this now? Let me see. Boats, aircraft. Oh, we need to look at aircraft. Well, look at the world photographer stuff. So again, the virtual tourists. So they're going to be given, hey, okay, you want to explore this place? Great. We want you to go to the Golden Gate. And this is what we need. You're going to fly to this area. All right. And when you get there, we're going to give you some objectives. So We want a picture with the San Francisco Financial District in the background. And what this is actually doing, this is teaching users how to operate the in-sim camera controls. It's forcing them to actually learn how to use the camera, which is really great. We want the bay, or we want the financial district at nighttime, and we want the moon in the frame. Okay, there's the first one done. Great shot. Here's the second one done. And look at the moon. Even the size of the moon is important. And I saw this on Squirrel's video, I think it was. They've even got the scale of the moon correct. That's another update that'll help with immersive flying. The scale of the moon is now correct, and there's all your objectives completed. Isn't it pretty cool? Absolutely brilliant. So I suppose, lads, the aircraft, and we'll have a chat on these aircraft because, well, there's Rex. Some of them we can say who's making them. Some I can't remember. The Robinson R66. We have a King Air C90. It's the GTX, the newer version. I think this is Carenado. I think. We have the Cessna Sky Courier. This is kind of Cessna's latest and greatest twin. It looks great. One of the sprayers, is it the Ag truck? Or yeah, I think it's one of those. We have the Cessna TT, the Corvallis. That's Carenado, I think. We have a 404. Anyone who looks or likes Rebuild Rescue, there's a 404. This is another Carenado aircraft. I don't know how Carenado aircraft are going to be in 2024. But I'm excited because they look great. Carenado will always look great. And let's not forget, the first third-party add-on for Microsoft Flight Sim aircraft was a Carenado, and you could open the doors. And to us, that was a game changer. It was the Cessna 182, right? Here you have the Pilatus PC-12, but it's the NGX version. Blair, yes, it was the air tractor. So it's the most modern PC-12. Here's a PC-24. I think this is also Carenado. That's a beautiful looking jet. Here you have a Saab 340. I love the Saab 340. The last time I flew a Saab 340, it was in the World of X-Plane. And there was two makers. Carenado did one that was actually quite good. And I forget the developer of the other one. But the Saab 340, beautiful plane. The Optica, you remember that? I think Godfriends built that years ago. If you're into it, I mean, I don't know. Someone's going to give it a shot in VR. Why not, right? This is a Dornier Sea Star, which is very interesting looking. I've no mad interest in this sort of stuff. Like the other thing, the Volocopter or the whatever it was called, I wasn't a fan of that either. Like they're just not me. You know what I mean? Mr. Dan, you take care. Like it just wasn't me. I wasn't into them. But I'm interested to see how you fly them once or twice, right? But everyone's preference is going to be different. The Pipistrel, the Taurus is absolutely amazing looking. This is a Goffren's aircraft, I think. And there's more information about this aircraft in terms of what's going on under the hood and, you know, the avionics and stuff. Incredible stuff. Beautiful, do you know? So can't wait to see that. What's that gadget called again? It's not the Widgeon, is it? Is it a Widgeon? Oh no, it's the Albatross. The Albatross. Isn't that gorgeous looking? Superb. Zlin Aviation stuff, again, bush plane stuff. Just, they're going to be so much fun. So much fun. Ask Air Force Proud about it. They're going to be so much fun. There's a STEMI there with its own propeller. Again, look at the detailing. It's just staggering, lads. The Draco, got to fly this on the preview that we had. This is the most ridiculous plane I've ever come across. It has 1,000 horsepower. Like, it's nuts. You know, nuts. Is that the air tractor? Or is that a Cessna? Could be a Cessna. A 737 MAX, which I gotta say, it looks very, very good. Looks very, very good. The de Havilland Canada Air CL415 water bomber. I think that's available now in the sim. Did I see someone say that? That's gorgeous. And like, you watch, if you watch Ice Pilots, they flew these from Canada over to Turkey. That's gonna happen. So yeah. The Joby, again, that's kind of where aviation is going, but like, you know, this thing, look at the cut of it. An Airbus, what is it? The Airbus 225, is it? I just want to fly that. It's gorgeous. This is based on what we used to fly back in Ireland years ago, the Puma. Very similar. Stunning. It looks really, really good. Hot air balloon. It's a Baroon. This thing was what? This got in? C-17. I think this is Miltech. Yeah, I think this is Miltech. So I'm looking forward to flying that. This is the Jetson 1. Again, I'm not quite sure, you know. It looks very good. This is interesting. This is actually based on a prototype, I think. It uses I think it's electrical. I think it's an E-aircraft. Very similar to what you'd expect coming out from like a Dash 8, but there's 4 engines. Looks very nice. Yeah, C-17 is Premium Deluxe, yeah. That looks interesting. I'll fly that for sure. The L something. Is it an L-19? Did these things fly with Tom Cruise when they were filming Top Gun? I think so. Pretty cool, yeah. Aussie colours as well. Pretty awesome. There is a Boeing C-47D Chinook. This is from Blackbird Simulations. L-39, thank you, Wombat. This is from Blackbird Simulations. We know Miltech's Chinook is already in the sim. Very, very good. This would be interesting to see how Blackbird Simulations have done it. Here we have a 747 Global Super Tanker. We saw this in the sim already from High Performance Group and then, licensing. But it's back. So it's based on the 747-4. Mountain Man, you can get the Miltech is the current CH-47. Where am I now? P-51 Mustang. This is from the current flights in 2020. I forget the make of that. It's the 540 or something. The Edge 540, I think it is. There's the mad other hot air balloon, but it has like a propeller on it. Now that'll be fun because you can actually move. There's a Pitts. Great little plane. The Edge 540 is Innie-Bills. Yeah. The Dreamlifter. This is also Innie-Bills. 747-4 Dreamlifter. God, it's not pretty. But it's pretty because it's not pretty. You know what I mean? Couldn't tell you. It's another 540, I think. Looks awesome though. T6 Texan, like that's from the 2020 as well. Look at that shot. Look at that screenshot. The mountains in the distance, all the grass, the vegetation, like that is an incredible shot. And like that's showcasing once again ray tracing and the new photometric lighting. Because all the different strengths of light hitting that aircraft and their reflected light. Nuts, right? Nuts. This mad looking little thing, that looks like it'll be fun. It's like a little microlight. We saw those in the trailer. That's a gyro, right? It's a gyro copter. That'll definitely be interesting to fly to see how the physics work, right? That's pretty cool. Our H125, I flew this in the sim. I don't know who's making this one. Is it a Sobo? It's very good. It's very good. The Atlas, the A400 Atlas, this is Innie-Bills, I think. This looks incredible. And this is Premium Deluxe, I think. Right? I think it's Premium Deluxe. It's incredible. Right? Absolutely. Savage looking. Really looking forward to that. Innie-Bills here with an Airbus A321 Neo, which is nice. I know we have the 321 already, but like this is going to be default, so it's accessible, right? The Airbus A330, it includes the 330, 300, 200 and P2F. Stunning. And this is Innie-Bills as well. So you're getting your A330s in there. How cool is that? Airbus pilots are having a field day. We have completely rebuilt from the ground up a DHC-6 Twin Otter. Yeah, give us mad excited for the 330. It looks super cool, dude, doesn't it? I mean, that does look super nice. But yeah, Twin Otter is there. Hello, how much? Thank you for the bits, my dude. That looks incredible, doesn't it? What else do we have? This mad thing, the cargo bob fella. What's the name of it? Sky Crane. Ericsson Sky Crane. Really, really interesting. And
Oh, behave.
there's buttons being pressed all over the place. Thank you very much indeed again for the bits. That's going to be a lot of fun, especially when Seb was telling us that, you know, the cargo that you're going to be able to lift, well, there's physics there. If you're rough, that cargo is going to move. It'll take you out of the sky. You got to be very careful with it. You got to get used to how it moves. Drag, swaying, all that sort of stuff. It's soft body physics. It's not actually Sikorsky. I think it's Ericsson. I thought it was Sikorsky, but I don't know. Did they sell it to? I don't know, to be honest. But it's not Sikorsky. Waka Waka, yeah. Can you imagine the rotor slap off that? We have the Fairchild Thunderbolt Warthog Thunderbolt A, is it, or 2? This is from DC Design. And you might, you know, the eagle eye will look at the front of the aircraft and say to themselves, be the Jesus then, Murph. There's no, you know, Gatling cannon on the front. It's just a big cylinder. And again, it's an E rating, so they're not going to show weapons. Now, if DC Design do a little patch to fix that, well, we're going to be all over it, aren't we? I mean, we are, aren't we? Do you know? But it looks great. It looks really, really nice. It's a cigar, yeah. Ericsson bought the design. There we go. But yeah. And then we have the Beluga. This is based on an Airbus A330. And it's absolutely massive and hideous at the same time, but also beautiful. I think everyone is going to give this thing a chance just to see what it can do. And this is from Innie Builds as well. I mean, they can't fly, they can't go terribly fast, they can't go terribly high. And they're usually kind of just shuttling parts all over France and Germany. But gorgeous. The new Beluga. The Beluga XL, I think it's classed as. Isn't that mad, isn't it? It looks like my ex. Brilliant, Gimmo. Brilliant. But yeah, like it's that's the aircraft lineup. Isn't it exciting? Like it's just like, wow, lads, wow. And some of the air traffic then. So we're saying, okay, we have all these models. This is brilliant. But are we going to get that weird A330 767, you know, thing? Well, when it comes to the air traffic, York said they have 91%, or they have a 91% match on what's on the likes of, say, Flight Radar. So if you look at it, and this is using real world liveries, Air New Zealand. So you have your A330, 19, 20, an ATR, 3 different variants of the ATR. And that's just Air New Zealand. Moving across, then you have others. This looks like new kind of default liveries, but that's the Embraer fleet. All of the Embraer, like 170, 175, 190, 195, Embraer, right? We have Alaska. So you have the Dash 8, Embraers, Boeing, and Airbus. So the idea here is this is going to definitely help when it comes to model matching. Look at all the Boeing. Look at all the Boeings. And all the different types of 747s here. So we're really hoping this is going to have a huge, huge impact when it comes to model matching. And it's not just on the commercial aircraft. And there's a ton of them, right? But they're also including general aviation. I didn't see choppers. But you have everything from Citations, Longitudes, Mustangs, Jesus. There's all sorts. Look at all the general aviation stuff. Look at the liner from Cessna and Beech. It looks like there's 4 different variants or 5 different variants of a Grand Caravan. And there's more stuff back here. Vision Jet included, the Beech Model 18, PC-21, King Airs. That looks like a B1900. So it's going to be interesting to see, you know, how this is all going to work. Yeah, a couple of piston engines in there as well. The Airbus family is over there. Jet 2, EasyJet, Brussels. So, like, you know, there's a few. I think Jorg was saying that like 25% of the official liveried airlines. But they're just waiting to see, can they get more in there? You know what I mean? They're hoping they can get more in there. So yeah. Pretty cool though, isn't it? Pretty cool. So what else do we have here? So again, I can play a bit of footage here, right? Don't mind the Egypt talking. I'll play a bit of background footage because I have a load of questions to go through, right? So this is here flying in the Grand Canyon. So, Jesus. This is us flying in the Grand Canyon. And well, you see what the crack is here now, right? And some questions I'm going to bring up because Gibbo is going to ask some questions. And I'll read them out and get you to, you know what I mean? Also, a couple of more things. You can record your own voice, which is absolutely nuts.
In autumn, trees lose their leaves. You get different vegetation turning to orange and yellow, and the landscape kind of takes on that warm hue of fall. Winter, snow will accumulate on the ground, lakes will freeze over, and the world will be covered in a blanket of white. But the thing about seasons, it's not just cosmetic, right? The thing with seasons is, move that over there. Seasons also affect the performance of your aircraft, which is nuts. Cold temperatures, hot temperatures, all that jazz. Accu season, that's the end of the road for Accu season when it comes to like this, I think, right? What else do we have here now? Let's see here now. There's new physics at play. There's 4 of them. So you have surface dynamics. The system was present in the Flight Sim 2020, but in 2024 it's been significantly expanded. It allowed aircraft to have a fuselage and a wing, but now more complex shapes are possible. Sebastian explained that aircraft can now have multiple wings, complex surfaces, and even different shapes that react accurately to airflow. The next one they have are the computational fluid dynamics. The system simulates the flow of air around the aircraft. 2024 has been upgraded to include the impact of engines on airflow. For example, when an aircraft is stationary on the ground and the engine is powered up, the air from the engine will hit the tail and affect the aircraft's stability. Also ground effects, turbulence, wake turbulence, how turbulence dissipates, it's all there. Vortex simulation and wake turbulence, it's all there. And they're using this on like a multi-threaded solution, meaning all of these effects are not going to cause impact to the performance. They just work, which is very, very exciting. Then we have the new atmospheric simulation. Extending beyond the immediate surroundings, the system simulates the large-scale movement of air caused by natural phenomena, like the sun hitting the Earth's surface. Turbulence, thermals, and wind currents are all part of this system, which plays a major role in soaring, gliding, and low-altitude flying. Again, for the bush pilots, you're going to find a brand new challenge because you're now fighting the forces. Ground effect, it's not really there in 2020. You're really going to see it in 24. So you're going to have a bit of practice to do. What else? That was the VR optimizations. As I said, I mentioned this earlier. If you just popped in, if you're asking about VR, they have their own version of like the FPS limiter. And I think that'll work in the main sim as well. Whereby if you tell the sim, hey, I need 40 frames no matter what happens, well then in the background, it's going to be adjusting the sliders to maintain that 40 FPS. I definitely know it's going to work in VR, but I think it works in the whole lot as well, right? So some of the questions,
hello there.
Right? So we'll answer these for the crack. What was it like to be there? Well, hopefully you got a bit of insight to the whole thing start to finish. It was an incredible, once in a lifetime experience. To see the sim, to talk to the developers, to meet all the content creator folks and media folks. It was just incredible. Like what an experience to have, and such an eye opener when it comes to, what flight simulation is all about, what this sim is all about, and what it's trying to be, and also the feedback from community. This wasn't a case of Microsoft saying we're doing this because, not at all. The objectives that they listed out all came from the community. We want this, we want this, we want this. You can't listen to everyone, I get that, but they definitely addressed kind of the 4 or 5 major pillars to say, hey, we want this in a simulator. We want better loading, better graphics, we want a career mode, we want better activities, and so on and so on and so on. And that's what they did. Terrible Guitarist, great name, thank you for following the channel. So how did I get selected? Which is a serious question. How did they select me? I mean, when you look at some of the other content creators, I don't know. I initially thought it was a spam email. Could you imagine if I'd like deleted it? What a muppet I'd have been. But I'm incredibly lucky, and luck has to play a huge part of that, because I don't know what the total number of folks were. They felt sorry for me. That's what it was, Muse. Because I wanted to ask a question at Flight Sim Expo, and Evan cut me down in me prime. They said, Jesus, we better bring this fella back. Or they probably said, we'll bring that fella Murphy over, get him to look at everything and try and go back and see how funny it is when he tries to explain it, because no one can understand him when he speaks anyway.
Oh, Jesus.
That's probably more realistic.
right? Will I get access to the simulator early? I hope so. Because, well, I hope so. My objective to this is, and it's exactly what I did with Flight Sim 2020. They needed diversity and needed a mallet head. Brilliant. My objective, if I can get access to the sim early, is to provide insight. If you're stuck with something, well, hey, look, you can do it this way. You know what I mean? It was the same in 2020. Very same. I was lucky enough to get early access. I was part of the alpha of 2020, and I was very lucky to get early access. So I'm hoping I'll get early access, but we don't know. You just don't know. Do you know? Will I exclusively fly Flight Sim 2024? There will come a time, yes. I've seen enough in this sim to be comfortable and confident that everything that we love about 2020 exists in 2024. It's backwards compatible. It just is. They've made it better, deeper, and added features. That's all they've done, right? That's all they've done. I see me using this quite a bit. Whether or not everyone is going to be the same, it shouldn't impact us, right? We have tools out there for our multiplayer flights. We can use the likes of JoinFS that will link your 2020 to your 2024. That will work. There's no native cross-platform. You can't fly multiplayer in 2020 and appear on 2024 or vice versa from within the sim. You're going to need a third-party product, and something like JoinFS utilizes SimConnect to be able to pull that off. I just hope SimConnect works better. Seb said they've added an additional 90 APIs, I think, to SimConnect, so it should work better. Do you know? How will I cater for 2020 and 24 simmers in the community? So anyone who's still going to be using Flight Sim 2020, I'm not going to uninstall it. And any of the flights that we're doing, well, it's the same digital twin. Sure, we're going to have things that might look different, including the multiplayer aspect with JoinFS. That's definitely there. And certainly when it comes to further optimizing or getting the best you can out of 2020, well, I'm still there for that. Definitely. But I really think the uptake on 2024 is going to be so much more. A lot of folks are saying, no, I'm going to wait. If this is released and it's stable, right, and there's no like, holy crap, how did that get in there? It's game breaking. I don't think anyone is going to continue on the 2020 platform. I don't think so. I could be wrong, but like, if you're getting a backwards compatible solution to work in 2024 with all your existing aircraft able to work in a 2020 flight model, why would you stay in the 2020 ecosystem waiting 5 to 10 minutes to load in? It doesn't make sense, does it? Like, it really doesn't. Do you know? There's still FSX holdouts, so there will be some. Sure, but FSX, people stay there. They stay there not because of the sim. They stay there because of the systems they've built up around it. Add-ons, hardware, right? That's why they're still utilizing those platforms. I think, you know. We have seen waterfalls introduced in 2020. I wonder, will they be moving water at some point? Probably. Someone said eventually they will update the satellite images from 2020 to be on par. Yeah, they will. Satellite imagery, world updates. They're not turning off flights in 2020. Absolutely not. How long it'll continue to be supported is anyone's guess. But they ain't going to turn it off, lads. They're not just going to flick a switch. Flights in 2020 still has a live development roadmap, which will go on for the next 12 months minimum. So, like, there's no fear to any of this. And that's the last thing that Microsoft kind of wanted folks to feel. Don't be afraid of this new sim coming out there. We're not destroying the old sim, right? We're not turning it off. If you prefer 2020, stay in 2020. That's great. But we're going to make this thing more compatible or backwards compatible and do all the jazz. And, you know, I think we're going to enjoy 2024. If they can pull it off, if they manage to pull this off, you know, can planes sink in the sea? They don't sink, but they kind of sink. But no, there's not an underwater simulation, at least from what I've seen. The physics work a lot better. Wave height, the direction of the waves, that's all important now because that'll, you know, upset your landing. The aircraft create wake and waves, but like, it's not an underwater simulator. It'd be cool if it was though, right? Do you think this is a stepping stone for other things that we may not know about? I.e., as 2020 was perhaps a showcase for big data. Again, I think this product here, this technology, a digital twin, that's what they're trying to make here. A replica of the world of a one-to-one scale. That's the mission. And yes, the primary focus is on flight simulation. That's what they're after. But I think this engine that we're looking at, the use of Azure, the use of photogrammetry, the graphics, the lighting, animals are now a big thing in it. If we got road traffic, sea traffic, trains, for example, I see this platform being opened up to more and more and more. There's no way we are the core base audience. There's no way, lads. There's far too much going on when you look at how much technology this is using. You know what I mean? Bird strikes? Yeah, there's bird strikes. I don't know how they default, but I know developers have bird strikes in products. So, you know, yeah. I don't think X-Plane will die. This is not going to, you know, kill off the competition. People will always go back to what they enjoy. York said that. People will always do what they...
Hey, good buddy.
Forget the phrase, but like, people will always go back to what they love. Wherever they find happiness, that is where they'll stay. I don't see X-Plane getting shut down at all. X-Plane still has its own core. It has its own development tree. It has its own direction. Microsoft Flight Sim has its own direction. And at times they seem very, very close. But we'll see them moving in different directions at different times. Do you know what I mean? Citizen Dex, good to see you. People want joy. There you go. Thank you, Gibbo. But yeah. What concerns should people have with the cloud? Would it not make the experience worse when they're flying over an airport that would be streamed low and medium res scenes and only the high res when they're on the ground? Is that not worse than what we have in flights in 2020? So concerns when it comes to the cloud, and as I was explaining earlier, how your data gets loaded in. Your data gets loaded in, back to Bob Ross, your data is going to get loaded in. If you can imagine your aircraft, right? I went to art school. That's terrible.
Hello there.
If you can think of your aircraft, here's my little airplane. And in the world, this lives inside a little bubble in the sim. And everything inside this bubble, this is your cached area. This is what the sim is streaming to your hard drive directly, because that is what you can see. Well, the larger, right? The larger your cache, or the faster your internet, will expand that range in which then you can pull all the data in. Yeah? So what we're saying here, Murphy's Banksy, brilliant. So what we're saying here is the texture resolution of the scene at a very minimalistic, or, you know, the minimum requirement should be level across all. With different things, we've seen that with scenery. You know, do you want to have ladders and satellites on the buildings? No, I just need the building. I don't need to see all the small little air conditioning units. I don't, right? They're the options you're going to have, I'm sure. Or based on what you want performance-wise, that's what the sim will handle for you. No, you're not getting that. No, you're not getting this. Is there a concern when it comes to how fast your sim can render the data? That's going to come down to this. How fast is the internet pushing the information to you? And how large is the cache that you're able to, like, pop it all in? And I think, like, I'm hoping it's a better experience than what we have in 2020. From what I see, it is, right? But it is an area for concern. Again, this all comes down to the execution. How is this actually going to work? I think it will work. What would you prefer? Straight question for everyone here watching. What would you prefer in your flying environment within a sim? Would you prefer to have the sharpest possible graphics on all your scenery, mountains, buildings, but suffer stuttering as it tries to pop in all the scenery? Or would you prefer a 100% smooth flight with kind of like a gradual loading or not as sharp textured scenery around your position? What would you prefer? Do you want the smooth performance, or do you want the looks in the graphics? What would you most prefer as a flyer? Now, if you want to get to the highest possible tier, if you want the best of the best of the best, It's like anything when it comes to software, in particular when it comes to gaming engines or otherwise. Well, you're going to need very fast internet and you're going to need a beefing machine. 4090, 5090s will probably come on the scene after Christmas. Like, you're going to need the top tier stuff. If that's what you want, that's what you're going to need. You know what I mean? So most of the answers coming in here, it's performance. A lot of you guys are saying performance. Because it's a flight sim, we need that. We need it to be smooth. There's nothing worse when you're flying and then there's a pause or there's constant little stutters. Like, there's nothing worse. Why? It breaks our immersion. We get an instant disconnect from what it is that we're doing. We're reminded that we're no longer flying in a virtual aircraft. You know what I mean? But yeah, these are great questions, Gibbo. Considering everything that I saw, which was loads, what impressed you the most and why? Ooh. I just don't want tiles updating in front of me. Yeah, I get that, man. I get that. So everything that I saw, what impressed me the most? I was most impressed by the loading time, because at the moment, to me, one of the biggest, like, I still love Flight Sim 2020. We're flying in that, on Sunday. That's still our virtual playground to go exploring the world. JK, thank you for the follow. When it comes to,
hello there,
2024, in the new graphics and how everything looks and the trees and all of this, it's all very, very exciting. Of course it is. I am most excited for the faster loading times. Getting me from a menu into a flight and back out again. That's the biggest thing that's like, yeah, they've done it. That's what we want. How well that'll work on release, don't know. What I've seen already, brilliant. Brilliant. And even when I said it to Seb, I was like, yeah, it's very like GTA. He goes, yeah, that's what we're going for. I said, well, it's a little bit janky in places. He goes, we're working on that. We're going to smooth all that out. So hopefully they do, If you don't crash so much while loading, times would not be an issue. Yeah, true. You want a better experience in Microsoft Flight Sim? You don't want to load? Okay, yeah, don't crash. Don't crash. It'll work. American says it takes me 20 minutes to load. Have a shameless plug, American. Have a look at my YouTube channel. I have a video there, faster loading times in Microsoft Flight Sim. I went from like a 15-minute startup down to like 4 minutes. Have a look at the video and hopefully it'll help. When buying an internet plane, they should have a 2024 pack. Sorry, when buying an internet plan. Well, here's the thing. When we're talking about bandwidth and how much data you're going to be using, that will depend a little bit on your habits. Where are you flying to? How big is the cache that you're using? You know what I mean? Krubrick says, Murph, please take a moment to talk ATC. The ATC in the sim, from what I've seen, has not seen any sort of dramatic upgrade or new features. It could well do. I didn't see it. They have made some changes to voices. You can actually record your own voice and the sim will use your voice. That's pretty cool. And I think the focus on ATC is to make it work better so it's following the correct procedures. That's where the emphasis is. But in terms of like new fancy ways of doing things, no, I think it's the same system, The Abyss, good to see you. Murph, got a question about 24. Do you know if planes not owned by you but owned by a friend will show up? So this kind of goes into model matching. The quick answer is no. However, the sim will load from its own directory and try and appear the aircraft model or the closest one to it. In saying that, it's still up to third-party developers to correctly label their aircraft in the aircraft configuration file. It's either in the layout or the manifest. A lot of them don't do that. So when the sim reads the aircraft, it says, I don't know what you are, or, oh, Jesus, that's how, okay, I'll give you 4 engines. That's a huge problem. And developers don't really do that. They just, a lot of developers, you'll be surprised, man. So many developers don't focus on multiplayer at all. At all. It tends to be the last thing they look at. Do you know what I mean? So I can understand it, right? If they want their aircraft to work. How often are you going to use an aircraft in multiplayer versus on your own? Everyone's going to be different, right? But yeah. All the new streams will have Murph talking to Murph. I'll have to do an accent, See if I can understand it. So yeah, when it comes to the thing I'm most excited for me, it's the loading times. I want to just turn on the simulator, get into a flight, and get flying in the quickest possible time. That's me personally. I think other people are going to absolutely love the new terrain details. They're going to love the weather, the seasons, right? They're going to love the marketplace, perhaps. They're going to love career mode, the activities. Everyone's going to have their favorite thing. For me, I think it's definitely going to be loading times. Do you know? American, thank you for subscribing. How do you think the payware renting will work? Messi, good to see you. So Microsoft are making all of their add-ons have the option to hire for free or to rent or to buy. And they're going to allow third-party developers to opt in to that. The biggest question around it, I would think, if I was a third-party developer, and I have my aircraft that I've spent 2 years developing, and I'm now going to put it onto a marketplace and give someone the ability to try that aircraft fully featured, and get no sale from it, I'd be very concerned and worried, because how can the marketplace protect my product from getting pirated? That'd be my concern, right? There are things happening behind the scenes. Because Microsoft are going to be streaming, they're pushing data to you that lives on a local cache. You never really get the entire aircraft. You won't get it all. You know what I mean? So I think there's now safer ways. So I think it's really up to third-party developers. Some developers I know will absolutely offer this, either a rent or a free trial for a day, or rent it for a week or whatever, and then buy it. Other developers, absolutely not, no matter what the question is. And you kind of know who's not going to allow you a free trial. Right? Scenery. Who said that out loud? But you know what I mean? They're just not going to do that. Right? It's a great way for a developer to kind of stand over their product, because they have the balls, they have the bravery to say, I know you're going to love this product, rent it, and then you're going to buy it because it is that good. But we need to be fair to the developer. Is his product safeguarded? That's where the questions need to be. From what I saw, yeah, it is. It's safeguarded. Of course it is, because they've removed a system that you don't actually have that aircraft sitting in your community folder. The sim won't recognize it, right? Think about it. You don't have the aircraft in your community folder. And even if you try and save it from your cache, you can't. It's going to be encrypted, I'm sure. I'm sure they're going to encrypt the cache. So yeah, I don't know. Can we plan a flight without leaving the sim? Yes. You can be in the sim. Now, yeah, you can. So have a look here. I'll go into the tablet mode here, and I'm going to start planning a new flight. Where is it? We skip ahead. Give it a second.
Hello there.
It's back here somewhere. Jesus, Murph, all your footage. I'm in here planning another flight, and then when I want to exit the sim, look how fast it brings me back out to the main menu. This is frightening, right? Where's this now? Main menu, continue. Instantly back in the main. Instantly. And then I can immediately go back in and start another flight. Instantly. That's brilliant. And if you're at the same airport, think about this. If you're at the same airport, you just landed, let's say, in Dublin. Hey, I'm going to do another flight. Well, the good news is your loading time is going to be on fire, because it's already rendered that location to you. You already have the data. You're just changing your aircraft. I love this, right? Did I get to fly this Lynn? No, I didn't, Super Tom. I didn't. What commercial airlines are in the game? You saw a few already. EasyJet are there. There's a few. They're 25% of what they wanted. Hey, Rolly Mal is here. Good to see you. If all planes had the feature, you could show their models in flight. See a plane, try a plane. Yeah. Well, they could, but they can only manage what's inside their own infrastructure. They can only manage what's inside the marketplace. How are they going to keep a track of aircraft that are in your community folder? They can't, because they can't, unless they turn it into spyware, they can't, right? Anything that's inside the sim marketplace, I really hope a feature or a requirement to a third-party dev, make a lower LOD variant of your aircraft so we can add that model. That'd be awesome. Don't know if it will though, Considering everything, what was a disappointment, both in terms of what you saw and what you didn't see? So what was I disappointed about? I'm a little bit disappointed over multiplayer. I don't think it, and again, like I'm this is coming from like a niche within the niche, right? We do massive online group flights, and that's not everyone's cup of tea, right? Not everyone wants to do these big, massive group flights. Some people stay the hell away from them. Well, it's not realistic. It's not the point, but you know what I mean? But I suppose, you know, when it comes to things like, you know, shared cockpit and private multiplayer servers, they're not there yet. As Seb said, they're on his list. They're on his list, but they're not there yet. So I was a little bit disappointed there. I didn't get enough information around multiplayer. Enhancements, changes, new features. That was the only thing I kind of said, aw. But in saying that, I'm hoping, and I'm, you know, cross fingers. What I've seen when it comes to the sheer amount of models they've now added, well, the likes of model matching or model matching mismatching, if that makes sense, should be far less. Should be far less. And, you know, the silver lining, to use an absolutely terrible pun, the silver lining of the cloud is, Seb did say he was working on a scene and it displayed 93 aircraft. So the data is there. So does that mean that there's some sort of a render barrier? If so, well, it should now work better because it's only pushing what you need to see. Does that make sense? Fingers crossed, lads. I really hope multiplayer is better. Do you know anything about updates in 24, as in a world update? Where is it now? No longer extra downloads. So how will we know so how will we know if there's an update? Great question. How do we know if there's going to be an update? Are we even going to see it? I think when there's a sim update, we're going to have to update the sim in the conventional way, either through the App Store or the Microsoft Marketplace or through Steam. So that's going to be, hey, here's a new simulator update. But again, because of most of the data, there was a slide, I can't show it, I don't have it, but like they showed us a slide that says, this is the current system. This is what you have locally, and this is what we push it to the cloud, right? Back to Bob Ross. I need to show you this. This is going to be the most crude drawing you've seen in your life, but you'll get the idea, right? Hopefully you get the idea. So draw a line down the middle. This is 2020. This is 24. Let me explain. At the moment, lads, at the moment, how do we make that divil bigger? How do you make that way? No. How do you make that bigger? Okay, here. So let's say, for example, this is all the data that is on your PC. All this data, right? And this is all the data that's on the cloud, which would be this. And so this is all like your aircraft. This is all to do with your scenery, all the airports, all the mesh, the terrain, the DEM data, everything. And over here, the online portion is just going to be satellite. Jesus, Murph. It's going to be satellite. It's going to be, call it satellite. It's going to be weather. Yeah. In 2024, the difference is going to be this. What's on your PC is now, well, this. And what's now on the cloud away from everything is now like that. Does that make sense? So much more data is now living on the cloud. Aircraft, scenery, airports, liveries, weather, DEM data, mesh, terrain, thin, photogrammetry, satellite data. The whole friggin' shebang is now based off your system. What's needed down here is quite smaller. And the balance of how all of this works is going to come to how much of a local cache do you have? Have you a large local cache and fast internet so everything goes to you? Or are you going to have a smaller local cache, something like that? Or slower internet? Does that make sense? No, Murphy, you're absolutely lost us all. You're an idiot. But that's how big the difference is. That's how big the difference is. And I think kind of 30 gigs is kind of where it's going to be at, I think, for a cache. But that will depend entirely on your style of flying. Do you fly in the same regions quite a lot? You're going to need a smaller cache. Do you use the same aircraft quite a lot? Well, you need a smaller cache. Are you flying in Germany today, Japan tomorrow, 20 other countries the day after, all in the one day? Yeah? All right, you're going to want either fast internet or a bigger cache, one or the other. Does that make sense? So that's kind of how that works. All right. Will there be communications? So when it comes to updates, because you have that system now, when it comes to a world update or an update to an asset, that's done away on the cloud. We don't see it. We don't have to download the next world update. There might be some files we need. Maybe they're to do with authorization or authentication, perhaps. They'll live locally. But by and large, everything is going to live on the cloud. If at the moment we look at a world update, we have to download all the POIs, we have to download all the activities, we have to download all the friggin' discovery flights. We need all of that data to live on our hard drive, plus the photogrammetry. We need all of that stuff. In 2024, we don't need any of it until we actually fly there. That's the difference. And then they just stream the bubble around your aircraft of what you need. That, to me, that is a game changer. The infrastructure of how this thing works, it's the questions and the worry, I suppose. How are they going to actually deliver this? How is this going to work? What happens if Azure goes offline? What happens if we can't reach the servers? That's where the worry is. You know what I mean? But yeah. Right, where are we at? We're over here now. Why wasn't Gibbo there? He's the better looking one after all. Come on, Gibbo. What questions did I not ask that I wish I had? There was a couple. I came away going, balls, why didn't I ask that question? Again, there's questions you guys are asking me and I'm saying, how, why, what? You know? Multiple CPU cores, also scale. So it is multi-core, Boston Elf. Multi-core is definitely in it. Better than what it is now. You know what I mean? Some of the questions I didn't ask was, I wanted to divulge a little bit more on multiplayer in career mode. And also some of the career functions, are they open in free flight? Free flight, we have everything. We have access to everything. Walk around mode, there should be missions in there. That's all free flight. The career mode is specifically a progression tree to play the game, if you wish, or give yourself that introduction to what's it like being a real world pilot. You don't just fly passengers from A to B. The world needs aviation, agriculture, friggin' search and rescue. All of these things have been added there. And just think about it for a minute. Why are they doing this? They're using this as the draw to say, hey, this looks pretty cool. You can do this. Well, this is aviation. It's more than just wearing your neck scarf and wearing a mustache and a brandy. Do you know what I mean? That's kind of the thing. What are the next steps between now and launch? So everyone is going to be thinking the same. Right, what do I need to do now? Right now? Nothing. You don't need to do anything right now. There's a few things if you're really thinking on, Jesus, I should really do this. You could look at your hardware, but never buy hardware before the thing is launched. And the reason why I'm saying this, you might need it. You might need it. By all means, plan for it, save up for it, wait for the sim to launch, then you'll know where it's at, right? Just save yourself a few quid. You might need it, lads. So hardware is a question. Your control profiles, so all your key bindings, there is a file located on your PC with the actual file of all your configuration settings for all your controls. I would make a copy of that and put it somewhere handy, because maybe we can just automatically import that into the sim. Especially the way the servers are. Sometimes we had a great flight, everything works, turn off the sim, get up the next morning, jump into the sim, all your settings are reset. That drives me scatty. If you save the config file, put it somewhere safe, make a copy of it. If that ever happens to you again, drag and drop, pop it in, reload the sim, everything's back the way it should be, right? Also, I would recommend if you don't have Windows 11, get onto Windows 11. For me, the sim works better with Windows 11. What else could you do? I mean, until we actually see the sim released, there's a bit of house cleaning you can do. Make sure your operating system is up to date. Clear a bit of space if you want, right? Ensure all your software and hardware is up to date. Patches, firmware updates, all of that jazz. Be ahead of it. You know what I mean? And just plan a bit of time off work or school. Know what I mean?
Hey, good buddy.
And see how it goes. Rafael, thank you very much indeed. Raul is away. You take care, my dude. Thank you so much for all the support, Raul. And we'll see you soon. Now that I've seen it, we know we know clearly you're an X-Plane fanboy. Has your opinion of the how has your opinion of the competition of Microsoft Flight Sim changed? Again, it's very difficult. I don't think there's just one sim. I have my favorite sim. Without a shadow of a doubt, I have my favorite sim, and that's Microsoft Flight Simulator. Without a shadow of a doubt. That is my absolute favorite sim. But, other sims offer different things, I enjoy virtual aviation. I love aviation. I'm aviation mad. If I see something on one sim, it's always nice to compare it. It's always nice to have an experience on one sim if you have the option, Hey, Hangar Studios is here. Dougal, yes, I will send you that letter. Yes. But yeah, I don't think it's going to kill off the competition, but I certainly see people spending a lot more time in Microsoft Flight Simulator now. A lot more time, especially when we start seeing some more of these third-party aircraft coming in, like the Phenom, the stuff that Got Friends are doing, the 757, all of these stuff, Do you recommend Windows 11? Yeah, I do. I like Windows 11. I think it's very good.
Hey, good buddy.
It's been the most stable for me so far. Do you know what I mean? Audie Neal, thank you for subscribing. What about other things you didn't get a chance to cover in the VODs? What about liveries, third-party thoughts? So there are some changes. I don't know if Jonks is still here. Jonks, can I let them know about the thing with the livery? But if not, there are some changes. I did see in the career mode, for example, if you're based in Ireland and you start your career, well, it's going to give you the option to have your own type of livery on the aircraft, and they're going to base it. They're going to base that on green, white, and gold or orange. If you're in the UK, red, white, and blue. If you're in Germany, black, orange, and, you know what I mean? So they're going to give you those sort of styles by having like a custom livery on your aircraft. What Got Friends have done, and anyone who uses X-Plane, of this, they have the option that you can create what's called a dynamic livery, meaning you can actually edit your livery inside the sim on the fly. Think of it like a little color palette appearing, and you can change different colors of your livery, but that's only on the Got Friends aircraft. That's not a base feature. Got Friends built that for their own aircraft, right? Which is pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Third-party thoughts. So I have reached out to a lot of third-party developers. I will be chatting to them over the coming days to get their feedback. What do they think? So that'll be a video on YouTube for sure. And because it'd be interesting to see what they're going to be talking about. I'd love to have a chat with Navigraph, right? But yeah, it'll definitely be interesting. What version will I buy? What version would you buy if you were a Joe Blogs and not a streamer? So the version I'll get will be the limited edition. And if anyone asks, the missus in particular, that was the extension to the computer I spent. They're dear. The limited edition was like, it cost me $300, I'd say. Now there's every intention Microsoft will give us Microsoft will give me a copy of the sim. If they do that, I'll raffle that off, right? I just will, because I don't need 2 copies of the sim, right? But I wanted the limited edition one because it's, for me, this has been a milestone for me personally, as a content creator or a streamer or just that idiot on the telly. This was a milestone because I've never had anything like this happen in my life before. I've never been kind of, here, come over here and try this. It was just amazing. It was a life altering moment. Do you know what I mean? And I'm all up in the business of this is brilliant.
Hello
and
there.
I'm so excited to see where it can go. I'm not an idiot. I'm not an idiot. I'm not sitting back here saying this is going to run 100% perfectly on launch. We've seen how the the sim is deployed. We've seen it. It has a track record of being, oh, Jesus. But it also has a track record of also being, wow. So, you know, I'll approach this as it happens, you know. Janelli, thank you for the follow. So for me, if you're a Joe Blogs, Game Pass is absolutely 100% the way to go. You have to remember, the standard edition of the sim has every single feature of the sim. The only difference is the number of aircraft and the number of airports. Nothing else. You have every single feature of the sim. If you're on the fence, just get it on Game Pass, try it out for a week or two, and then you'll have your decision made up straight away. Straight away. Do you know what I mean? If you're like, you know, if you're a hardcore simmer and this is going to be the evolution, this is the next step of what you're going to do, I don't need to talk to you. You've already pre-purchased the next sim. I got nothing to add to you. I'm not going to inspire you. I will say this though, if you have if currently in Microsoft Flight Sim 2020, if you have like the Premium Deluxe, if you want to have those aircraft in the next edition, 2024, in their Premium Deluxe, you need to go Premium Deluxe, right? That's kind of where it's at. I wish existing users would get a 10 to 20% discount. El Palito, but like, you could say you want a discount, but the standard sim of 2024 and 2020, I think, are very close. If you look at it, the higher the tier you go, be it Deluxe, Premium Deluxe, or Aviator, that's where the discounts are coming in. Look at the Aviator edition, 125 aircraft. That includes the Payware Local Legends, right? And 160 airports for $200. That's a discount. Think about it. If you were to buy just the add-on aircraft that were released from the Local Legends, that's over $200. You know what I mean? So again, if finances are a concern for you, especially leading up into Christmas, the holidays, Game Pass, lads, Game Pass, 10, 20 bucks a month. Away you go. It's not going anywhere. Get the standard edition and then you'll start looking at, okay, I want this aircraft or I want to try that aircraft. You can still rent stuff, right? You can still trial stuff. Go the route of the of Game Pass. Hey, Pilot Stud is here. Good to see you. Pilot Stud has just completed his PPL check ride. The man is a pilot. Great to see you, my guy. Hope you're well. Right, now where are we at? Will the marketplace change how we buy stuff going forward in a significant way now, do you think, versus using dev platform for purchases? So that's a huge question. Do you see the likes of Sim Market or others using a rent option? No, they can't. Why? Because they can't protect the stuff. They can't protect it so far as what Microsoft can do. If Microsoft can pull this off and the safety is there for third-party developers in terms of the anti-piracy and all that jazz, I would want every single add-on only available in the marketplace. The only thing that would kind of push me away from that, if we see the same sort of delay when it comes to updates. But we already saw from Flight Sim Expo how the new third-party portals work. It's very, very different. Updates are faster. They're almost instant compared to what they are now. You know what I mean? So really, really hoping that more developers will be using the InSim marketplace. For that very reason, I can try an aircraft for free or I can rent it for a couple of bucks. And it's safe. You know what I mean? Factual Gold, welcome in. Hello, hello. You're very welcome aboard. Hope you had a great stream. We're here talking Microsoft Flight Sim 24. And there's been so much to cover. Hope you had a great stream. Welcome in, guys. Is there information about the Steam release? So it's due to release... Sorry.
Allow myself to introduce...
Myself. It's due to... The pre-release is due to start on the 26th. The 26th. That's when pre-release will open on Steam. We all can't wait, but with our head, not our heart, should we be waiting before installing? Is there a good chance of launch issues considering it's a big change? Yes, and that's a worry I have. I'm somewhat put at ease because the client is smaller. It's only 50 gigs, right? I'm a little bit more at ease because things are just going to be streamed to us. only what we need. So instead of like, you know, a million users logging on at the same time downloading a world update, that's not going to happen anymore. A sim update, but it's much smaller. They only need smaller files. So they've reduced the requirement of what's actually needed to download it. Won't the marketplace get flooded with not that good items like the marketplace now? I don't know. I think some of the developers who've like released, let's be fair about it, shite add-ons, absolutely crap. Like they're just, I despise it because I just think it's cash grabs and, you know, they've put no thought into it. They've just bought a model from somewhere else and made it work, right? These sort of guys. I don't think there's going to be enough draw on simmers to purchase their aircraft in 2024. In saying that, and that's my opinion, in saying that, if you're happy with just flying a skin, you know, an aircraft skin, you're not worried about physics or flight model or any of that stuff. And that's okay too. Who am I to judge? It's just not my bag. Then they're going to exist. But you're going to have a rating system, and that's all part of the new marketplace. And the rating system looks at the overall score, but also its recent score. It shows you its recent score. So let's say, for example, you've bought an aircraft and it used to be, say, you know, it was 4 stars. Well, that was 2 years ago, but today it only has 1 star. But what's that telling you? That's telling you they didn't update it. You know what I mean? So I think that consumers, there's a little bit more thought gone into this. And the fact that we can now, anything in the marketplace especially, we can now trial aircraft or rent aircraft. And if developers opt into that, provided that, you know, the integrity of their add-on is secure, it's safe, it's not going to be pirated, well, then you'll see developers who are confident and you know the quality is there, they'll let you rent it. You know, if the thing is bulletproof and it can't be hacked, and you'll see developers not giving you the option to rent it, what's that telling you? They're not confident in their own product. Why should you be? You know what I mean? But yeah, I think when it comes to, you know, the initial launch of the sim, are we going to be a little bit nervous and worried? I think so, but let's see what happens. You know what I mean? What can people do now to prepare? So add-ons linker, storage, backups, what to do with your community folder. Do I need a new PC? Do I need a new internet? What about firewall and VPN usages? So we're kind of touching on this again. One thing I will say, and if you want to be super nerdy, I do this sort of stuff, right? Where's this now? There's my iPhone. I do this sort of stuff. And not everyone is like me. When it comes to my flight sim add-ons, I break everything down into respective folders, and I use a program called Add-ons Linker. So I know if I want to copy over certain aircraft, well, I just want airliners. All right, pop the airliners over to, you know, onto that folder. It just makes life a little bit easier when it comes to saying, well, here's my full community folder, right? Y'all have a community folder. 2024 will have its own community folder. Hey, Irish Simulations are here. Good to see you. I'd like to see the ability of adding reviews, similar in way that we have on Steam. It'll give devs an opportunity to get a taste of what they're doing well or needing improvement. Yeah, absolutely. Like, reviews could be there, but you can't control them. Like, if you go onto Sim Market, there's absolutely crap add-ons with 5 stars, right? Come on, lads. Everyone give it 5 stars. I'll give you a free copy. That's what happens, right? I still think, and I'm not just saying that because I'm one of them, content creators are the most equipped people, by and large, to review aircraft because, well, they are. We just are. Why? We use them. We probably use them more than anyone. And we're looking for the quality of life things because, well, we know what you guys are looking for when it comes to aircraft. And every other content creator have their own strengths. You will find a content creator, you have, you know, you trust them, you agree with their, you know, with the science of how they look at an add-on. And that's the good thing about that. And different content creators, well, they're going to show you different aspects of a certain add-on. One content creator will go through the absolute, you know, anorak wearing detail. Meanwhile, another content creator will show you how the thing flies upside down. That's more important than written reviews. I think it's safer for the most part. But again, it comes down, you get to choose who you trust and who you're willing to listen to, whose opinion means more to you rather than a name and, you know, a review. I've seen reviews on the likes of Sim Market that are like, what? How did this get that? Absolutely not. You know, oh, this is the best flight model ever. Or worse, really good add-ons are getting slated. Oh, this is the worst flight model ever. Did you fly the airplane? No, but I watched a video of someone who watched someone else. Like, you can't go that road. Do you know what I mean? A scoring system is important, but I think the best way to trial an aircraft is already going to be built into the marketplace itself. You should be able to try the aircraft before you buy it. That's going to be the best review platform, full stop. The next one would be your content creators, streamers, fellas who make the YouTube VODs, community people, right? That's what I think. Marv, what if I was looking for the most janky plane ever? You can get one. Wombat, you take care of my dude. Take her handy, man. Take her handy. Right, we have one or two more questions. We're getting there.
Hey, good buddy.
There's all buttons still being pressed. It's been a mad night. Who's this? Ives, thank you very much indeed. Right, where is it? Oh, it's over here. Also, when it comes to preparing your folders and all that jazz, maybe start shopping around for internet providers. Again, if you have a stable internet, that's better than an unstable, faster, right? You know, look at your hard drive space, look at your peripherals, updates. Maybe start looking at different hardware, different ways you can interact with the sim. But the safest bet, if you're not fully committed now to, you know, buying Microsoft Flight Sim 2024, you can access it using Game Pass. And it's a day one release on Game Pass, so you're not going to miss anything. You know what I mean? So I would definitely do that, you know. Any information of bus trips? Will the progress be transferred? I fly with my girlfriend co-op. She watches the landscape in VR while I set up the autopilot. Hey, Robert. I'm not sure. Drew Moore, good to see you. I'm not sure. So, like, co-op stuff, that's multiplayer. You can still do bus trips, right? They're not changing any of that. Effectively, any feature that we have in Microsoft Flight Sim 2020, they're just transferring it over. And I'll put on a video here now of Jorg and Seb, because I got to meet up the two lads and have a chat with them, you know. Adventure494 says, I cringe when I hear people say it's a game. We kind of play on that. We kind of take the piss a little bit when people say, you know, Flight Sim, it's a game. To be honest, there's no... Look, to some people it's a simulator, to some people it's a game. To some people it's a game with simulation aspects, to some people it's a simulator with gaming aspects. Whatever it is, it is. I class it as a simulator because, well, they are simulating the world. What's a better simulator? That's hard to go. Oh, X-Plane has this and that, or, you know, DCS has this or that. Of course they do. Of course they do. I'm not going to say they're better or worse or otherwise. Every sim offers their own. But, like, when you call it a game or a sim, whatever it is, man, it shouldn't really matter. Microsoft Flight Sim is what you want it to be. Is it your sim or is it a game? Shouldn't really matter, you know. But yeah, I Adventure, I see the same, man. I'd be like, no, it's a sim. It's a sim. You don't have fun and fly in games in a sim, you know. But it's good out crack. What about cloud gaming and Game Pass? Everyone is planning to spend money, but there are cheap options for the more casual gamer. 100%. So Game Pass and cloud gaming, these are going to be cheaper entry options for you. Look at the road traffic there, look. These are cheaper options for you. So you don't need to fork out. Because I saw a couple of folks are saying, holy shit, like, look at the price. It's 200 quid or, you know, 300 quid and all this jazz. Yeah, but you can access it for like $10 if you want. $10.
Oh, Jesus.
You know what I mean? So, yeah. I think it's pretty cool. I say get over yourself. It can be both a sim and a game. It is whatever it wants to be, you know? Let me see here now. Do you think career mode will be similar to Reno? Do it a few times, then no more? Or if not, how can it stay fresh and sustainable? It's a great question. What I've seen from the career mode, there is a progression tree. And you're not going to do it in a week. This is going to take a lot of time to build up. You have rapport, or you have, what's the word I'm looking for? Your reputation, right? And that changes depending on the types of flight you do and how you do it and performance and all of this. And you can progress through all the different licenses. There's a lot of stats when it comes to how many different types of flying there is and all the different licenses, right? They're well into the double digits. I think there's going to be expansions and a natural development of the career mode. When I spoke to David, you know, the COO of Asobo, he's behind all of the missions and the career mode. That's what he's done. You know, we bounced ideas. He said, yeah, I really wanted to do this, but not yet. I need to get this working first, and then we'll start adding blocks onto it. And because I asked him, I said, you know, what about virtual airlines? Can we get other people to join our virtual companies? And the short answer is yes. Will we see it on launch? No, not a hope of that, because there's so much more that they need to get right first. So I see the likes of career mode constantly being developed. New types of missions, new types of flights, and new aircraft being introduced on the sim will now bring these into your career mode as well. You know what I mean? Like, there's nut stuff, you know? Can I rent or buy planes from the other packs like the Dreamlifter? That I'm not sure. I remember in 2020, I remember reading somewhere that if you don't own the Premium Deluxe, can I buy an individual aircraft from the Premium Deluxe? And the answer was yes. It never materialized. We never saw it, right? So I don't know if you can individually buy just the aircraft you want out of the different versions of the game. Pardon me, or the different editions, right? It'd be great if you could. But I'm not sure. Did Asobo go far enough? Think of technically what's possible. Unreal Engine, GTA 6, and so on. The Asobo engine is the Asobo engine, right? I think they've made leaps and bounds making the sim better in terms of optimizations and new features. And new features are spread from new physics, lighting, technical, career mode, activities, the sheer amount of aircraft, and so on. You know, when it comes to the optimization, well, ray tracing, better load management, cloud, and also the loading times. I think that's incredible. You know, I think that's incredible. But yeah. If it's a simulator, why is Game Pass not Simulator Pass? We need to petition that. It's called Sim Pass. We need that. What's that out about the new flight model beyond turbulence? Turbulence, I cannot understate the turbulence. I've never felt it. The last time I saw turbulence like that in the sim, it came from AccuSim. It came from A2A. Because they've nailed turbulence on that Comanche. What I experienced in the default flight model of 2024 was very close. Like, I mean, you're flying and all of a sudden one wing gets a belt of turbulence and you're thrown. It was just, holy crap, this thing is alive. It feels more alive. It feels more real. You know, turbulence was awesome. Wake turbulence is going to be fun to say. You know, but yeah, like, I think aircraft feel heavier. There's more friction on the ground, moving around. That need of power, that need of movement, it's changed quite a bit. And chopper flying was nice as well. So yeah, I was very impressed by it. Very impressed. How will it be on Xbox? I think we're going to be okay. Murph, do you think VATSIM will be day one compatible? I don't know. I'm hoping VATSIM have access to the SDK, whatever they need to use. I do know the SimConnect is being, I think Seb said 90 different APIs were added to SimConnect. VATSIM uses SimConnect. So, you know, is the SDK out yet? It is for some, not for all. York did say he was hoping to get the SDK to third-party developers by the end of September. Obviously, the partners have it because they need it. They have deadlines. But the rest of the third-party developers, not just yet, you know. Got to remember, the Asobo engine is first and foremost dedicated to flight surfaces and the effects of flying. Kind of voicey, the Asobo model is based on world creation. That's what their model is. World creation. Massive open world creation.
Hey, good buddy.
That's the Asobo model. The physics, the flight, the weather, the aircraft, all of that is added in later. You know? I'd be surprised they did breaking changes to SimConnect. It still has FS9 and CFS in there. Not the latest one, Rambog, or if it does, it has less. What Seb said, they've added stuff You know, he didn't say we've optimized it or made it better. He said we've added a lot of stuff to SimConnect, which means they probably opened up a lot of legacy stuff. You know what I mean? Alvars and all that jazz were there as well. But like I'd say with SimConnect, they've opened up a lot more APIs so I can talk better and listen better to what the sim is doing. You know? I reckon so anyway. Randall, good to see you. When will content creators get access to the sim? We've no idea. We've no idea. Like anyone who was at that event, we're hoping we'll get early access. Sure. There's other massive content creators who didn't get access to the event. I'm sure they'll get access. You know what I mean? As I said, like it's look at when you look at the overall exposure to Microsoft Flight Sim, this is our hobby. Like we are the main lads, if you like, right? Us flight simmers. This is us. This is our platform, right? So Asobo and Microsoft are aware of that. They're not going to disrupt what we do, but they also want to attract new folks in. You know what I mean? So we're going to see hopefully a flood of brand new people. Do you know anything about hardware requirements, Lowpox? Yeah, so there's hardware stuff. You see it on Discord. They've put in the minimum specs. Again, I think some of the heavy lifting is going to be done over on the cloud. And I think the heavy lifting for the cloud is probably more specific to Xbox than PC. You know what I mean? That's what I think anyway. But yeah, if did Asobo go far enough? Yeah. They can do a lot more. And even chatting to David and Jorg, they have tons of ideas. Hey, wouldn't this be great if we could do that? Really? You wanted to do that? Mad stuff. Mad stuff. Jorg tells a story here. I'll show it in the raw, unedited version, but this might give you an idea, right?
And ultimately, I believe learning by doing is the best way to. And all this.
Hang on, I will find this.
I didn't have a parent or a plane. Like it's like there's not. We don't care any. Tutorials is one of those things.
Have a listen to this.
We just tweaked our tutorials, and we really thought about should we make more tutorials. And ultimately, I believe learning by doing is the best way to learn anything. And that requires context. And the context comes from the career system. If you are interested in a particular pursuit in aviation, just go do that. Like, we don't care. Like, well, just pick one. Mm-hmm. But then there's a path to that. You don't just dump people into this and say, be a firefighter real quick. It's like, well, they don't even know how to fly the plane. Like, it's like, this is not going to work. So you need to take a path. It's a slower path, but then I think that they will be much more comfortable and successful. And I think the chances that they will actually want to keep doing it is much higher than sort of the shock therapy. Like, oh, I did this. Yeah, I got, and it's sort of like you go into a shooter now, you get headshot by 12-year-olds. And like, okay, well, at some point you're like, it's not for me. Yeah. Aviation needs to be brought to people. A lot of, for example, I didn't have a parent or a grandparent that was an aviator, but my wife did. Mm-hmm. So that individual was a bomber pilot in the Korean War. He took me in his Cessnas and a Globe Swift.
Right. So you get the idea, right? But I want to jump to one thing here now.
I see how people hobby up into them. I think people would try it. No, this is just added.
I'll show you a video where I do the proper Q&A with them.
New flight model. It's the way I think about it. Honestly, I think about it as a species of 8 billion people. We've not reached enough people elsewhere. I think that's a task we have. But it's not really how many consumers do I want to reach. It's like how many people can we delight with aviation. That's how I think about it. I oftentimes read about. I try to live in this world and pay attention. There's 1 billion people in Africa. If I look how many people of them play flight sim or have ever been exposed to flight sim, the number is probably pretty small. And that has historical reasons. What did they have? Like lots of cool computers, like expensive equipment? Probably not so much, but it's changing. Okay. So now we have a path to walk of like, hey, bring flight sim to them and see if they love it. I think flying is awesome. I think flying is a fundamental human pursuit and dream.
This is the passion I was telling you about. Like when you get to sit in front of Jorg or Seb or any of the lads over there, they're so passionate about aviation and flight simulation. They have the same friggin' passions that we have. This was so mind-boggling. I was expecting, the corporate side, well, we need sales and we need this, because that's the business behind the scenes. But these guys, make no mistake, they are so passionate about flight simming, features. This would be cool. I do this. Yeah, I fly this route. I don't tell anyone, but this is what I fly every day. I thought that was amazing, you know. Hang on, I just want to shoot ahead to one little thing he said.
That was supported in flights in 2020.
Where is this now?
But I would also say, I have some friends that are living in some areas where internet isn't amazing. They have really good computers, but the internet isn't amazing. There are things you can do nowadays. You can just
right. So that's getting into what if you don't have fast internet.
I started with 95.
1 second now.
The pandemic story. I don't know if you're never going to see. I told that a few times, but like
so this gives a bit of insight into Jorg and what he's trying to do with this kind of world stuff.
Pandemic hit right when we launched, and my dad's he's now 96, and you know he had just a heart attack. It's like, God, am I never going to see my dad again? Because we couldn't travel. So I actually flew the plane to my parents' house, got out of the car, got out of the plane, and walked around. And all I really wanted to see was my parents. And I really wish I could have seen. Technology will allow us this, that we will see each other and we can talk to each other in real time. That is a thing, for sure. And can this be done in a real digital twin like this? Absolutely. So do I think this is going to happen? Yes. But it is a change, because right now, it's not like a computer game character. Like it doesn't have an inventory. No. There's none of that stuff. You're basically transferring your entity from a plane to a person, but you're still just one. There's no two. Because I wanted to throw a drone up and fly a drone around. It doesn't really work. So this is something that needs to change in the future. And I do think collaboration, like you saw Brandon, the bush trip guys. You know what bush trip is. You drive in the mountains, park your plane, go camping. And they do that together. You have a fire and have marshmallows and stuff, right? So are we going to do that? Yes, for sure.
That's what I'm telling you. But like, it's mad, lads. It's refreshing to hear all this stuff, chatting to the lads. Do you know what I mean? Like, they want to do so much with this sim. Like, so much. But let's take it step by step. Everyone and their communities are going to want different things. Different things. You know what I mean? You know, it's what do I want to see in the sim more? I want better multiplayer, right? That's what I want. What other features do I want? I'd love shared cockpit, sure. But then you got to listen to, well, there's other folks who say, look, we need weather radars, right? We need better in-sim ATC. We need trains. How do you kind of, do you know what I'm saying? Like, it's, I won't say it's, you know, who shouts loudest. I thought that was the case, but it's not. But yeah, Super Tom, is it worth upgrading from FSX? Yes. More Skodas, right? But yeah, like, it's remarkable, you know. Now, how do I think the obvious impacted third parties will react? The likes of Navigraph, Rex, and GSX. Well, I think Rex are in a bit of hot water because Accu seasons, its days are numbered. At least from what I've seen, that the base sim is going to give us. But Rex they've been around the block. They've been in production, or, you know, the company has existed for many, many years. They diversify. They come up with new products. They have a brand new product ready to release. At this stage, they're about to release Atmos. What? What are you doing that for? Look at the lighting in the new sim. You can't compare, lads. Or can they? Do you know what I mean? So, I think they really need to kind of just, I don't know, man. They got to dig deep. They got to really dig deep. GSX, I didn't see anything from, like, you know, pushback or controls or that stuff. I did see people walking around. I did see avatars. I did see people in aircraft, people walking on jetways. That's a GSX feature. I didn't see people emptying the lavatory on an aircraft, right? Navigraph, again, until I see the new chart system, I'm unsure. I'm unsure. You know, are we going to need Navigraph subscriptions? I still think yes, because Navigraph specialize in that area. And me as a flight simmer, I'm like you guys, we're all the same. We want the best. We want the best, right? And plus Navigraph have other ventures with X-Plane and P3D and whatnot. I don't see them going anywhere. If anything, I see them adding more features. They'll sit back and say, right, it's the same as say intentions. It's the same with aircraft developers and scenery developers. The good guys, they're going to sit back, they're going to look at this and they're going to say, right, we need to do something. It's no different when you look at the hardware developers. Look at the hardware developers. Look what WinWing are doing. Look what Moza are doing. Look what Verpil are doing, right? And then you look at some of the other guys. Well, what are they doing? They haven't changed. Do you know what I mean? So they all have to kind of sit back and look at themselves and go, right, okay, well, what do we do now? How do we make this better? Do you know what I mean? So they have a challenge ahead of them for sure. I think the biggest one in there that have the challenge will be Rex, GSX probably, Navigraph probably. They've an uphill struggle for sure, but they'll figure it out, I'm sure. Any more to share in the ATC? We heard some AI sounding voices built in. Was it any better? And are there any integrations with VATSIM? So I saw nothing that will integrate with VATSIM. In saying that, there is stuff in there based on how you build your flights through your EFB. Hang on, we skipped over here now. There was certainly some interesting options of how you select your flight and how, you know, can I port this information over? I didn't see a way you can do it directly. Is there a way you can import this stuff into the EFB? I would think so. I imagine you'd be able to use a sim brief to import your information over. I don't see a little button here that says VATSIM or, you know, sim brief or whatever, you know. Dread Meta says, Murph, did you know that Deadstick Bush Flight Sim is still alive? Yeah, I saw that, Dread Metis, yeah. Yeah, like Deadstick is offering its own unique kind of course. But that's been a long time in development. It lost funding and now it's just someone else looking after it. I still think big things will come from Deadstick. But like, yeah, again, they got to sit back and see what 24 is going to do because, you know. Can I show the 321? We didn't have access to it, so there was only a handful of aircraft we could fly in this. The 73 Max, I think, was the only commercial airliner we could play with. But yeah, like, I mean, there's pictures of it. There's pictures of it, you know. There's not been much info around changes or improvements to ATC, says Paul. I agree, Paul. Not much. Like, from what I've seen from the ATC, you can select call signs. You can put in, you know, an airline. They'll identify it as an airline. You can record your voice. You can't speak to it by voice, as far as I'm aware. Maybe you can because it's using congenitive, whatever it is, the Azure platform stuff. Robert says, pre-order or not, it's a golden rule. Never pre-order, but I have no choice. I will buy Flight Sim 24. Robert, pre-ordering gets you access to the CL415 aircraft as a bonus. They're not going to run out of stock. So pre-ordering, you know, it's not even like pre-order now at a reduced price. It's the same price. So it's up to you if you want to pre-order, you know. Cognitive. Thank you, Sterling. Thank you, Sterling. Are the thermals for gliding better? Yes. Way better. Way. Thermals, turbulence, wake turbulence, all that jazz, way better in the sim. Like, just better, you know. Also, we didn't get to look at the flight replay. We know flight control replay are involved. It's probably not ready yet. You know, I didn't see anything new in terms of cameras outside of the aircraft or whatever. Walking around is pretty cool. That's nuts. Yeah, the LCD. Yeah, I had to dim these lights. They were shocking bright, you know. But what we'll do here, as I said, I have a video here which is me chatting to Jorgen Seb. Now, it's on YouTube. You've probably seen it, but if not, have a look at it. And we'll jump back to you there now in a moment when we go through it. So look at this handsome-looking devil here now for a moment. Hello. Hey guys, you're very welcome back. Murph here again with another video. Today, it's all about getting some of our questions answered. I had the chance to catch up with Jorg, the head of Microsoft Flight Simulator, and Sebastian, the CEO and co-founder of Asobo Studio. In this video, I'm going to go through some of the feedback I got from the two lads and also try and answer some of your questions based on the experience that I had getting to try out the sim. Let's get started.
Hello there.
That's right. Okay, that's just going to be fun.
So what we're going to do, I'm going to answer some questions here, then jump back to Jorg and Seb to get their feedback when they were interviewed. The first question is, how much space is needed to run the new sim? Well, due to the sheer amount of data the Microsoft Flight Sim is going to be pushing out to us, it needs the cloud to do that. That means the cloud is going to do the heavy lifting rather than us having to keep everything on our own local hard drives. Think of world updates. Today, we need everything. With Microsoft Flight Sim 2024, we only need what the simulator can see. Asobo reckon an initial install of about 50 gigs, and if we compare that, the initial footprint of Flight Sim 2020 was about 100 gigs. That was just for its own aircraft scenery, mesh, all that stuff. Today, with everything included, it's about 2 terabytes, and that doesn't include any of the third-party add-ons. You have the option to increase your local cache, and Asobo are recommending that we do that. Basically, we keep some space on our hard drives clear, and the sim will use that as our local cache. It'll only need to change when we move to a new location or change our aircraft. What about sim updates on the content manager? We've all experienced issues where it just doesn't load when we need it to load, or the speeds are very, very slow. Is the system any better? Well, it should be. Because the system only sends what data is needed rather than everything else, that should reduce some of the pressure on bandwidth. Flight Sim 2024, with all the new features, well, is free flight the priority? And how do we get more folks flying? Let's go over to Jorg.
So I firmly believe the flight simmers have it right, that free flight is the freedom to do whatever the heck you want based on your own desires. And that there's nothing wrong with that, and I think there's nothing we should ever take away from this, and it'll never go away. I think there's lots of people that need help, and it's not just the community that plays flight sim, it's also what I hear from manufacturers. It's also what I hear from airlines. Everybody says, hey, honestly, aviation is critical to the function of the planet, and we are way behind in our recruiting quotas. So I think people need more aviators and people that feel comfortable in an airplane. And I think what we've seen in Flight Sim 2020, we attracted 15 million people. That's not too shabby. But do they all feel comfortable? And I think there was a lot of, tutorials is one of those things. We just tweaked our tutorials, and we really thought about, should we make more tutorials? And ultimately, I believe learning by doing is the best way to learn anything. And that requires context. And the context comes from the career system.
So what about the existing user base? Is everything going to work just the way we expect it to?
The existing user base, everyone who's there now, is it kind of fair to say, listen, don't be worried about all of this. It's still what you guys know in 2020.
It's exactly what it is.
Only better.
It's more.
It's more.
It's more and better. It's
so
both.
Hardware, all that stuff should work. Everything that we have now.
Absolutely.
Super.
That's why backwards compatibility is important. I mean, they bought a bunch of planes and stuff. Like that clearly needs to work. It's an established pattern of life. I see how people play. Of course, simmers play every day. I think it's probably not a secret. They play every single day, pretty much the same hours. Oftentimes fly the same flight path. You can't disrupt that. This is their hobby, So, no, this is just added. The world is better. The avionics are deeper. There's more planes, and we added some other things. But the other things, some people will opt into them. I think people will try it. And will it be for everyone? Nope. Nothing ever is. People will find joy, and they will stick with what gives them joy.
What about backwards compatibility for our third-party add-ons?
And I agree with that. And frankly, I mean, I bought a ton. I can tell you that. And do I want to re-buy it all? No. So it just needs to work. Backwards compatibility was at the forefront of what we said. It needs to work. And there's no reason not to work. So I don't know if you talked to Seb yet, but for example, all the airplanes, there is a legacy flight model. It'll just work. It's the same exact flight model. You can also use the new flight model. For the new flight model, you need to do a little bit of work because it's a little different. But fundamentally, it's a choice. The developer can make a choice. Same with the airports. The airport will just port in as it is. If you want to take some of the new materials, there's some stuff that you need to change. Clearly, you have to remap things, you need to re-UV stuff, and it's somewhat of work. It's better, but it's a choice. Again, and for the consumer that already bought it, no action required.
Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 is the 12th installation to the franchise. What's it all about?
It's you feel sort of a historical responsibility. And I would say what you said about Flight Sim 2024, we will not make a product that is, as a new product, that is not a big step forward. That is what we always said. Flight Sim was leaps forward, try to stay cutting edge, do what technology actually allows us to do, because honestly, that's what simmers want. Simmers want perfection. Simmers want realism and authenticity and go to the edge, right? Bleeding edge to some degree. And I think that's what we want to do here too. So Flight Sim 2024, as you hopefully saw today, it's pushing almost every aspect of what's possible, sort of near the max. And I think, so that's why I feel really good about it being in an 11th or 12th in this case, 12th entry into the franchise. And that will always be the case. And I think there will be other horizons to conquer in years to come. It's hard to predict sometimes, right? I sometimes say AI will probably go change a lot of things in how we do things in the virtual space. But who's to say? Right now, this is very much a push plane detail forward, push world detail forward, start a career system and see how people react to it, and then we'll evolve from there.
So what about internet? Do we need a faster internet connection? Well, we 100% need internet as a requirement of the sim. However, because the sim is now only streaming data we actually use, and that depends on where you fly and how often, well, we should be using less bandwidth. What about water vessels? We've seen them take shortcuts across the land, and the traffic was always a little bit hit and miss. Well, ships are being tracked by real-world data. It's reading its transponder, which updates every 30 seconds. Global AI ship traffic is being used, and the models are provided by Gaia simulations. What about multiplayer? Are there any enhancements? Let's check in with Seb.
What I can tell you is it's on my list of the stuff which I write down when I go to FS Expo and all the events. So it's on my list. I don't actually know if they fixed it yet, but it's definitely in the pipeline because yes, we have the data. I just last week I was optimizing a scene where there were 93 planes. Okay. So there's definitely the data, that's for sure. I will double check if it's displayed or not, to what scale, but definitely it's on our list. I can't tell. Oh, I need to not shake it. I can't tell how if it's gonna be for launch or not, but I'm gonna double check on this and follow up.
What about controls and all our control mappings?
So I'm not the perfect specialist. I know a few things. What I know is that we will have a default 2020 style mapping, so that when you come from 2020, if you don't want to change anything, you get the same experience. That I know we have in the box, some sort of like a default. Because basically what's happening in 24 is that you can now have a matrix. You can have a different mapping for every aircraft and every controller. So you can have 50 controllers, 50 aircraft. That's 2,500 mappings. And why we did that is because there's so many new capabilities in the aircraft, right? That we didn't have enough keys, right? Some aircraft have hooks and this, and banner or spraying, or there's just so much stuff. And so we know we have the default so that people are not completely lost. I wanted to keep my default, Control E to start the engine, Y to do slew mode. I wanted to have the same stuff, so that's there. There's also new, because many new people have keyboards which don't have the many keys and the same. And they could not fly with the old settings. So I know there's a default one for short keyboards now. That makes it easier. And I think there's also an all new one which, for example, some people like to do mouse and keyboard sort of. AZ, whatever. That also exists, right? If you want to do, because there's a pre-flight now, you move around. But that depends. If you only have keyboard, mouse, and yoke, you probably want to do this. If you have a pad, then no, you don't want to do this. So there's a lot more flexibility. I know there's the default 2020 style, so that you don't get completely lost in what is all this. And we are also trying to make it very easy, so that because you don't want to configure 500 keys on, maybe you have 3 devices and 200 planes. It's a lot of, so there's going to be ways to copy from one plane to the other and stuff like that to make it easier. And also I think you can export import, so you can share, and plane makers can make their plane and distribute it with a proposed mapping, right? So every plane can come with its key mappings, so that you don't have to. But if they say, oh, this plane flies best this way with this hardware, they can do it, and people will maybe like their mapping better than the default one.
What about private servers for multiplayer? Is this something that will be looked at?
So we don't plan for that right now. I'm pretty sure this could be done with SimConnect. Because I've seen people doing, with SimConnect, I've seen people doing replays. I've been seeing people doing shared cockpit stuff. So I'm pretty sure that someone who codes, or maybe you could already find this on online, but someone could code a server which via SimConnect shares the aircraft and does some sort of private server. This could be already doable technically. I don't know if anybody has undertaken the
There is one.
Okay,
So
okay.
it's just to see, put it this way, would there be support perhaps from Asobo if they got like 90% of the building blocks? Is there someone that they could reach out to say, hey, listen, we've made this?
Of course, people can always ask for improvements. We've done improvements for people who are trying to do replay things. So I think some of the needs may be the same here. And of course, if there's something missing, or they can always ask. And yeah.
What about shared cockpits? Is this something that will make it for the release?
So we've been working it on the R&D side and still exploring. What we've done right now is we have improved the, I think it's SimConnect, whatever. We've improved the API, so that it's something, because the need of share cockpit and replay is sort of the same. So we have done improvements here. There's already things out there. I mean, a lot of simmers at Asobo use shared cockpit, like prototype technology, and so that could be improved. And we have our own R&D projects. I think it's not going to make release. I would say if we do something like this, we want it fairly polished, right? So that it's something easier to use. And the prototype we have right now, you need to set up servers and IP addresses, and it's a bit more complicated than that.
So outside of the changes to the weather with storm cells, we've seen tornadoes, the new lighting, anything else for the weather?
So live weather was always a bummer because it's live, it's now. And what happens? You come home from work at 9 in the evening and you want to do live weather, you always get evening.
Yeah.
What do you do? So now live weather has a 24-hour history.
Okay.
So at least you can go back to lunch or morning or...
Okay. So there is historic weather for 24 hours?
Just 24 hours, yeah. That's why we don't want to say historic, because to me historic weather is I can do 1930.
Right.
No, we can't do historic 1930.
Yeah.
But at least 24 hours gives you so much flexibility.
So what about first-person mode? We can actually run in first-person mode, but is there any limits or restrictions?
So the limit on walking distance is still discussed. So I think we're gonna remove it because we had one. I think it was a few hundred meters or whatever.
You're gonna get people like.
But we thought, okay, if there's a limit the limit doesn't really bring much more.
Yeah.
So I think the goal now is we'll probably remove the limits. You can just walk and. Well, I mean, people are not going to walk around the world anyway.
They will.
Yeah, maybe. Okay. Yeah.
They will.
Yeah. But I don't see why what is the benefit of? With David, we went in New York. We landed on the top of a building. There was a helipad. We walked out, and then we walked around the street in New York forever.
So we're going to wrap things up now with a few more questions that came on the last video. The first one relates to tail draggers. Is there any enhancements and any changes to differential braking? Well, I did notice considerable changes to ground handling, and that's all thanks to the new friction physics. Aircraft feel heavier, you can see that kind of tessellation on the ground, and the tail draggers I used, well, they did feel very good. I suppose we'll just have to wait and see. What about VR support? Well, on the day I got to try the sim, VR support was active. There was a Pimax unit there, and I gotta say, using Microsoft Flight Sim 2024 with VR was absolutely amazing. What about scenery? Is it better? From what I saw, there are some areas that are absolutely incredible. The detail is staggering. Other areas have been enhanced, and even those areas perhaps that don't have access to the new thin data or mesh, well, there are considerable visual updates and upgrades, and that's thanks to the new vegetation. What about colour mismatching? Well, I saw some improvements, but I do think this is going to be up to us, the community, to let Microsoft and Asobo know if there's any areas that need improvements. The final question from our last video is asking, is there going to be a discount for existing Microsoft Flight Sim 2020 users? I didn't see any. There was no talk about it, and we haven't seen the price list just yet. So again, we'll have to wait and see. So, for this video, thank you all so very much indeed for watching. If you have any questions, well, do be sure to leave them in the comment section below. That's me! And we'll try to address them with the next few videos. So just to kind of clarify in a couple of things there, lads, right? talking about SimConnect, SimConnect is the way in which third-party products can interact with the simulator, right? So JoinFS, we know JoinFS, right? We can jump on and use Microsoft Flight Sim, and we can, if we wanted to, we can appear aircraft that are flying in P3D or X-Plane, provided they're also using JoinFS. And that uses SimConnect to talk and listen to Microsoft Flight Sim. So when Seb is talking about SimConnect and, you know, expanding the API, that's what he means. SimConnect is the best way to do it. You can also communicate to the sim using FSU IPC. To me, it's not as good. SimConnect just seems to work better. It's faster. And FSU IPC historically can cause problems, right? But that's what we mean by kind of SimConnect. Also some comments there saying about the price of the sim, as in the different tiers, the different editions. Again, if the price is a concern for you, Game Pass. Get it on Game Pass. I mean, it's a tenner a month or whatever. You know what I mean? So that'd be the best way to grab it. What else do we have? First to walk around the world. Could you imagine? The Abyss says, Murph, do the default airports look better or still office buildings? Bit of both. So they have new assets. There's new models, right? And the textures of the airports are incredible. The runways, taxiways, they're like way better, way better. They're gorgeous. Av Angel is here. Good to see you. I prefer to use the keyboard, right? Welcome in, Av Angel. I saw you met Jeff. I did, Blue Eye Tom. I got to meet out with some amazing people. So many amazing people. The whole event from start to finish, it was absolutely nuts. I got to meet some just incredible people. And again, like, you know, looking at the sim, this is live footage. Well, not live. This is my recorded footage of the sim. You'll probably see it on a few videos. You might remember me from such movies as, you'll see it on a couple of videos and stuff. Like there was a handful of people brought to the event. Do you know what I mean? But look, at the end of the day, lads, when it comes down to what we can expect with Flight Sim 2024, I hope tonight has given you a good indication of where Microsoft and Asobo are at, where the third-party partner developers are at. We already know some information from other third-party developers, you know, who want to bring their aircraft in. You know, we focused a bit on the tech, on the new updates, on the new systems, the new physics, the new marketplace, the career mode, all that jazz has been included as well. And then the event as well itself. I mean, the event was just, it was nuts, absolutely nuts. And like, you know, here's me flying in the Grand Canyon in the sim, and you know, here's me in the real Grand Canyon. Like it's just staggering. It's amazing, right? So the excitement levels for Microsoft Flight Sim 2024, they're way up there. The anxiety or the worry is, will they actually manage to pull this off? As in, when it's delivered, when it's released, will they actually make this thing do what they're saying they're going to do? We'll wait and see. But certainly, you know, the amount of features, the amount of bloody hell, like the updates, the features, the optimizations, loading time has been slashed in, like, it's night and day in the difference of how fast the sim will actually load. It's quite impressive. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, it's going to be incredible. CW Lemoyne, yeah, I got to meet him. Lovely guy, Blair. Lovely guy. And all the content creators. Captain Canada, Jeff Faviano, Squirrel was there. Av Angel, of course. Jesus, Alpha Originals, DK. There was a ton of folks I got to meet, and it was incredible. Absolutely incredible. So, yeah, for us, you know, the hype is real, lads. This is, from what I saw, from what I got to experience, hands-on, it's a game changer. Just a game changer. It just is. There's stuff there for general aviation, bush flying, helicopter pilots, airliner guys. There's stuff there for all of us. It's the base sim that we know now, only better. And they've made it backward compatible. It's incredible. Absolutely incredible. Didn't catch the whole stream, but good job. Thank you very much indeed. It's going to be live now on YouTube, guys. You can look back. Do let me know in the comment section below. If you have any further questions, we will get the chance. Microsoft will be doing their own development stream on Wednesday. So we will be checking that one out. Where is this now? Let me see. Talking about content and flying, right? So on Sunday, this coming Sunday, Well, Sim Changer, Paul, correct. Lads, coming up, our next live stream is on this Sunday at 1400 Zulu. We're going to be flying Operation Market Garden. It is the 80th anniversary of the operation. We have some freeware custom-made scenery by the incredible Jeppesen 2001. It's a group flight. We're going to be flying from England over the Netherlands and back again, all in Microsoft Flight Sim 2020. And if you want to jump on in with our community to do a group flight, you will be more than welcome. So that's kicking off this Sunday at 1400 Zulu. You get more details on our Discord, !Discord into the chat. That'll give you a link. That's where we hang out when we're not on the live stream. The support tonight has been nothing short of phenomenal. It's been amazing. Everyone for tuning in, all the subs, all the memberships, bits, Jesus, all the follows, absolutely incredible. And a massive shout out to our community management team here. We have Gibbo and Muse, an old veteran. The lads were on the ball there. Gibbo and Muse. Gibbo looking after everyone over on YouTube as well. They've done an incredible job, and I kept them up way past the bedtime. Ah, Jesus, brilliant. Do you know? But it'll be grand. But I hope the whole thing tonight, you have enough kind of information now, so when we get to the official dev stream on Wednesday, well, we can kind of press hard on questions that haven't been asked, or maybe stuff that, you know, hey, I saw this, how is that going to work? That's what we want to focus on, hopefully on Wednesday. Try and get more updates from Jorg, Seb, Martial. That's what we're hoping for. And as I said, leave comments in this video if you're watching it back. Any questions, I read down through all the comments, and I'll try and get them addressed for you. And on Discord, well, as I say, that's where we all hang about and act them up at. So next stream from myself is on Sunday at 1400 Zulu time. The freeware scenery, that includes kind of flak, and you can see the gliders. This is all custom scenery. This will all be made available probably tomorrow or today in a couple of hours, right, when I get out of bed, right? And Alison Johnson is also going to be flying today, lads. Do be sure to check out Ali's stream here on Twitch. And for everyone for tuning in, really do appreciate it. It's been a busy night. It's been a mad night. And I really hope that you guys got something from the stream. And there's a lot of stuff to look forward to in Microsoft Flight Sim 2024. There just is. It's exciting times. It is the golden age of flight simulation. Our hobby, our passion, it's growing and growing and growing. And it's so nice to see that, you know, the developers behind the franchise, Microsoft and Asobo, the key people, they're every bit as enthusiastic and passionate about our hobby as we are. And that's what's important here. You know, so yeah, we shall leave it there. Thank you all so very much indeed, and we'll see you on Sunday, 1400 Zulu, Operation Market Garden. Until then, thank you so much for watching. Take care. And they're absolutely brilliant. Muse Flan has arrived in late, of course, late again, Muse. He says, how he is his mad jokes is, happy Monday. Muse, you said happy Monday, it's Wednesday. Jet fella doesn't, did you even put on trousers this morning, right? Shots fired. I did like Titanic, in fairness. Do you know what I mean? I'll never let go, Jack. I'll never let go. 2 seconds later, poor old Jack is floating away into the nighttime. She let go of Jack. What were you thinking? He would have been grand, but you let go of him. He froze. The poor old devil. Jack was the man. He was the man. I'll never let go, Jack. And she looked, she killed him. What was her name?